Yeah, light him up. We got shots fired. Shannon! Where are you? What'd you say? Shannon, do not go for that weapon, okay? Do not move. Do you understand me?
You shoot me, I will die.
Shannon, we don't want to do that. We want to get you some help, okay, my man?
I want to die.
Alright, don't do that. Come on now.
I'm going to drop the mag.
If you want to drop the mag, go ahead. Drop it right there. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Shannon, there you go. Rack that one that's out of the top then.
No, fuck you.
Did you rack one in there?
Nope.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Let me see it open then.
Nope.
Come on. We all have rifles.
You fucking kill me?
We're not going to kill you. We're on body cam, brother. We don't want this.
Nick. Tell Nick to drop his white light right now.
Then I'm going to light you up then.
Yo.
Come on, Shannon. You can't advance on me.
Watch our back. Watch our left. Yeah, light him up. We got shots fired. Hey, let's clear this car first. I'll set perimeter on the car. I got no movement. Let's clear this car. Kimbis, clear that car. Somebody clear that car, Kimbis. It sounds like it's back over here, right? All right, double check, triple check. Shannon! Where are you? What'd you say?
I have no arms.
You have no arms?
No arms.
No firearms, Shannon?
No arms.
Okay. Do you see our light?
I see him. I got eye on.
Okay. Do not move. Keep your hands where they are. Do not move. I got him. Give me his. I'll talk to him. Kim is just stay put. Stay with me. Stay in a line. Yep. Shannon, are you injured? Shannon, are you injured? Okay, where is the weapon?
It's around him.
Okay. Shannon, do not go for that weapon, okay? Do not move. Do you understand me?
If you shoot me, I will die.
Shannon, we don't want to do that. We want to get you some help, okay, my man?
I want to die.
I understand that, but we're here to help you, okay?
There is no I want.
Shannon.
Maintain your course. Maintain your course right now.
Shannon, you gotta calm down, okay, buddy?
You don't maintain your course right now. I hear branches right here.
Okay, Shannon, that's fine. Okay?
Do not maintain your course.
Shannon, keep your arm up by the fence, okay? Where it was.
You are not in control.
Shannon, my name is Nick. We're here to help you, okay?
Nick.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Maintain your course.
That's fine. We'll stay right here. We'll talk.
Does not maintain course.
He's right next. He's right next to me. He's not going to move at all. Okay. All right, man.
Is off. His light is off.
Okay. Well, we have to see a little bit, man. You can see us a little bit. We can see you.
You can see me. You cannot see him. Turn his light off.
We can't turn the lights off, Shannon. It's too dark back here. Okay?
Turn his light off. Do not aggress.
We're not moving. Shannon, we're right here, okay?
If he aggresses, fine. If he aggresses, you kill me.
We're not killing anyone today. All right, you hear me on that?
I heard his beep. I did not hear his beep.
Okay, that's just our radios going off. That's all, man. Okay? All right? You hear me? Yes. Okay.
I want her on the comms now.
Okay, we'll do our best. We actually have officers out with her right now. You just got to give us a couple minutes, all right?
If he progresses,
He's not progressing anywhere.
if he progresses, I die.
Okay, no one's moving anywhere. Okay? All right? You have my word.
Give me your word.
You have my word.
What is your name?
My name is Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Greenwood, okay?
Nick Remo?
Yes. All right? You have my word. You have my word that we're not going to move as long as you keep your hands up like that. And that's fine right there. Okay? What's going on tonight?
That is not the negotiation.
I know, but you have
The
to.
negotiation is.
We're already working on that for you, okay?
Let me.
All right. Go ahead, Art.
Shannon, this is Artie. I actually. What can I do to help you?
Fuck you, Artie.
Okay. What can I do to help you? Can I do anything right now, brother, to help you? We're here to help. Just like Nick said. Nothing else. We just want to help. You tell us, what can we do to help you? Besides, what else can we do? What else?
You can get negotiators.
Okay. We're going to do our best to do that. You have to understand that takes a little bit of time, okay?
It's not my best. There is now or not.
I know, but we can't just appear someone from make the call, which we already did, and we'll get them on their way, okay? As fast as humanly possible, we're going to do that for you. All right? You just got to understand, requests like that just can't happen at a snap of the fingers, but we are doing everything we can to get them here for you, okay? On our word. Might come up a little bit. Slowly.
Shannon, yeah, just keep your hands kind of where you are, buddy.
I'm gonna
Try to take them. There you go. Back out, buddy.
I understand.
I know. I know you're getting tired.
Yeah.
I know you're getting very tired.
I'm gonna call my
Just calm and fire line.
and tell him
Okay? What do you want to tell him?
that this is the last conversation.
Nah, we don't need to do that.
Fuck you.
Okay?
Fuck her.
Okay?
I want to tell my dead father that I love him.
Why don't we do this?
And if you, with your red dot right there, I
Right.
see you.
I know you do.
That's just
See you.
That's my camera,
If you tell him
right?
that I love him while I'm telling him my father
Okay?
that you're gonna kill me,
We're not here to do that.
I'm gonna take my weapon.
Kimbas.
Hold on, why don't we just stand by and we'll make some very slow movements and we'll figure a plan out, okay?
I'm gonna tell my.
Hey man, that's what you gotta understand. We're all part of it too.
Fuck
Who's to your right? Okay.
hates me.
Stay right
Okay,
there.
but we
Don't
don't
move.
hate you, Shannon.
You hate me. Who are you?
Keep your light on him as best you can.
I don't hate you, Shannon. I don't hate you at all, my man.
Even if you have to go prone, Jess.
I don't hate you.
Gets tired.
Who is he?
That's Nick. He doesn't hate you either. None of the officers out here hate you.
I want Nick to back up 30 paces.
I just backed up, my man. That's what I was doing for you.
Show your light. Show your
We
white
have
light.
to keep our lights
Back up
on.
30 paces.
Okay, back. You can back up a little bit.
Tell
Jack-
Nick to back up 30 paces right now.
Nick,
We have something behind us. We can't back up any further.
The round.
there's just a light on. Listen, Shannon.
Yo, there's 2 places. We have Nick.
Right.
We have the white light. We have on the ground.
Yes,
That's
Who is
correct.
on the white light?
that's me. I'm Nick.
Nick.
I just want.
Go.
I can't back up.
Go up and go to the white light.
I got something behind me. I'll back up a little bit.
Shannon,
Who
there's a
is
deck
on the
behind
ground?
us.
We got a deck. We can't move any further away than we are, my man.
Ground.
My name's Jesse, bud.
Jesse.
Yeah.
I thank you. I thank you for your service.
All right.
I want to grab my blue Vickers sling and I want to unstrap it from my BCM rifle.
Okay.
And what?
Do that
Hold
right
on.
now.
Can you just unbuckle it from the
No, Jesse, that is it.
How about turning around?
Jesse,
No, keep him facing us.
Can you
Jesse,
just undo
thank
the?
you. Jesse, that is it. Who the fuck is you?
Shannon, why don't you talk to Artie over here again,
I'm gonna
brother?
talk to Jesse right now.
All right, what's up, bro?
Thank you, Jesse. I thank you for your service.
Okay.
I thank you for everything that you've done. I'm gonna tank my BCM.
I don't want to use it for
That
anything,
is
bro.
it. You can see me. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you.
What are you looking at me with?
I'm looking at you with my eye.
Do we have
What are your eyes?
any left?
What are your eyes?
Do we have any less left
No.
over here? Taser's not going to work right now.
Absolutely not. And that's what I'm saying. So
I hear you right now.
Shannon, it's Artie. It's still Artie talking, brother.
I know it is already talking.
Okay.
I'm talking to Nick.
Okay, that was just me talking.
That was Jesse. I'm Nick.
You got a couple of us out here, brother.
I know.
And we're all here to help you.
Trust me, I know I'm losing like a fraction of my life.
And your life is as valuable to you as it is to us.
It is not.
It is to us.
My life means shit to you.
No, it means everything to me
No.
right now.
Fuck you.
Okay.
It means shit right now. I could rip this dog fence
Right?
out right now. You will consider it aggression, and you will fucking down me.
We're not here to down you.
Fuck you.
Okay, we're not here to down you, Shannon, at all. We want you to tell your father what you want to tell him in person. We want this to go as smoothly and safely for all of us.
What is my father's name?
I don't know. You just told me your father.
You just told me my father. What is my father's name?
You said you wanted to talk to him. If you give me your father's name, I'll write it down and we'll hold up.
I will walk out 2 steps. You get in this, and we will be done.
No. We want you to, we're going to come up with a plan that this can go safe. We want you to be able to tell your dad everything in person. Safely.
You want me to get done.
Nah, brother, why don't we do this? Listen to me. I
What's
have a
the
plan.
white light?
That's my
What's that
flashlight.
white light?
That's my flashlight.
Your flashlight.
You gotta relax. I won't do that again, I promise. How's that?
I'm gonna put my arm on the fence.
I know you're getting tired. Rest up your arms. There you go.
Who is this?
Jesse.
Jesse and Chris. Jesse, what are you gonna kill me with?
I'm not killing you, bro.
Jesse, what are you going to kill me with?
He's going to have to take 2 hands.
Jesse,
both.
what is your
Throw
weapon?
it.
I'm not even kidding you, man.
Jesse, what is your upper?
I don't know, man.
Shannon.
Jesse, fuck you.
Shannon, we all have the same style that you
What
have.
is your upper?
I got a license. Let's go too, pal.
Jesse, you tell me your upper or you're going to die.
I don't know it.
Shannon, why don't we do this, brother? If you take both hands, can you pull that sling off with both hands at the same time? You can do that. Come on, you can do it. Both hands, both hands.
There is one way out of this.
Now, there's always more than one way to do something.
Nope.
There is. You know deep down inside there is.
Nope.
If you take both hands and pull that sling off of you,
I got 1, 2, 3.
okay? And I'm here to talk to you and listen to you more than anything. The best way I can listen to you is if you do both hands, take that sling from your neck, and we'll sit here and talk to you, and we'll see what we can do to help you.
Where is...
She's not out here yet.
That was the first question I asked you motherfuckers.
I know you did.
Yeah, so where the fuck is she?
You said
You lied to me.
we didn't
You
lie
lied
to
to me with Nick.
Shannon. Did you tell us that? Did you tell us that? Shannon, did you tell us?
Oh.
Shannon, did you
You
tell
want
us?
to rise a motherfucker.
No. Did you say that I hate you? Keep your hand off of that, brother. Keep your hand off of that. Come on, Shannon.
I gotta rise with a motherfucking index finger.
Shannon,
You could see
put it down.
me. You could see me.
I know I can. Please put your hand off of that
Where-
light. You said she hates you. We're not going to bring somebody out here that you're fighting with.
Where is...
She's not out here yet. You said she hates you.
Oh, man.
Come
you
on,
been playing
Shannon.
me the whole fucking motherfucking time.
No, that's the worst thing
Yeah.
to do. Why would I bring somebody to a situation and make it more hostile for you? You said she hates you.
Nick got a motherfucking hostage on me. This guy got a motherfucking hostage on me. Fucking hostage on me. And you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All you.
Come on, Shannon. Why don't we take two hands and take that sling off you, brother? Come on. You take that sling off you, I promise I can come out here after that weapon is off of you, and we're talking to you in person.
I'll
like
tell
that.
you much.
Yes, sir. Come on, Shannon.
I'd rather die
Okay? Then
than go
what?
with her.
You don't have to go with her. At all. I promise that. You don't have to go with her. That's why I don't want to bring her out here and make it more volatile.
So if I go into the woods, then what?
We're not going to do that. We're going to sit and talk
No,
it up.
no, no. If I go into the woods, then what?
We're not there. We can sit and listen to you, Shannon.
No. If I go into the woods,
Shannon,
then what?
Shannon, we're going to sit here and listen to you. We're not going to let anybody do anything else. That's all.
We got Nick,
Yep.
and I'm to my back to Nick.
Shannon, you can face me. It's all right.
I got 3 motherfuckers to my back,
Well, that's why
Right.
I'd rather talk to you.
right?
Yes, sir.
Right?
But you can turn and face
I got
us.
3 motherfuckers to my back. Right?
Shannon, why don't you turn around
I
and
got
I'll
3
keep listening.
motherfuckers to my back. Right?
Yes, sir.
So I have 3 motherfuckers to my back that pose no hostigation. Right?
I don't know what that means.
I have 3
Numbers right now.
people with a hostage postal pointed to me. Right?
Well, right now we're just talking to you. We don't have a hostage right now, buddy. We're not doing
Okay.
that.
So I have 3 people and their pistol is pointed towards me. And I have my pistol not pointed towards them.
Exactly.
Right?
So why don't you
Prepare to go to less lethal.
Okay.
Once you cross that. Okay, absolutely.
All night and listen
So
to
I
you.
have 3 people trying to kill me.
Nobody's trying to kill you.
Okay. So if I move forward, nobody's trying to kill me, right?
Shannon, nobody
If
wants
I
to
have
hurt you.
3 people trying to kill me, nobody's trying to kill me, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. So if you take that sling off you and you get that rifle on the ground, we can listen to you a lot easier.
Nobody's trying to take the sling off of me.
No, you're going to do it for us, you
I'm
said.
going to move forward 3 paces.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Tell me 3 paces forward, thank you.
That's up to you.
Tell me 3 paces forward, thank you. Yes.
Shannon, I prefer you unsling that rifle and you can take your 3 paces.
I am telling you, no unslung rifle, 3 paces forward, thank you.
Okay, Shannon.
I did not take care of it.
I'd rather
Make
you
the call.
just turn around and try not to move too much. I don't want you to fall and get hurt in the brush over there.
Listen,
Yes, sir.
I know Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I know knows these people.
Okay.
I know.
Shannon, we're here to help you.
Yeah, you're not here to help.
We are here to help you. You
You're
have
here
to
help
believe
your
that.
life.
You have to believe that.
Yeah, my hands are up. My hands are up.
I know.
My hands are up.
Shannon, you have to believe that we are here to help you.
You are not here to help me.
Here we are.
You're here to help.
No, we're not here for that right now. We're here to help you.
No.
You're our priority. You are our priority. We're here to do whatever we can to help you.
I'm gonna tell you. Fuck this guy in his light, his white light.
I know, but we gotta
Fuck
keep...
Nick and fuck this guy. Fuck, yo, tell this guy to turn his fucking white light off right now.
Shannon, we need to keep a light on. That's what we have.
Yo,
That's for everybody's safety, including yours. You have to believe
tell
that.
him right now.
Shannon, I can't do that.
You're going to kill me right now if he does not turn his white light off.
We're not going to kill anybody. We have to keep a light on. Shannon, this is my light now. Don't do that. Come on now, brother. Hand back off of that
Tell
trigger.
him right now.
Shannon.
Tell him.
Shannon,
Tell him.
you can't dictate orders
Tell
like that.
him.
You know it's not safe.
Yo, I'm going to dictate every motherfucker or you're going to kill me.
We're not doing that, my brother. Come on now.
You're going to kill me or else.
I'm not killing you. Stop it. I'm not killing you. Shannon, can you just unsling that rifle, my friend? You got to stop right there, brother. You got to stop, please.
I'm going to tell you.
Yes, sir.
I
I
am
will point
not
in your face.
motherfucking anything right now.
What's that?
Nothing.
Shannon,
Nothing.
please take
Nothing.
your hand and unsling that rifle with both hands. Come on,
Yo,
man.
fuck you. Merry Christmas. Fuck you. Merry Christmas. Fuck you.
Merry Christmas
Merry
back
Christmas.
to you, brother. Come on, man. I want to...
You want to kill me?
Not at all, brother.
Kill
Come
me.
on. Shannon,
Kill me.
we want to make everybody have a
Uh-uh.
good Christmas. Come on, man.
I'm going to make this as easy
Shannon,
as possible.
Don't do that.
For you.
Shannon.
For you. Everybody.
Come on, brother.
Everybody.
You can back. Why don't you get back over by the fence? Relax. Shannon, come on, man. Come on. I'm here to listen to you, bro. Come on. I can listen to you all night. Keep giving me something. Come on.
I'm going to reach for the rifle.
All right. Don't do that. Come on now.
I'm going to drop the mag.
If you want to drop the mag, go ahead. Drop it right there. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Shannon, there you go. Rack that one that's out of the top then.
No, fuck you.
Did you rack one in there?
Nope.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Let me see it open then.
Nope.
Come on. We all have
If you want to
rifles.
fucking kill me.
We're not going to kill you. We're on
Fuck
body
Nick.
cam, brother. We don't want
Fuck
this.
Nick. Tell
Shannon.
Nick to drop his white light right now.
Then I'm going to light you up then.
Yo.
Come on, Shannon. You
This
can't
is what we're
advance on me. Stand by.
I got cover.
18, one down, sending the bus. Watch touch.
I got cover.
Alright, watch
I got cover. I got
Hold on, watch touch.
it. Get his hand secure. Put him over.
I got it.
Alright, get the rifle. Work on that.
Yep.
We got him covered. Flip him over.
सब तो पहले कोशिश ये करनी है कि ना ज़्यादा काम तो ना यानी कि कॉपीराइट से बचो हाँ वैसे फिलहाल होने इन्ना यानी कि मसला नहीं है जरा यानी कि भाई हुण तुसीं अजे हुण स्टार्टिंग कीते पे मसला आएगा नहीं इसे फिलहाल कोई मसला नहीं है मसला आएगा बाद विच जैसे मोनेटाइज होना हाँ जिन्हें मर्जी पता चला दो दस चलो कौन कहता ਭਾਈ ਤੇਰੇ ਨੈ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਈ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇ ਤੇ
ਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਵਿਖਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਪੋਡਕਾਸਟ ਕਰਵਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਰਵਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਾ ਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਆ
ਕੌਣ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ
ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਹਫਤਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਸੀ
ਯਾਰ
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਇਆ
ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਣਾ ਪੁੱਛ
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ
ਨੂਰ ਭਾਈ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲੈ
ਆਇਆ ਬਸ ਕੋਈ ਵੈਸੇ ਨਾ ਠੀਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ
ਯਾਰ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਚਲ ਹੁਣ ਤੂੰ ਮਾਸ਼ਾਅੱਲਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਤੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਵੀ ਚਲਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੱਕ ਬਣਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨ ਬਈ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਚਲੋ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੋ ਚਲੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨ
ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਬੋਡੀ ਪੈ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਤੋਂ ਬੈਠਾ ਨਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਠ ਪਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਗਿਆ
ਯਾਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਗੋਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ
ਨਾ ਗੌਸ ਦੀ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਲੈ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਨਾ ਗੌਸ ਦੀ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਗੌਸ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ
ਸਹੀ
ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਲਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਰਿਆ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੇਟੀਆ ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਰੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਨਾ
ਬਾਕੀ ਯਾਰ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਤੀ ਮਾਜਰਾ
ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਲੱਲਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੰਦੀਪ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਲਾਜੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਖਰਾਬ ਕੀਤਾ
ਕਿਸੇ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਦਾਂ
ਇਹ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹ ਆਹ ਪੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਝੋਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ
ਹਾਂ
ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋ ਬੀਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਬੰਦਾ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੈਣ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਝੋਲੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੱਗੀ ਕਿ ਆਹ ਦਵਾਈ ਖਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਪਈ ਇਹ ਦੱਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਪਈ ਕਿ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਬੜਾ ਛੇੜ ਦੀ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਯਾਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਸੀ ਕੱਲ ਮਾਈ ਆਈ ਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਦਵਾਈ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਉਧਰ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਡੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਮੇਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੌਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਦੇ ਦਵਾਈ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ
ਯਾਰ ਜਿਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿਰ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਰੱਖੀ ਆ ਕਾਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਰੱਖੀ ਆ
ਇਹ ਨਾ ਪੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਲਈ ਆ ਦੱਸ ਬਾਅਦ ਚੀਜ਼ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲਈ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ
ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਤੇ ਆਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਆਪਣਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਸੈਟ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਕੰਮ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਪੂਰੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਾਰਨੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ 2 ਸਾਲ ਲੱਗਣ 3 ਸਾਲ ਲੱਗਣ ਮੈਂ ਕੰਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਡਿਪਲੋਮਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੇ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਦੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਭਾਈ ਵੀ ਨੇ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਵੀ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭੇਜਾ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਨਾ ਭੇਜਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਪਤਨੀ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ
ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਸਮ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਕਦੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਕੋਈ ਲਗਾਈ
Okay.
He's probably 8 feet down, 8 or 10, somewhere.
Yeah.
around
Is
there.
he heads up?
He's okay. He was standing up. He's head up.
Hey, buddy.
Poured brick down there.
Okay.
We're gonna get you out, Bentley. It's okay.
What's your name, big guy? Okay. What's his name? Bentley. Okay. It's all right.
Bentley boy. She was just walking around, and I guess he stepped on this thing, and the lid broke.
Okay. Okay. We're good. He's good. He's upright. He's breathing.
He's doing good.
He's crying, which is a great thing. We're in good shape.
He might have landed on the brick.
Yeah, well, we'll figure all that out when we get out of there.
Do we know what happened?
walked right across this, and it was literally.
It's okay, buddy.
He's good with grabbing stuff, so I think once they get a rope down, he should be able to finagle his way in there. He's used to it with his car seat.
Sure.
It's okay, buddy.
You're all right.
It's all right.
See, and he's standing up. Well, he's good. He's good. He's standing up. Both of his legs are okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's all right.
He might have got scratched up on
Oh, yeah. He's probably good. There's people coming to help. You hear them? You're all right, buddy.
I heard her scream. I was
They have
underneath
fire on the way? Rescue? Okay.
So, I don't know that we have anything at the city building.
I don't have anything in my car. I normally have some rope or something, but I don't. He's fine. He's like 14 feet down though. He's like 15 feet down.
Hey, Bentley. Hey, how's it going?
654 McPherson.
612, 654, and EMS will help me.
654.
Out of the hole. Since you can show me on scene.
Fire just got on scene.
654.
Rescue 72 dispatching, showing up.
Six, 5-4 McPherson.
654.
Just an update. The patient's on his feet upright in the hole. He's standing. He appears uninjured at this time. It's going to be a process to get him extricated. If you have any law enforcement running emergent traffic, they can slow down.
612's do it. Filling up. Engine 75 to dispatch on scene.
I know it's going to seem kind of scary, but I'm going to have to move away right now, okay? Does that make sense? I know it's scary. Are you dad? So,
653, 656.
Grab a flashlight or two out 75.
I don't know where you want it. What's up, buddy? Were they trying to get a hold of me? Do you know? Because none of my radios went off. I don't even think they put this page on the law enforcement active 911. He's fine. He's on his feet down there. It's a long freaking way down, though.
Did he fall down there?
So they were running around. The lid wasn't secured, and it flipped off the hole.
And down he went.
Yeah. He's just big enough
For him.
For him. Yeah.
Yeah. I drove by and I saw her freaking out like she was falling. I was like, what the hell? So I went around. And as I pulled in and it said they had just called you guys.
Yeah.
He's down there.
Yeah.
Holy
It was
smokes.
a fall.
Yeah, that was a fall.
Crazy him, right?
I would assume. I would
Oh,
assume.
yeah, they're made out of rubber.
I would assume. So if he goes out, he slows down. It's just big enough, dude.
Hopefully you just hold on to the rope and they can just yank him out. How old is he? 14 months?
14 months. He needs to put it around and then cross his arms. I don't know if parents can communicate that to him or not.
But dispatch called me. 14-month-old stuck in a hole, about 10 feet deep.
Is there a long extendable pole or something?
We have a catch pole. We don't.
I'm willing to do whatever. Here, help me make the knot.
I didn't even throw a gun belt on or anything.
It'd be all right.
I think it'd be okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, I was gonna say. Good.
I was about to say, I got a sawzall literally across the way. Let me just grab that.
We got a sawzall on the rescue.
Yeah.
Front or driver's left
Like,
side.
take this and butcher whatever you need to.
I don't know if you need it longer than that or what, but that's where you started cutting.
I'm willing to good as idea as any. Whatever one of you fire guys come up with that, you're pretty smart.
Is it glued on there? Do we double check that? Make sure it's not gonna.
It won't be strong enough to hold on to that if he grabs it. We're going to hook under it. I thought I had some. You want to try to tell us all what we're going to do?
Bentley boy. Mama's right here. We're getting him out. It's okay. Mama's right here.
Hey, Bentley! Bentley, listen to me, bud. I need you to stand up.
He's not good. He's only 14 months. He's not good.
No, it's good. You'll stand on that?
Doing my patrol thing.
That boy.
There you go.
Is there any way someone can like lower down into it?
Lower brother.
Brother's
small enough.
Yeah.
Strong enough to hold him there.
But no, he's strong enough to put a rope around him.
I don't think there's a training for this necessarily.
There is.
Is there?
Find Space Rescue.
You're
What you would, so the reason I asked about a catch pole, you need to get under his shoulders, right? And if you can get a catch pole around his body, tighten it up. It's not going to be comfortable coming up. It's not near as dangerous as this.
Broke?
What I asked before they put in the fucking hole. Falco, can you use that pole on one side to stretch out a loop on the rope? Does that make sense?
We can loop it over.
Use that to pin the rope to one side.
What's your idea? Run that rope down the.
You want a catch pole basically? Okay. Let's make.
No.
We'll just make a quick catch pole.
You got that in?
Yeah.
I'm not a loop tire, so I'll give that to you.
We're gonna try to make a catch pole kind of rig here. Make it big enough to manipulate. I fucked that up, didn't I? Yeah.
You're close.
Got like 12 feet. Every bit, almost every bit of this.
It's deep. You're at least 12 feet. For it.
How are we gonna?
See if you can't get that around his shoulders or something. Or even take as much slack as you need. Do you need the other side of it supported to where if we tied this yellow line to it?
Give me something else. Is there anything long enough to stick down there to try to help maneuver that rope?
Yeah. What do you guys looking for?
Just a 8 or 10 foot stick or something.
Jeremy's wanting to grab another one for us. Yeah, maybe somewhere. They gotta be pretty. There's that.
Maybe use the handle end. I don't know. This is mom. Dad is, I believe dad's in the gray shirt and that's brother. So. This is your guys' house, ma'am. There we go. We got an arm. We got an arm.
All right, Jeremy.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rex.
Need slack.
Loosen it up here.
Yep.
Let's go down.
There you go. Plenty of slack. Plenty of slack. Right here. Right here.
Patient is out of the hole.
Right.
We'll be evaluating the patient now.
What kind of pit is it? What's it for?
I think it's a sump pump.
Sump?
Yep.
Okay. Sump pump?
Sump pump.
You need a light down there?
Where'd my flashlight go, actually? I need to find mine. Some firefighter has it. They'll steal it. I guarantee it. Yep, that's the one. Outstanding. Oh. It's just a hole.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't look like it.
I don't know. I don't think so. It kind of looks like a dead end down there.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Well, I'm sure it had a purpose.
Oh, I'm sure it did, but yep.
Well, if it doesn't have a purpose anymore, they can go away like yesterday.
Yeah, because that's how it happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a freaking booby trap.
Yeah, if it's not in there just right. Do you know what it is? It is it even still using the mark? It doesn't look like there's nothing that comes in. Yeah, I'll make it disappear to the thing.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Good idea.
Thanks.
Guys, I thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. It's kind of a scary deal. Yes, sir.
You got something you want to put over it right now?
Even like a sandbag or something that the kids can't lift. It's just a straight empty hole.
He was all the way down there?
Yeah, he was all the way down.
Just put a whip around and grab him by the ankle and pull him out?
We got it around his body, under his shoulders.
Good.
So basically made a giant catch pole.
Standing?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, cool.
He was feet first.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk.
Well, he'd have hit his head if he'd have gone head first.
Yeah.
Could have done a lot more damage.
Yep.
We might not have given your 14-year-old son an option then. We'd have just stuck to him.
Oh, Keegan's so damn wide now.
Sorry.
All right.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Right. Weird, right? No, man, I'll probably get parents' info and do a short, add it to the email, basically. So I appreciate you guys coming out. Did you hear me coming over the radio? Did anybody?
I heard you, and they kept getting
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just either not listening or
Jesus.
what. I called
Did they
dispatch.
dispatch it to me? They dispatched it to you?
Yeah, they dispatched. I already called us.
Okay.
What time did you
I'm not trying to piss people. I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah. No, what time did you come out today?
6 a.m.
You know what the process was? Full fucking panic mode. I'm gonna hit the first 6 number I see, and we're just gonna send them.
Yeah. So I was already on my way. I saw it. They didn't even do the active alert to Mound Ridge PD. So they did it to EMS. I was on the way here. Then I started hearing. It was weird. Whatever.
I already called. I got it fixed.
Cool. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Are they getting ready to take off? Or are they still doing an assessment? What's going on, guys? What's your name, sir?
My name's Blake.
Blake?
Yes, sir. Zordman.
Zordman, okay. And you?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Zordman? Okay, cool. We typed a little information report, basically. So, I'm glad he's doing all right.
No, I had it on the back. I have no clue where it is. I hope it's okay. She didn't even know anything. Bentley's okay.
What?
I was wondering.
Youngster's name? Bentley?
Bentley.
Bentley Zordman?
Absolutely nuts.
Well, that was because Bentley was walking down
Yeah, we're good.
where our house and the neighbors is.
I don't
like,
hear
where
signs.
it's like,
Yeah,
there's
he's just
Bentley
loving mama
walking
up.
down there, and I
Nothing wrong with that.
turned
Yep.
around. That's why she was, whoever her was
back,
barking,
man.
and she saw Bentley.
Okay.
They're just walking around the yard. just all
All right, buddy. I think I'm going to... Do you guys need anything from me?
No.
All right.
We all good.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Oh, hey, good idea there,
I tried.
Mr. Dog Catcher. You must have caught some dogs in your day.
No, but I did. I did rig a catch pole for a raccoon in my neighbor's house. It crawled down the chimney while they were on vacation and had its way with the cereal and shit all over the fucking place. Couldn't get back out and was holed up in her closet. So, yeah, it's pretty funny. I appreciate you, buddy.
All right,
Thanks.
I literally did nothing.
Well,
They just called me. And I was
I'm
like,
so good. So apparently,
that sounds not good.
yeah, they've never dispatched me to it.
Sounds about right.
The county, I think he was the supervisor. I can't remember his fucking name now. Willems?
Jake.
Yeah. He already called dispatch and was like, hey, what the fuck? So, they never dispatched me. They were ignoring me on the radio as I was trying to give updates.
Yeah, I heard that.
Like, it was a little irritating.
Oh, yeah. Well, I get they're probably
Chaos,
talking to EMS
sure.
and fires. That would...
ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਇਹ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਾ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਤੋਂ ਨਾ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਕਾਪੀਰਾਈਟ ਸਾਲੇ ਬਚੋ ਹਾਂ ਵੈਸੇ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਮਸਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਟਾਰਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਵੀ ਮਸਲਾ ਆਏਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਸੇ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਮਸਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਮਸਲਾ ਆਏਗਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੈਸੇ ਮੋਨੇਟਾਈਜ਼ ਹੋਣਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੀਰੇ ਦੋਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੰਮ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਤੀਜਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ तो अच्छा एक पंजाब में 2 चैनल चल रहे हैं अलग अलग टीवी
जिन्हें मर्जी पर चला दो 10 चलो कौन कहता
मेरे नाका ਦੀ ਢਿੰਗੜੀ ਛੜੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ
ਭਾਈ ਤੇਰੇ ਨੈ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਈ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨਾਲ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇ ਤੇ
ਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਵਿਖਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਪੋਡਕਾਸਟ ਕਰਵਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਿਖਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਾ ਦੇਗਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਆ
ਕੌਣ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ
ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਰ ਹਫਤਾ ਦੇ ਆ
ਯਾਰ
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਣਾ
ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਣਾ ਪੁੱਛ ਨੂਰ ਭਾਈ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲੈ
ਆਇਆ ਬਸ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ
ਯਾਰ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ। ਚਲ ਹੁਣ ਤੂੰ ਮਾਸ਼ਾਅੱਲਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ, ਤੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਵੀ ਚਲਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੱਕ ਬਣਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨ ਬਈ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਕਰ। ਦੂਸਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਚਲੋ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਡਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੋ, ਚਲੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨ।
ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਗੋਲੀ ਪੈ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਤੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਨਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਬਿਨਾ ਕੁਆਲੀ ਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਖਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਠ ਪਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਗੱਲ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਭੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਭੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਲੱਭੇ, ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹਿ ਗਿਆ।
ਯਾਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਾਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਬਾਅਦ ਗੋਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਗਿਆ।
ਨਾ 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 ਗੌਸ ਦੀ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਲੈ ਜ਼ਰਾ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਕਹੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਗੌਸ ਦੀ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਗੌਸ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ
ਸਹੀ।
ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਲਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਰਿਆ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੇਟੀ ਆ। ਗੌਸ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਨਾ
ਬਸ ਯਾਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਥ ਹੀ ਮਾਜਰਾ।
ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਲਾਲਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਸਬੂਤ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਲਾਲੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਕਿਹਾ
ਕਿਸੇ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਦਾਂ
ਇਹ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹ ਆ ਪੱਕੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਝੋਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ
ਹਾਂ
ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਬਿਲ ਫੰਡ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਬੰਦਾ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੈਣ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਝੋਲੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਵਾਈ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਆਹ ਦਵਾਈ ਖਾਣੀ ਪਈ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਪਈ ਇਹ ਦੱਸ ਲਓ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਪਈ ਕਿ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਬੜਾ ਛੇ ਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ
ਯਾਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਸੀ, ਕੱਲ ਮਾਈ ਆਈ ਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਦਵਾਈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ और उधर यानी कि डील करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है।
मैं एक मेन बहुत गल कर देखी है, मैं गौस ਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਹੇਵੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਦਵਾਈ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋੜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ
यार जिस वे अपनी कोई चीज़ है वो आप सिर करने लिए रखी है, कादे लिए रखी है
ये हम पढ़िया लिखा पता भी चुके हर चीज नहीं कादे लिया दस बात ठीक है पढ़ दो जो है
यार। मैं उन्हें इस दुकान पे आना, मैं उन्हें एक यानी कि अपना माइंड सेट बना के आया, काम सीखना, काम सीख के अपना डिप्लोमा करना। यानी कि ये नहीं कि पूरी सीख इतने मैं गुजारी नहीं, यानी कि मैंने इतने 2 साल लगे 3 साल लगे मैं काम चंगी तरह से सीखना, सीख के फिर डिप्लोमा करना, डिप्लोमा करके फिर इन्हें यानी कि मेरे उस्ताद एक किस्म के है भाई भी ने उस्ताद भी ने सारा कुछ ने। इन्होंने फिर जितने मैंने भेजा मैं जाना, ना भेजन मैं इत्थे ही है कोई गल नहीं यार। पता नहीं यार मेरे
Officer John Fisher is suing his fiance's ex-boyfriend, 30-year-old truck driver Jorge Gachez, for filing false charges and defamation of character.
Order. All rise.
Yeah, this is case number 261 on the calendar in the matter of Fisher versus Gachez. Why has it been sworn in, Judge? You're welcome. You may be seated.
Mr. Fisher, the defendant used to live with your current fiancée.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've been living with, her first name is Melissa?
Yes, Your Honor.
For 3 years.
Approximately 3 years, yes, Your
And
Honor.
how old is the child?
5 years old.
You claim that the defendant maliciously and willfully did several things. He first filed charges against you with internal affairs. You are a police officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
In addition to that, he filed for a restraining order against you, causing you to have to hire counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in addition, he filed charges with Child Protective Services alleging that you had either abused and or neglected his daughter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All of those charges, according to you, were dismissed.
They were, Your Honor.
And you want to be compensated for all your aggravation.
Yes, Your Honor.
And your defense, Mr. Gachez, is that you had a right to file these charges.
That is correct.
Okay. When was the incident that precipitated the filing of these charges?
Well, Your Honor, for the last 3 years, this man has harassed myself
and my fiancee Melissa. He couldn't get through the courts to get Melissa, so he elected to in turn attack me, Your Honor.
Were there custody proceedings involving the child?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that right, sir?
That's correct. The judge ordered for us to have the same visitations and the same rights, which is half and half, 50-50. And I got proofs of that.
Let me see what you have. Did you ever sign this stipulation for custody, sir?
Yes, I did.
Because it's not signed here.
Your Honor, it hasn't...
Shh. Melissa signed it. Why haven't you signed it?
I requested these copies from the lawyer, and he still has them.
No. You have this thing here,
Okay.
Mr. Gotches. This is a letter that was sent to you. It's a stipulation regarding the custody and visitation order that was agreed to after you all went to mediation.
That's right.
And Melissa signed it. It was awaiting, signed it back in December of 1999.
Correct.
It was awaiting your signature so it could be so ordered by the judge. Why did you never sign it?
The reason why, because I remember now that there were some things that they were still not settled, like the taking our kid to counseling. That was one.
Well, what did you do to follow up on it, sir?
I haven't had money. I have been on disability, and I haven't had money to go to court, Your Honor.
I mean, you go through a whole process. A psychologist, mediator spends hours, if not days, discussing the recommendations with you. They come up with a plan that you both agreed to, and it's clearly laid out here. And then in order to resolve the whole matter, forwarded to you is the stipulation for you to sign so this matter can be resolved. Now it's a year, and you haven't done it. That's outrageous.
Okay.
Outrageous. Okay. Let's start out with the Child Protective Services, please. Did you, in fact, sir, file charges against him with Child Protective Services?
Not against Mr. Fisher, or what I called because I wanted him to investigate. I wanted to put a complaint.
So what was the complaint that you put in?
The complaint was about the incident that happened that night, which was Mr. John Fisher, yelling at my daughter, using bad language.
What did he say? Well, your daughter must have told you this, right?
No, that happened
you
the same
there?
night when I was dropping my daughter off, when the incident happened.
Oh, well, tell me about the incident, sir, that caused you to call in a report to Child Protective Services.
It was more verbal abuse, moral
Tell me
abuse.
about it. What did you tell them? How did you tell them that he abused your daughter?
By him yelling at me in front of her, using bad language, ordering my daughter to get out of my truck, and scaring my daughter, using bad language.
Tell me what he did.
Well, what he did was that that night of the 23rd, he arrived in his truck. He parked in the driveway, and
Of whose house?
his house.
So he came to his house and he parked his truck in his driveway.
Correct. He got out of his truck, came over to me.
What were you doing there?
I was waiting for her mother to arrive from work.
So you were waiting
Yes.
to return her from your custody arrangement?
Correct, yes. And he approached me. He came over where I was parked at. My daughter was right there with me inside the truck. And he started using profanity. Like,
What did he say?
he said, what's wrong with me? Okay, and I go, okay. And he ordered my daughter to get out of the truck and to go inside the house. My daughter refused. He told him, he told my daughter twice to get out of the truck. My daughter was scared and she jumped into my arms. And that's what happened.
Don't talk to each other, please. Just look at me.
And he ordered my daughter twice to get out of the truck, okay? And he asked me why the heck I was telling my daughter not to go with them. So I ain't gonna leave my daughter with someone like you in this type of mood that he was in, because he did stink,
Just a second. Look at me, not him. What happened next?
He said, he told me to get out of the truck, talk man to man, okay? So what I did, I got out of the truck because I was afraid, I was afraid of my...
So you got out of the truck and what happened?
I got out of the truck and started, using more bad language, okay? He said, telling me that he's a big American guy, that he has a big job, that how come I do not help her mother with money. And he was not making sense that night.
That makes perfect sense to me, sir. You look like a very healthy man to me. Why aren't you working? It says you don't work here. Just a second. Answer my question.
Sure.
You look very strong and very healthy. It says here, in one part of this report that I just read, that it would be very nice for your daughter to spend the time with you because you don't work. Why don't you work?
Because I'm on disability.
What
Your
kind of
Honor.
disability are you
I
on?
got bad knees and I got bad back.
You got bad knees and you got a bad back.
Correct.
You drive a truck?
I'm a delivery driver, correct, Your Honor.
You were a delivery driver. You were driving a truck the time you drove your daughter home, right?
That's right.
Yeah. When was the last time you sent child support for your daughter or supported her?
There had not been any court orders about child support, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I'd like to add.
I'll get to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Did she get hurt?
Yeah, many times.
Many times,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
What, do you think I was there? It happens.
You're right.
Of course. Think I'm just a good guesser? They don't keep me around here because I'm gorgeous, you know.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Deputy Officer John Fisher says his fiance's ex-boyfriend, Jorge Gatches, falsely accused him of child abuse and making threats.
Now, when did you call Child Protective Services?
The same night after I left the scene,
What did you tell them?
I told him I just wanted to get more information, and I wanted to let him know what happened that night, that my daughter was crying and she was scared. My daughter was refusing to stay alone with them, which she had done it many times before, Your Honor.
Now, when did you file a restraining order against him?
A couple days later.
Why?
Because the same night when I was dropping off my daughter, he threatened me with, because he said that he knows the law, he works with the law, and he knows the law much better.
Yes?
That he knows the law much better than me, okay? And
I think you know a little bit about the civil law, at least very well, at least about workman's compensation and disability. You know a little bit about that. You have a lawyer, right? You have a lawyer, right?
yes, I do.
You hurt yourself. Let me see if I can put this together. I bet you hurt yourself while you were on your job, right?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
You think I'm just a good guesser? They don't keep me around here because I'm gorgeous, you know. You hurt yourself on your job. You have a lawsuit pending against your employer?
That's correct, Your Honor.
How long have you had a lawsuit pending against your former
It
employer?
has been around about 2 years and a half.
And you go to see a doctor regularly?
Yes.
You go to a chiropractor, perhaps?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Could almost write the script, right?
You're good.
Would you prefer to sit down, Mr. Gatches? Is your back bothering you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I know you're fine. So he threatened you that he knows the law better than you. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Fisher. I think he's got the system pretty well played out.
I think so too, Your Honor.
Right. Okay, now let's get to internal affairs. Did you file a complaint against Mr. Fisher with internal affairs?
Not that I can recall that one.
Okay. Do you have any documentation that
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Gotch... Shh, let me finish the question, Mr. Fisher.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any documentation that Mr. Gotch has filed an independent complaint with regard to the incident of the 23rd of August with the police department?
Yes, Your
Internal
Honor.
Affairs. Can I see it,
A
please?
letter from Internal Affairs.
Bottom line is that they, in effect, decided not to pursue any of these complaints because, according to this letter that was sent to you, sir, while you may find Deputy Fisher's conduct objectionable, your complaint does not describe any unlawful conduct. So clearly, you did send a letter of complaint to the Sheriff's Internal Affairs Division, right?
Yes, I did.
Well, that's what I asked you before. I don't understand why this verbal confrontation took place at the beginning, sir. Mr. Gatches, if you got to the house and Melissa wasn't home, instead of sitting outside and waiting for her, why didn't you just either go to your house, take Melissa out for soda, come back when she was there? Why did you sit there and wait for her?
That night, my daughter, it was the second time that she didn't want to stay alone with them. Plus, you know, he's sick.
Stay alone with whom?
Excuse me?
Stay alone with whom?
With Mr. Fisher. She refuses to stay alone with him.
Well, that's not true, sir. I
Your
guarantee
Honor.
you, sir, they've been living together for almost 3 years, and I guarantee you there are times when your daughter stays home with Mr. Fisher.
Many times, Your Honor.
Without Melissa. Nowhere in this psychiatric and psychological report and the mediation report does it suggest that Mr. Fisher is an inappropriate custodian. It doesn't say that.
Okay.
You live with a child who's 5 years old. Sometimes you're going to raise your voice, right?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Fisher has never used any corporal punishment with regard to your child, right?
That's not what my daughter told me one time.
Oh, well, tell me what your daughter told you
That
one
she got
time.
pushed in the bathtub by him, but he came out with a different story, so I left it to that. And also her mother called me saying that it was just an accident that it happened in the bathtub.
Well, does that sometimes happen, Mr. Gotches? An
She may
accident in the
probably
bathtub?
happen.
Shh. Does that sometimes happen, sir?
Yes.
Let me take you back to when your daughter, and you were living with her at the time, was about 1.5 years old. She started to walk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember her falling?
Yes.
You remember her falling next to a table?
Yes.
Did she get hurt?
Yeah, many times.
Many times,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
What, do you think I was there? You think I had a camera in your living room?
No.
It happens. You think somebody should notify Child Protective Services because you weren't watching her carefully enough?
You're right.
Of course.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He claims poverty, but he runs up attorney bills to thousands of dollars. Where does he get this money? And then he gets in court and he can't even keep his lies straight, Your Honor.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. John Fisher says Jorge Gotches filed false charges against him, causing him to hire a lawyer.
Listen, you may not like him because he's not working, and you know he's full of baloney.
He's a liar. He's so bored with his life, he drives around the block, getting dizzy watching our house. He's a thorn in our side, and he's waiting for us to get married so that he can take us to court and use my income so he can sponge off the system some more for child support.
Listen to me, Mr. Fisher.
It's the way he is, Your Honor.
Mr. Fisher, you're angry.
I'm not angry, Your Honor.
No, Mr. Fisher, you're angry. And you may have a right to be angry.
Your Honor.
What?
That night did happen. Well, he did threaten me with my life. He said that he was going to send me back, deported back to my country because he knows a friend that lives up the street that lives for the INS, that he knows the system much better than I do, and that he is not afraid to take me in pieces.
Okay.
Your Honor,
And because I was afraid of my life, I did try to get legal counsel, and they told me what to do, and that's what I did. That's why I followed all this process, because I felt, danger for my life and for my daughter, not just, physically, but also by my daughter's health, because this man over here is taking medication for tuberculosis, and he can also infect my daughter with it.
If you knew what you were talking about, you wouldn't be talking.
What's the medication that you're taking for?
Listen to me, Bert. I think we should have different positions here. Why don't you go over there?
Sure.
I'm not happy with the fact that the two of you share physical custody of a 5-year-old child and can't at least be civil to each other.
Your Honor, I could be totally civil with this man if he would quit running up attorney bills. He claims poverty, but he runs up attorney bills to thousands of dollars. Where does he get this money? He had enough nerve to call my house and ask Melissa for a loan to pay his attorney bills that he's ran up to $10,000 or $12,000.
Which attorney? For which attorney?
For the one over the custody issue. This man, every time you turn around, we're in court. I personally, myself, have paid around $6,000 in attorney bills because of frivolous motions and stuff like this, restraining orders, and then he gets in court and he can't even keep his lies straight, Your Honor. This man compounds lies so bad he can't even remember the first lie he told.
Okay.
If he was so scared that night, Your Honor,
he wasn't so
why
scared.
did he get, well, that's what he claims in the TRO. Why did he get out of his truck?
Why did you approach me to my truck?
You know,
That's
why
none
did
of
he,
your
if I
business.
had guns and all this other stuff he says, what,
I
the
don't
only
want
reason
you to
you
talk
know
to each other.
The only reason he knows I have guns is because of the line of work I'm in. His daughter has never, ever seen a gun in my house, has never seen me carry a gun. I make it a point not to have guns around.
Listen, I strongly urge you, Mr. Gotches, there is a stipulation here. Melissa signed it. It was waiting for a judge's signature, and there is no reason in the world why you should not sign this thing and put an end to the court works amongst you. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Fisher,
Yes, Your Honor.
you think that you've acted wholly appropriately, listen to me, wholly appropriately on the evening of August 23rd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you say anything to him about, if you want a nice car like this, why don't you get a job?
No, Your Honor. What was said was, he says, you think you're somebody because you're a cop and you drive a $40,000 truck. And I simply said to him, I'm sorry you drive a piece of... I wake up every morning and go to work. That's why I drive a new truck. That's exactly what I
You can
said.
tell that he was using profanity in front of my daughter. Why does he do that?
He may not be perfect, Mr. Gotches. You're not perfect either. We know that. About a lot of things.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
So everything was dismissed. Did you have to hire an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. This was my job.
Okay.
They took my gun from me.
They did?
Yes, Your Honor.
For how long?
For 11 days, Your Honor.
And how much did you pay the lawyer that you hired?
I paid him $1,300. On top of that, I had a $196 filing fee.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, malicious prosecution suggests that charges were filed that had absolutely no basis, in fact. Was it malicious? I don't think so. I think it was stupid. Mr. Gotches, I believe that Mr. Fisher should not have any out-of-pocket expenses with regard to your complaint against him, and I'm awarding him $1,496 for the charges that you filed against him, which caused him to have to retain counsel. That's the judgment of the court. That's all. Believe me, you'll be much better off if you try to get along. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Collins for $1,500 in unpaid loans. Stephen says they were all gifts.
Order. All rise.
Yeah, this is case number 414 on the calendar in the matter of Lee versus Collins. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Lee, you dated the defendant for a very brief period of time, and it is your claim that during that period of time you made a series of loans to him totaling approximately $1,550.
Correct.
The defendant says that these were dating things. He paid for some things, you paid for some things, and there was never any agreement on his part to return any money to you. Is that your statement,
Yes,
sir?
Your Honor.
All right. When did you begin dating the defendant?
In September 2000.
And when do you claim the first loan was?
September 18th was the first one.
Tell me about that.
I went to my ATM machine. My friend Angela was with me, and we withdrawed $400 from my account, and I went into my overdraft to do this. Then,
What did you take out the $400 for?
because Steve asked to borrow money from me, and he said that he needed it to buy some clothes, pay off some warrants that he had.
This was within days of meeting him, is
Correct.
that right? And?
Angela was with me, and we met Steve there, and I handed Steve the money, and I told him that it had to be paid back within 30 days, because that is how long I have to pay off my overdraft with my bank.
Does that sound familiar to you, sir? No, listen to me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Look right here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you, in fact, take $400 from the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was that within days of meeting her?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's pretty nasty.
Well, Your Honor.
So what did you need the money for?
Basically, she told me, Your Honor, that she would give me the money.
I didn't ask you that. I said,
sorry.
what did you need the money for?
Not anything specific. She voluntarily gave me the money.
That's not true, Your
You just
Honor.
a second. You're irritating me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
How old are you?
31.
I'm older. There is a certain life experience that one develops as one gets older. And do you know what that life experience is, Mr. Collins?
No, Your Honor.
Well, I'm going to try to explain it to you because you appear to be an intelligent man, maybe a little amoral, but intelligent. People met each other, they're dating casually. The issue of $400 usually doesn't come up unless one of them says to the other, I'm falling behind a little in some of my bills, or I have some pressing financial problem. Can you help me out? It usually doesn't happen the other way. The gal saying to you, by the way, after we leave the movie, I want you to tell me whether or not you have any financial problems that you'd like me to help you out with. You got me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, so during this brief period of dating, you must have told Miss Lee that you were having some financial problems.
She voluntarily, like I said, voluntarily gave me the money.
Collins,
Yes, Your Honor.
pay attention to my question.
Okay.
Get off your script. Do you understand?
Yes.
At what point did you tell her that you were having financial difficulties?
I neither told her I was having financial difficulties. Didn't tell her whatsoever I was having financial difficulties.
How many days did you know her before you took this $400 from her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
How
question?
many days did you know her before you took the $400 from her? I speak English.
I'm sorry. I knew her, it was at least a month before she gave me the money, at least a month.
You met in September.
Yes, yes.
September 18th, she makes a withdrawal.
To my record, I don't have the correct...
You have the withdrawal
I do.
slip. May I see it, please?
Yes.
You know, he is not a testament to your good judgment.
It's the first.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
All right.
You're right.
All right. When was the next loan that you made to him, Miss Lee?
It was shortly after that. I believe we went shopping, and he just asked me to help him buy some clothes because his clothes were all in Colorado, and a friend had stolen them from his storage unit. And he said that he didn't really have any clothes, and so I felt bad for him. And so we went to the store and bought him some clothes.
Oh,
Just a second. That's not a loan.
Well, he asked me if I would buy him the clothes, and he said that he would pay me back.
Did you expect to get paid back, Miss Lee?
At the beginning, I did. But as I got further into the relationship, I realized I was never going to get paid back.
Right. And you continued to buy him these things.
Well, I did stop it at one point, and that's why we are no longer together.
I understand. But you continued to buy him the things anyway.
Correct.
Did you buy your own clothes?
I do, Your Honor.
Are you disputing the fact that she bought you clothes?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Your Honor.
What'd you buy her? Just, I'm curious.
Well, I had money and...
No.
I'm okay. Okay, let me... Okay.
Did you listen to my question?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you buy her?
Basically, movies, dinner, etc.
Your Honor,
No,
that's not
there
true.
are no et ceteras.
Okay.
There are no et ceteras. What else? Did you buy her?
That's basically it. Just movies and dinner. And she did this out of her own goodwill. I neither told her I would pay her back or anything.
Just a second.
Okay.
I didn't ask you anything else. I asked you what you bought her.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Miss Lee, you don't get paid for acting foolish. You do get paid for $400. That you get paid for. Because I know, and you know, Mr. Charming here knows, that he told you he was in financial difficulty, which is the only reason an otherwise intelligent woman would go into overdraft to give him the $400. And unless you had some really serious way of putting back that money, it seems only logical that he said to you at the beginning of your relationship, not to worry, I'll give it back to you before you have to make your first payment on your overdraft. As far as all of these things go, with the exception of a couple of things, you say you gave him another $200 in cash.
Correct.
What was that for?
I don't know what exactly it was for. He just told me that he needed to get some supplements or his weight training or something along those lines, and he asked me if he could borrow the money again, and I told him yes.
But he hadn't given you the money back yet from the 18th.
Correct. Well, he told me that he was getting a job, and he's still, to this day, I don't think he has one.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer Lee says ex-boyfriend Stephen Collins owes her $1,500 in loans.
So how do you earn a living, Mr. Collins?
I was working custodian at the University of Utah while going to school, Your Honor.
How much do you earn?
$7 an hour, Your Honor.
What did you need the $200 for that you took from her?
I don't recall her giving me $200, Your Honor.
You don't?
No.
I'm sure you did. But I'm satisfied with the $400. I'm not satisfied that he owes you any money for clothes. That comes under the category of think better next time. And I see also you've got here some dinners and some other stuff. He said, you pay for it, I'll pay you back. Famous last words. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $400. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She lied repeatedly about me telling her I would pay her back any money.
I didn't want anybody to know that they could just use me and abuse me and get away with it, and that's basically what he did.
And now the next case.
All parties on Miranda versus Beliso. Step forward, please.
60-year-old taxicab driver Margot Miranda is suing her son, 38-year-old computer-aided drafter Anthony Beliso, for the balance on a computer and an unpaid credit card bill.
Miss Miranda, the defendant is your son?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's your claim that he owes you a whole bunch of money for credit card bills and other sundry things. How old are you, sir?
I'm 38, Your Honor.
Can you tell me first why you would bring your son to court?
Well, I'm not happy to do this, Your Honor. Our relationship turned sour, and he stopped paying.
You got him a duplicate card on your account?
On the American Express, I did. On the Comp USA, I opened an account on the day that he and I both bought a computer.
You bought a computer, he bought a computer.
Yeah, on
is that
the
right,
same
sir?
day.
So
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. How much was your computer?
It was approximately $2,600.
And have you been diligent in making payments on that?
The agreement was that after that she paid off her computer that I would start paying payments on mine.
Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Did you pay yours off?
I did, and plus $1,000 interest.
Okay. When did you pay yours off?
October '98.
Did you start to make the
I
payments?
started making payments, Your Honor.
And what happened?
I've continually made payments until the day she asked me to move out of her house.
Okay. When was that?
It was back in February.
How much do you still owe on the computer?
I don't believe that I owe anything on the computer, Your
Why
Honor.
not?
When she left to go visit my grandmother in Seattle, she demanded money from me, which I paid her at $275 a week, and that covered the computer.
And how many of those payments did you make?
I made payments to approximately $2,600, Your Honor.
Show me. Who are you?
I'm Roger Mayoser. I'm a witness for the plaintiff.
Step up.
Your Honor, when my friend Margot went to Seattle, she asked me to collect the money from Tony.
Money for the computer?
Not just for the computer, but for room and board as well. Well, I didn't know the full extent of all of his bills. All I understood was that there was a computer, and she mentioned something more, but I didn't know what it was, and she had to leave right away.
How long was she away?
Approximately 6 weeks.
Do you have any proof of payments for me? Say, let's start with the 6-week periods.
Yes, I have some canceled checks, Your Honor.
Can I see them, please? No, I'm not going to look through all those checks, sir.
These are the dates that I wrote down, and then here are the...
Okay, let me take a look and see what he's got. Let me take a look at those, please.
They're in here? Yes.
I know you have a list here, signed blank checks to Marco.
Mm-hmm.
In what amount? Were they ever cashed? Were they ever not cashed?
When I was in Seattle, there was a problem with one of the payments was late. She was very upset. So to alleviate the problem of it ever happening again, I gave her a stack of signed checks to which she would tell me what the bill was, and then she would write them and then send them off.
Well, did you ever get the checks returned?
The bank kept the checks, and they've been destroyed. They don't keep the records of them.
How am I supposed to determine, even if I believed you, in what amount these checks are?
I have no way of proving that.
Let me see how much is left on the Comp card and on the American Express card, please. You did receive a certain amount of money, minimally for 6 weeks, from your son towards the computer. Is that correct?
No, that was the American Express, his share of what he charged on the American Express. The computer he was making payments on from Seattle.
I'm not looking through all of these things. Would you please tell me, does he owe any money left on the computer?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
Have you gotten any letter from the credit card company that he still owes money on the computer?
He made payments every month on the computer, but he made the minimum amount due, which is around $60 a month.
So what?
So I paid my computer off in a year. I expected him at least to, when I sent the bill to him, I advised him to make as much of a payment as he could each month.
All right, Ms. Miranda, but that was not your agreement. Let me explain something to you. You have to have an agreement with him to do that. Your agreement with your son was, When I finish paying off mine, you'll start paying off yours. And according to you, he has in fact made at least his minimum payments on the computer. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Right up until the time he decided he didn't owe anymore and that he stopped paying.
When was that?
February 2000.
Is that right?
Your Honor, I was living with Margot. She put me out the house. When she put me out the house, I did not have first, I did not have last. I'm living in a hotel room, trying to make it through and trying to come up right now. I would have been happy to continue paying Margot the money that I promised her, but she was so mean towards me that I thought my best bet would be to stay as far away from her as I could.
What does that have to do with this debt that you owed her, sir?
What it has to do with it is I cannot communicate with her.
Well, you don't have to
She's given me-
communicate with her, communicate with me. You have an agreement. You can't just stop paying when you move out.
I did not just stop paying when I moved out, Your Honor.
So how much do you owe on the computer?
I feel that I owe nothing.
How much how much does the company feel that you owe on the computer?
You'll have to ask Margot.
How
She
much
gets
does the
the
company
bill.
feel that he owes on the computer?
$2,600.
Let me see.
Where do we put it?
Can I say
Oh.
something, Your Honor?
Sure.
I never asked for this computer. She offered it to me. She said
No,
she felt that I deserved
please.
this
You had an
computer.
agreement. You acknowledged to me that you had an agreement with her that you would pay your computer as soon as she finished paying off hers. Don't backtrack. What?
We think the folder with the highlighted stuff is in the bag in the
Well,
back.
get it, because I have to see exactly what. Here, just a
I'll be right.
second. This Comp USA, 261898.
That's his.
All right. Now, what about the American Express bill, sir?
The deal was when I got it that my charges for the month should be paid by the end of the month. And I've had that card for what, 3-4 years? And for all that time, I've always made my payments on time.
Is that right?
No, Your Honor. His share of the sign-in travel account, which is a monthly payment, you can pay as much as you can on the sign-in travel. And Tony seems to have forgotten the times where amount due this month is $515 or it's $912.
Why didn't you just cancel the card? Miss Miranda, there
Because
is absolutely no way.
He was making some of the payments, but
You are his mother. If it was becoming too complicated with your son to handle his credit, then what you do is you say, go get your own credit card, you pay off this balance, but you don't let him continue to charge on your credit, which I see he continued to do.
Well, I trusted him, Your Honor.
No court is going to
keep
help
his
you
word
with that,
to me.
Miss Miranda. You're his mother. You're supposed to be smart, first. Second, if it's getting out of hand, you're supposed to stop it immediately. Immediately. You don't come to court with a child and then say to a court, listen, you fix it. This is my adult child. I let him get bills up to the eyeballs. You give me an order against him, and then I will pay off the credit card company. It doesn't work that way, Miss Miranda. It doesn't work that way. Don't be foolish. What?
After Tony moved back in and was asked to leave, he continued to make charges on the credit card. He
No,
was
he
asked-
doesn't have to continue to make charges. All she has to do is she's the primary. She calls up the credit card company and she says, close the account.
Ma'am, may I?
Yeah.
We did call the credit card company, and the credit card company couldn't just close the account. They had to put a stolen report on it to get the credit card back.
Just
So
a
he-
second. That's not true. You write a letter to the credit card company and you say, I am withdrawing my authorization on this credit card number, or I'm closing the whole account. Mine too. You think the people who have children who want to stop the credit cards call and report that their children stole their credit cards? It's ridiculous. You do owe her for the computer, however, because you promised to pay it. I suggest, sir, you keep making the minimum payments on what you owe her for this American Express bill. You do owe her for the computer.
Excuse me, Your Honor. The computer is no longer in my possession.
Where is it?
She has it.
Did you take it back?
I did, Your Honor.
So that's
When
why
did
I
you take
didn't
it back?
pay, you know?
After he moved. And he
Goodbye. Listen, courts are not here to take over everybody's family problems, Miss Miranda. You have a problem with your son, you have to deal with it. You have a problem with your son, you have to deal with it. I was perfectly prepared to make an order with regard to the computer. You took it back? Why are you here?
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Falk is suing his ex-fiancée, 49-year-old casino floor employee Lori Price Bars, for the return of an engagement ring and for the money to get a divorce.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please.
Yeah, this is case number 42 on the calendar in the matter of Falk versus Price Bars. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Mr. Falk, you and the defendant lived together for 5 years, became engaged. That relationship terminated. You want your engagement ring back.
Yes, ma'am.
You want money that you claim to have loaned her so that she could obtain an attorney to get a divorce. And you want your dog back.
Well, that would be nice, yes.
Listen, let's eliminate what you really don't want. You want the dog or not?
I'm going to let her have the dog.
Perfect. See how easily we can pare down a lawsuit. Okay. So you want your ring back and your money back.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant says that the ring, while it was originally an engagement ring, turned out not to be an engagement ring. Anyway, let's get to it. When did you start to live together?
About late November 1995.
And when did the relationship terminate?
November of 2000.
When did you purchase this engagement ring?
In 1996, Your Honor. 11/19 of 96. Original price on it was $3,570. I have all receipts, etc. here for you. Could I submit all this at this time? It's all the evidences, photographs, and everything to back any claim I'm going to be making, Your Honor.
Okay. Now tell me about the loan for the lawyer.
Well, Miss Price and I got together, and she decided, well, she had told me that she left her ex-husband. She wanted to divorce him. She wanted to get together with me. I said, fine. I'll loan you the money for the lawyer. Just pay me back. Well, I never got paid back.
When did you loan her the money for the lawyer?
The receipt is in there. I believe it was in 1996 and 97. It would be right here. The original charge was made on 12/18 of 97.
And you continued to live together, sir, for 3 years after that?
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you give her for the lawyer?
The total amount ended up being $1,030, including finance charges, et cetera, et cetera.
What was the amount without the finance charges, sir?
$835, Your Honor.
And for the time that you lived together, Mr. Falk, the 3 years that you lived together after that, how many times did you bring up this $835 that you
We
loaned
fought
her?
about it a bunch of times.
That's a lot. Tell me about that.
Well, I just told her it wasn't fair. I'm paying all the bills here. She wouldn't contribute to anything for the house, for any of the bills, for anything that she was, was getting. She wouldn't contribute to anything. I says, look, you've got to pay your own way for this stuff. Your ex-husband should have paid for his own divorce. That was between you and him. Why did I have to pay for it? I agreed to loan you the money.
So you fought over money. No, Mr. Falk, you're not following me, sir. You fought over money, but not in the 3 years over specifically.
Yes, we fought specifically over that.
When was she supposed to pay you back this $835?
She said she'd start paying me back every week out of her check, and I've yet to see anything for it.
So, Mr. Falk, 3 years went by, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Your last name is now Bars?
Yes,
He's
ma'am.
married?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where's the engagement ring?
Actually...
is not an answer. I want to know where the engagement ring is now.
I do not know. It could be in storage. He packed my stuff when I moved out. I'm missing 2 rings. I'm assuming they're in the storage box, which I can't get to because our place is very small. All my clothes, everything is in storage.
I don't believe you. Let me explain why. I don't believe you. Because if you are being sued for the return of a piece of property, then you go to the storage unit and you look for boxes. Now, I have moved several times.
Mm-hmm.
I put books in storage. I put pictures in storage. I put blankets in storage. I don't put jewelry in storage. However, if you believed that this ring was actually in storage and you wanted to give it back to him...
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's a different story.
Yes.
That's a different story. Now, you explain why you don't believe you have to return it to him, because I don't believe that you don't know where it is in storage.
Okay.
All right. Good.
Okay, the ring, like he said, was purchased in November. I didn't know he got it. It was presented to me Christmas morning as a Christmas gift. We had decided to use that as an engagement ring. Subsequently, that was...
What do you mean you had decided to use it as an engagement ring? What did the ring look like?
It's a gold band with paved diamonds. It's very pretty. And subsequently, we had decided not to get married And the ring was never asked for back to be returned. I always had it. I was kicked out once. He asked for it back. I gave it to him. He gave it back to me. At this point, I didn't consider it. It was just a pretty ring, not an engagement ring.
You met someone else, according to what I've read from your answer. You met someone else at your job.
Yes.
And that's the reason that your relationship with Mr. Falk terminated.
Mainly, yes.
And you subsequently married. I assume this is your husband.
Yes, it is.
Then the right thing to do is to return this ring that he purchased and that you had originally determined was an engagement ring. That's the right thing to do.
Okay, Your Honor, the reason that I was not going to, had a phone call in which my husband was a witness. He talked to him from Mr. Falk calling me, telling me if I would give him one of the dogs, he would drop the whole thing. If I would not give up one of the dogs, that this was just the beginning. That's word for word what he said, and my husband heard it.
Did you give him back one of the dogs?
No, they're both my dogs.
Okay.
No, not.
So let us assume that he said that to you, either the ring or the dog. Now, if you could have established that to my satisfaction and you did, in fact, give him back the dog, well, then that was a quid pro quo.
Yeah.
He would have accepted it if I believed that.
Right.
But you didn't give him back the dog.
No.
So it's clear from what you just said to me that he considered this an engagement ring that he wanted back.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Alan Falk says ex-fiancée Lori Price Bars won't return the engagement ring. Alan also says he paid for Lori's divorce.
Let me ask you this question. Over the 5 years that you were together, did Mr. Falk buy you other pieces of jewelry?
Yes.
Give me an example.
A gold anklet.
Okay.
And pair of earrings.
Okay.
And that was it.
And
what else? What else, Mr. Falk?
Tennis bracelets, a diamond necklace. There were 2 sets of earrings.
No, there weren't.
I don't know where else. I've got the receipts for all of it.
Mr. Falk.
I have receipts for all of it, ma'am.
You see-
Furthermore, may I interject one thing? She said she had no knowledge of the ring. I'd like to let it known right now, she picked out the ring at Zales Jewelers at Meadows Mall in Las Vegas, Nevada. She picked out the ring.
No, I picked it out. I didn't know he bought it until I got it Christmas
You
morning.
knew we bought it because I
Mr.
made
Falk,
an
don't
$800 down
Mr.
payment
Falk,
on it.
Mr. Falk, don't speak to her, sir.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Bars, what he hasn't done is he hasn't asked for any of this other jewelry back. Did you give him the other jewelry back?
No.
Because those, he understands, were gifts.
Right.
But this ring that he purchased, that you acknowledge was at some point, may have been presented to you at Christmas time, but at that time, you decided to get married. That was the intention when he gave you the ring.
Right.
According to my logic, an engagement ring is given in contemplation of marriage. If the marriage does not take place, the eventuality of the contract is not realized, and the ring goes back to the person who gave it.
Okay, even with him kicking me out several times and never asking for it back?
But you came back.
Well, he didn't
But
know
you
I was
came-
going to.
But you came
Yeah,
back.
okay, gotcha.
Lovers have quarrels. That's what happens. And the right thing to do is to return the ring to him. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you have the ring?
No, I'll go through storage. I'm assuming it's in the storage.
Okay. Mr. Falk, I want you to pay careful attention to what my ruling is. I believe that you are absolutely entitled to the return of this ring. And you paid $3,570 for it.
Correct.
The fact that you put it on layaway and may be paying it off and still paying it off,
No.
That's not her problem. That's your problem. If you buy an engagement ring, you pay for it right up front. Otherwise, you're still paying for something, and you may turn out to be not too happy with it a couple of years down the road. So Ms. Bars is going to have 5 days from today's date to locate the ring. If she does not, court will enter judgment in your favor in the amount of $3,570. However, I do not believe that there was a formal agreement between the two of you for this 1997 loan of $835 for the attorney. I believe that in the course of living together, you decided that she should formalize her situation. You paid the lawyer $835, and for the next 3 years you lived together, and you may have fought over money, all sorts of money, money for rent, money for household, money for living, money for insurance, money for cars, general money, where she was not contributing to the household. But there was never any agreement, I don't believe, between the two of you that she was going to repay you in any formalized way this amount of $835 for the lawyer. I assume you ultimately got your divorce.
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Hope so.
So I am entering that judgment for you, sir. Either 5 days you get the ring back, or the court will enter the judgment for $3,570. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
You may step out.
Miss Price is a liar. She slept behind my back for the last year with other people.
When he found out that I married Joe as the first time, he asked for the ring back.
She's done nothing but use and abuse and lie to me our entire relationship.
I'm just going to stay with him. I trust him.
And now the next case.
All parties on Sandoval versus Lopez. Step forward, please.
32-year-old beer vendor Rudy Sandoval is suing his ex-fiancée, 31-year-old store manager Hortensia Lopez, for credit card charges. Hortensia says the charges have been paid and the money came from a joint account.
Mr. Sandoval, how long were you and the defendant involved in a relationship?
Approximately about 1 year.
How long did you live together?
About 11 months, 11 and a half months.
All right, so you moved in shortly after you met.
That's correct.
Did she move into your house?
I moved into her house, to her apartment.
About what point in the relationship did you have this joint credit card, which is a big no-no?
December of 99.
And you lived together until when?
November 19th of
2000. It is your claim, Mr. Sandoval, that at the time that you separated, and I assume you moved out of her house.
No, Your Honor, we purchased a home in July of 2000.
In whose name?
Both our names are on the house.
It is your claim that she owes you for some credit card purchases on the MasterCard that you jointly had. Not a stupendous amount of money considering the other major purchases that you indulged in, $517.74. You have your statement?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Can I see it, please? By the way, while you're looking for that, what's happening with the house that you jointly own?
We're in the process of selling it.
That's correct. Your Honor, with the house issue, we own the house together. She did not pay a dime on the house. She basically left other bills, gas bills, light bills that she did not pay on. We had a joint checking account together. She had an insurance payment withdrawal monthly out of that checking account. Well, she no longer contributed any money after October, and basically it's the same issue here with the credit card issue.
Were you putting money into a joint account?
Yes, we were.
Yes.
And out of that money, Mr. Sandoval, bills were being paid, I assume, by check.
That is correct.
Who was paying the bills?
I was.
Both.
I mean, who was physically writing out the checks?
I was, Your Honor.
And when you physically wrote out the checks, you determined how much you were going to pay towards each bill that you had. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on this account, the charges, and I assume the charges that you're attributing to Ms. Lopez, have stars on them.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And they start in August of 2000.
That is correct.
And it is clear to me that you were paying not the entire bill as each bill came due, but you were paying certain minimums on the credit card, right?
That is correct.
And you, sir, were making a determination of how much of the joint monies went to pay this bill.
That is correct.
Now, you don't expect me to go back to August of 2000 and say, well, you decided to pay the minimum payment, $77 or $85 or $100 on all these charges. So you allocated that money. And you expect me to figure out whether you made correct allocations and therefore she owes you percentages of this? You expect me to do that? Don't get it. Okay. Up until what time were you both contributing money to the bank account?
November. I have record of that.
Let me see, please.
Your Honor, so what you're saying...
This is for the full year. I was putting my income into the account until November, the last time he took my credit cards and cell phone from
I
me.
just want to see the... Would you just ask her to show me? Don't give
I'm
me
sorry.
this whole thing. You know, I have
I'm
limited
sorry.
patience and I'm old. I don't have that many years. Just show me the deposit that you made in November.
Your Honor, can I say something?
No, don't wait until she gives me the piece of paper and then Bird takes his position. Then everything is orderly. I like orderly. Okay. Okay. So now you understand my position, sir. You have an ongoing balance here.
That is correct.
Right.
It's a joint.
It may be a joint account, but you made the determination as to how much was paid out of that joint account towards these bills. And you want her to reimburse you for all of these purchases. So what you're expecting a judge to do is to determine whether or not you made the proper allocation of your joint monies in paying this MasterCard. All right? How much were you putting in the account in, let's say, August, July and August?
About $2,000, a little bit under $2,000 a month.
$2,000 a month. And how much were you putting in the account, sir?
Close to $4,000. So if you kind of put all that money there, if you split everything in half, I was contributing more than...
You may have been.
And I'm not...
You may have been contributing more. What I'm saying to you is there are rules of law that are applicable to people who are married. That is, if you are in a community property state, you have joint debts. Courts go through the papers. They say this is what you own as a couple, as a married couple. This is what the marital debt is. We will separate the marital debt. We will separate the marital asset. Each one of you gets half. Goodbye and good luck. What you are suggesting, sir, is that I take a look at your finances that go back a year and determine whether it was fair for you to allocate so much money towards this account, or could you have paid off this account, paid off so that there wouldn't be, by the time you separated in November, any balance at all. I'm telling you, if she had purchased things that she did not pay for, and you had a current balance on this MasterCard, I would say, madam, you are absolutely responsible for those charges that you made. But I do not plan to be your accountant. Do you understand?
I understand.
Good. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I don't think it went well at all.
I'm glad that it went the way.
Turn of property. Raymond is countersuing for a false restraining order.
Order. All rise.
Your Honor, this is case number 30 on the matter. Okay, Your Honor, this is case number 30 in the matter of Rav Giala versus Roberts.
Thank you.
Get a little tongue-tied now and then. The parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
What's your first name?
Jennifer.
How old are you, Jennifer?
I'm 18. I just turned 18 3 days ago.
Order.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
How old are you, Mr. Roberts?
23.
What's your first name?
Raymond.
Jennifer, Raymond was your boyfriend.
Yep.
You claim he owes you some money. Not a whole lot of money. $300 some odd.
Yep.
You said he owes you the money for the following two items. You gave him $100 in which to put down as a deposit for the limousine for your senior prom.
That's right.
And you had an argument, and he kept the money, and he didn't take you to the prom. And you acknowledged that you kept the $100.
I guess I did.
And then you say that over the course of your relationship, you sold candy for school, and he took your candy money. And about that, Mr. Roberts says, she took me out for dinner, and we went places together.
That's not true.
I'm just telling you what he says. That's his answer. Then you say that he came to your house when you weren't home with a police officer and took a Christmas gift that he had bought you.
That's right.
Which was?
Supposedly it was a stereo. I did buy a stereo, but it was not a gift.
A stereo that was in her house.
A stereo that was at her house.
And you took that and you want the value of that back, or the stereo back.
Yep.
You say it was a Christmas gift.
Yep, it was.
Now, Raymond says that you owed him money for a Sprint bill.
That's not true.
Just telling you what he says. And that he merely was collecting on that. That's what the $100 was for?
Yeah,
as
the 100,
well
yeah.
as the stereo.
The stereo, no. The stereo was mine. I was taking it back.
And Raymond is counterclaiming, he said, because you and your mother sort of overreacted to a little argument you were having and had him arrested for kidnapping
you. He was never
you.
arrested.
Shh. And he was forced to defend these charges temporarily, right?
Right.
How old was she when you started to date her, Raymond?
17.
And how old were you?
At the time I was 22.
Not terrible, not terrific. What did she owe you money for?
She owes me money for the Sprint bill for the 2 months.
Now, how is it that you're paying her Sprint bill?
I have 2 phones, and I let her use one of my other phones. And we agreed that...
Just a minute. You got a phone for yourself.
Yes, I've got
And
a
you
phone.
gave her a phone.
Yes, under my name.
And when did you do that? How long ago?
I think it might have been sometime in October. I might have gave her the phone, September, October.
She was 17.
Correct.
And you had an agreement with her.
Yes.
And what was your agreement?
That I would split the bill in half. I'd pay my half, she'd pay her half.
That's not right.
So what you're telling me is you had a verbal contract with her.
Correct.
You can't.
Can't.
She's not old enough. She's not old enough to make that contract. She has to be 18 in order to make a contract that's valid and binding. So, Raymond, that's one of the downsides of dating a younger woman.
I'm learning that now.
So she owes you diddly.
Okay.
So let's start with, you owe her $100 for the limousine.
Okay.
So $100, Jennifer, is on your side.
Yep.
Now, I don't want to hear about the candy money. I want you to forget the candy money. If you were dumb enough to give him candy money or to spend candy money, I don't want to hear about it. Yes, you want to say something? It sounded like you were winning the candy money.
No, she still has belongings of mine at her house.
I'm not there yet.
Okay.
We are now on the stereo
All right.
that she says was a Christmas present, and you said was just yours.
It's fine.
When did you get the stereo?
Christmas Eve was put in my house, and my mom was actually there. And he actually said to her, you know, this is a Christmas gift. I bought it for her.
And it was in your house starting Christmas time?
Yep.
When did you take it out of the house?
I think it was like March.
So, December to January, January to February, February to March. It was in her house for 3 months.
Correct.
Who do you live with?
My grandparents.
Do you have your own room?
Yes.
You have a stereo?
No.
So if you bought the stereo in December, I assume that that's what the receipt says, that it was purchased in December?
Correct.
What date in December?
17th, which she was with me.
If it was purchased in December and you don't have a stereo in your room, why didn't you take it to your house?
I was letting her use it.
Baloney. Let me see the bill. You have the perks of a younger woman, you have to have the plagues of a younger woman. Plague is she's not old enough to make a contract. Okay, so this whole thing cost $189?
Correct.
Where's the stereo now?
At my house.
In your?
In my room.
In your room?
In my room.
Where it would have been from the very beginning if it was bought for you. Now, a couple of other questions just for my own information, sir. What did Jennifer get you for Christmas?
Electric shaver and a couple of shirts.
A couple of shirts?
Yes.
What did you get for Jennifer for Christmas? See what I mean? Got where I'm going?
Yeah.
Raymond? Got where I'm going?
Yes, I do.
Good. So we have $289 on your side, because now Raymond gets it. Right, Raymond?
Yes.
Didn't think fast enough.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get to your counterclaim.
Okay.
You had an argument in the car.
Correct.
What date?
March 5th to be exact.
And the argument was about your being cheap?
If you want to put it that way.
What?
If you want to put it that way.
Well, that's what it was about. You're being cheap. You're mooching off her. I mean, I read the complaint.
No, I wasn't mooching off her. I was just asking her for, simple money for the bill. That's all.
That's what she was complaining. Don't play with paper around me. So you're having the argument in the car.
Correct.
And what happened?
We got in a major argument about money, both the Sprint bill and everything. And she said, I'm not going to pay for the bill. I don't have to pay for the bill. I was like, well, you used the phone. I think you should be responsible for the charge if you're going to use the phone. And she said no, and I says, fine. You want to be that way towards me? I will take the limo money, and I'll use that limo money to cover your part of the bill since you want to pay me the money. And we'll take it from there. It'll be fine. Well, from that point on, she decided to call her mother and say I was threatening her, made a huge big deal out of everything. She said, bring me home, bring me home, bring me home. I said, fine, I'll bring you home. When she told me she wasn't going to pay the bill, when she was on the phone with her mother, I actually called Sprint, and I had the phone shut off right then and there. And I guess that's when her mother panicked and decided to call the state police and the cops, and I had the cops.
That was really stupid of you, Raymond.
Yeah.
Girl is talking to her mother, right? So her mother knows she's safe, she's well. You pick up your cell phone and you call Sprint and you say, cut off the other number?
If that was my phone.
I was...
How can I cut it off?
Listen, don't speak.
I
I'm
was
not talking to you.
All right.
I was not expecting them to shut off right then and there, because I didn't think they could shut off
What
the
did you
phone
say
with
to
phone
them
service.
to have them shut it off right then and there?
I asked them if they could
curious.
shut off the service. And, basically you can't have incoming or outgoing calls.
And they said okay?
They said fine. I didn't think they could do it during a phone call. My mistake.
Well, you found out that they could.
Yeah, I did. The hard way.
Tell me what happened. Were you arrested? Were you
No, I
charged with anything?
No, I was not arrested.
Well, then what happened? So
Just
what
the
do you...
embarrassment of a false restraining order because
Okay, so they took out a restraining order against you?
took out a restraining order on me a couple days later.
You have a copy of the allegations that you made in the restraining order? Raymond,
Yes,
you ever been arrested before?
long time ago.
How long ago?
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
Nothing since.
Nothing.
You work? You have
Yes, I
a
work.
nice job?
Decent job.
What do you do?
Actually, I'm training to be a manager at McDonald's right now.
So you're working at McDonald's?
Correct.
Okay. You don't look like a bad guy, Raymond. You don't look like you have a bad temper. Does he have a bad temper?
Oh, yes.
Never touched you, did he?
No.
You have a bad temper?
No.
Huh?
No.
She have a bad temper?
She has her moments. she has her moments that she
when
can
I'm
flip
with
out.
you.
Oh.
Well, either you have
Oh,
a
hey.
temper or you don't have a temper. You understand? Daughter sometimes has a temper?
Yeah.
Sometimes. You think you overreacted to this a little bit?
I don't. I was scared if he shut off my cell phone.
Well, see, Raymond, that was your mistake. Do you understand?
Yes.
That was really your mistake. Aside from the fact that when this happened, she was 17. Dating a minor is an issue. I can imagine how her mother felt. She's talking to her daughter. Her daughter's 17-year-old idiot who's in the car, is having a fight about whatever. And all of a sudden, no, don't speak. And all of a sudden, that conversation is interrupted and she can't get back to her daughter. One day you'll have a daughter. You will understand what that must feel like. You understand?
Yes.
The charges were dropped on this protective order?
Yeah. 2 weeks later, on the date that we're supposed to, see if it was going to get extended or not, it got dropped.
Right. Because everybody
Because-
got cooler. Good. Okay. So, Raymond, next time you'll be smarter. Next time, pick on somebody your own age. You'll be much happier. Look at their birth certificate. Make sure that they're 18 or over before you make a contract with them. Understood?
Understood.
Well, you get $289. $100 for the limo, $189 for his Christmas present that he took back. You, on your counterclaim, get nothing but a good lesson. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank
Two nice
you.
people. Move on with your life. Have a happy life.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He was a very controlling guy, and I just figured put it on national television to see the whole world how controlling he is.
It's okay. It sounds fair. My mistake.
I didn't like him from the beginning because she was only 17.
My mother doesn't know how to stay out of things.
When he wanted her to go somewhere, she had to do it.
She's always trying to tell me what to do.
If he didn't want her to go, she couldn't do it.
Not seeing a 23-year-old again.
I didn't like it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Sarah Borden versus Taylor Marquez. Step forward, please.
19-year-old barista Devin Serra and her boyfriend, Michael Borden, are suing their former roommates, 20-year-old cashier Angela Marquez and her boyfriend, Gary Taylor, for breaking a lease. Angela says she moved out because she was scared to live with Devin.
The two of you decided to lease an apartment with the two of you.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Leased the apartment when?
December 11th in 2004.
Moved in when?
That same day.
That was fast. How big an apartment?
It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath.
You're not married?
No.
You're not married?
No,
You're going to have a baby?
Yes.
Well, everything's... You're all friends, right? When did you move out?
January 28th, 2005.
Okay, and you want 3 months' rent from them
Yes.
because you're stuck with the lease.
Yeah.
And you also say that when they moved out, they took some property that didn't belong to
Yes,
them.
they did.
You'll tell me about that in a minute. And you say you had to move out because she threatened you, and they both told you to go. And you just went. And you couldn't be stressed out because you're pregnant.
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
20.
How old are you?
I'm 20, Your Honor.
Do you have a job?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you work at?
Firefighter.
And you?
Cashier.
Two 20-year-olds having a baby? That would make me nervous.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She grabs the salt and the pepper. She throws it against the wall. She comes after me in my face, picking up her hands like she was going to come after me and hit me.
Oy, 20 years old and you're having a child.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Devin Serra and her boyfriend Michael Borden claim former roommates Angela Marquez and her boyfriend Gary Taylor owe for breaking a lease.
Okay. Are you still living in the apartment?
Yes, we are.
Do you have new roommates?
Not yet.
How much is the rent?
$865 a month.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a barista.
A what?
A barista.
What's a barista?
I work at Starbucks. Cashier, make drinks.
Yeah, Make burritos, I think.
No, barista. No, really, seriously.
A
what's
barista, yeah.
Is that what it's called, a barista?
Yes.
So you work at Starbucks full-time?
Part-time.
What else do you do?
I'm a student.
How much do you make from working as a barista?
I make $7.20 an hour.
How much do you take home every week?
Every 2 weeks, I make about $200.
And that's what you support yourself on?
Myself, yeah.
And what about you?
Seasonal firefighter.
Seasonal firefighter.
Seasonal firefighter.
What does that mean?
Work with the Forest Service, so wildland firefighting, just with the summer.
What do you do the rest of the time?
Right now, I'm working as an athletic trainer. At the
You
high
train people individually or what?
It's with the high school.
How much do you make?
It's $12.66 an hour, and I bring home about $2,000, a little over $2,000 a month.
Okay, so you can afford the rent.
Yes.
Great. You're going to stay in this apartment?
Yes.
Why don't you sign off on the lease?
We did, Your Honor. We tried.
No, you either did or you tried.
We did.
You did sign off on the lease.
My fiance had
Let me
gone to the manager's office and asked for a release form. And we showed it to them, and they said they weren't going to sign us off if we didn't pay the February rent.
You left there because of your own safety, is that right?
Yes.
You had security deposit.
Yes, Your Honor.
How much security deposit did you put down?
$250.
That's for both of you, was the security deposit?
It was actually $450, but in half it was about $225 each on deposit from each couple.
From each couple?
From each couple.
Okay. You moved out January 28th. Why shouldn't you be responsible for February's rent? They certainly couldn't find somebody else in 2 days to rent the apartment.
Because January, I would say the 21st, on January is a Sunday. I had like the last straw with them. I was like in a mood that I couldn't talk to them. I didn't want to just go out there and say stuff. And so finally I told Mike if we could talk. And he said, sure, meet us for dinner here at the house and we'll talk. So we talked about it. We sat there. I went first and I told her how I felt and everybody. Then she went and she said how she felt and whatnot. Well, all of a sudden, she went crazy. She went out of this world. She pulled out of her chair. She started screaming and saying, I'm not happy that you're pregnant. It's not fair that you're pregnant. I had an abortion. I did this and this and this and that. And she thought, it's my fault that I brought you together and you're pregnant. You're going to suffer and you're this and that. And then she just pulls out of her chair. She grabs the salt and the pepper. She throws it against the wall. She goes back to her room screaming and just going crazy. She comes back out of her room throwing stuff, just hitting walls and whatnot. She comes after me. Like she was this close from me, in my face, picking up her hands like she was going to come after me and hit me. Then
What was she saying to you?
Saying that she couldn't take it anymore. She didn't like living with me and Gary, that she hated the fact that I was pregnant, and she had to see me happy. She didn't want to see me happy. And I was like, okay, don't you want to see me happy?
Oy, 20 years old and you're having a child.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Now, why were you upset?
We were all upset.
I assume you were all upset.
Yeah.
Good. I don't want to be upset.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be upset. Where are you living now?
We're living somewhere else now, in another apartment.
They signed off on the lease on January 25th.
That was the date I got the papers, and
Yeah.
that was the day I wanted all of us to get the signatures so we can get off the lease.
Did you or did you not sign off on the lease?
We
did.
signed it, and they had to sign it. The manager told us, we cannot get you off the lease unless they sign you off because they're still staying there.
Fine. Court will draft an order 5 days from today. Do you all live in the same town?
Yes.
ma'am.
You're all going to meet in the landlord's office, 9 a.m. Sign the release form. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am going to award you their share of February's rent because they had an obligation to pay at least 1 month's rent for you to spend that month looking for a new roommate if that's what you wanted to do. I think that that's fair, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
When you sign off on the lease, you will also get a check for $250 for your security deposit. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you don't go there 5 days from today, I'm giving the plaintiffs the right to come back and ask for a judgment for the remainder of the lease. And they will take it out of your pay. Do you understand?
Yes,
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
Do you understand the order?
Yes.
Good. Now, let's get to what property you say they took when they moved out.
When they were moved out, they took a lot of belongings and stuff.
Oh,
when they moved
sure, a
out.
lot of belongings doesn't help me, madam.
They took food, they took
I don't
cleaning
care.
supplies.
Are you kidding me or what? Other than food and cleaning supplies.
That's all they took.
I hope you've replaced them. You don't want the food back, do you?
No.
Good. Okay, you understand the order?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all.
Janika Williams for vandalizing her car.
Order. All rise.
Your Honor, case number 489 on the calendar, the matter of Crum versus Granberry Foltz Williams. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
Miss Crum, somehow you are related to these three young ladies.
Yes, Yvonne Foltz is my aunt. And
who's the aunt? Yes?
And Jaleesa and Janika are my cousins.
Are they your children?
Yes.
For some reason, there was a falling out with your aunt and her children, and it is your claim that one or all of them were responsible for keying your car.
Yes.
When was your car keyed?
December 10th in the parking lot of Walmart.
Who had driven the car there?
Yvonne was driving her vehicle.
Who had driven the keyed car?
Oh, I drove my car.
What time did you get to the parking lot?
I'd say I was probably there around 9:30ish because I just got off of work. And
9:30
in the morning. AM.
What kind of work do you do?
I do medical assistant.
Who was driving your car?
Your Honor, at that point in time, I was at work.
You were at work?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of car do you have?
2008 Kia Rio, black four-door.
And where do you work?
At that time, I was working at Target Distribution in Woodbury, Minnesota.
You still working there?
No, ma'am.
Who was your supervisor?
My supervisor there was, I forgot her name because I'm not working there anymore due to all this stuff that's going on now.
I'll wait. Remember who your supervisor was and the phone number.
I don't have that with me right now.
We'll wait. Go get it.
Excuse me.
How old are you?
22.
And you?
17.
Where do you work?
Don't work right now.
What do you do?
I'm looking for employment.
What were you doing on December 10th, 2010?
I was at my cousin's house.
Cousin's house where?
In St. Paul, Minnesota.
And where is this Walmart parking lot?
It's in Blaine, Minnesota.
How far is that from St. Paul?
Like 50 minutes.
How did you get to St. Paul?
My cousin.
Came to pick you up?
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I was there for like 3 days.
From when to when?
Saturday and
Date?
I don't know what date it was because December 10th never happened at Walmart. And the 10th would have been a Monday.
I just asked you what date. You were visiting
I'm not sure.
with your cousin. I didn't ask you. December 10th did in fact happen. It was a day.
Yeah, I went over there before December 10th. And it was that weekend, so it was a Saturday. What I'm saying is December 10th, I don't know the date, but it was days before that.
Who went with you?
My sister and my daughter. She was suspended that day, so that's also why she was with me.
She was suspended? How old is your daughter?
No, my sister.
Oh, your sister
was
was
together because
suspended.
it was a weekday and she was suspended from school. So we were together in St. Paul.
How old is your daughter?
She'll be 4 on April 21st.
Ms. Crump, can you tell me whether this was a trip that you had planned to make to Walmart?
Yes, indeed it was. I was going to go to Walmart to go shopping for Christmas shopping for my kids.
Yes.
And as I was on my way there, I saw Yvonne car following me.
Just a second. You have the phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And the name of your supervisor?
Jill.
Just hand it to me. Thank you. So you were on your way to Walmart and you passed the defendant's car.
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's when I seen her make a really quick right turn behind me. So I kept going, and at the time I'm on the phone with my mom too, saying like, oh, I see your sister and she's following me. And she's like, just keep going to where you're going. And I drove to Walmart, which was probably about a couple blocks from there. And once I got there, I noticed they were still behind me. So then I hurried up and parked.
Over there. Look at me.
So I hurried up and parked. And once I parked, they parked only about, I'd say, a few cars from me.
Who was in the car?
It was Yvonne, Janika, and Jaleesa.
Go ahead.
So anyhow, I parked, and they were still behind me, and my mom was on the phone, so I'm like, okay, they still here. Why are they here? So she said, just go into the Walmart. And before I get out of my car, I can hear them yelling, oh, I'm going to F this B up. If she don't get out the car, we'll break the windows and get her out. And if she just act funny or say something funny, we're going to beat her up.
So, Ms. Crum, there is no question in your mind that the defendants were at the Walmart parking lot on December 10th?
Correct.
That she was not at work at December 10th at 9:30 in the morning?
Correct.
And these two were not in, I don't know, visiting a cousin for a couple of days. They were with their mother?
Correct.
and I don't really have to get into what this family dispute was all about. I don't want to know. Okay. Suffice it to say, I assume that at one time you were a close family, and because of something you're not a close family anymore.
Right.
And nobody knows how to just not be a close family without being destructive.
Exactly, or violent.
I don't care. That's not my problem. I don't want to put this family back together. I don't care if you're not back together. All I care about is your keyed car.
Me too, exactly.
Now, did you go into the Walmart?
I did. I actually ran and afraid of being assaulted by them three. So I ran into Walmart.
And when you came out is when you noticed your car was keyed?
I noticed the damages on my car.
And you did not see any of them key your car?
No, but I'm pretty sure they did it because
Just
they were
a second.
saying...
It's very easy to determine. Can I see pictures of your car, please? Would you show me where it was keyed? Are you talking about these marks here? I don't know. It's very hard when you do these blow-up pictures to see what you're talking about.
Circle where the damage is, please.
Did you take those pictures with your phone?
I did.
I'd like to see it in your phone rather than blown up so that I can't see a thing.
And you can just move your finger towards the left and it should keep going.
Got it. Now I got it.
Okay.
Much easier to see. Thank you. Okay. So far, there is no proof other than your statement that they were, in fact, there. You didn't see them do it. But certainly, she says she was at work. They were in some other place. So if they were lying to me about her being at work on that day, that's easy, right? Yvonne, right? If you were lying to me about not being at work.
I have no reason to lie, ma'am.
Great. And this supervisor would know whether or not you were at work on December 10th at 9:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Great.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You swore in an answer, I was at work, these two weren't with me, they were off someplace else because this one was suspended from school. You set a bad example, that's why she's suspended from school.
And later today,
them raggedy bees keyed it, and I knew she was directing it towards us.
The raggedy bees were the two of you?
Yeah, well, she accused her
Okay, I
of
just
keying
want to
it.
know, the raggedy people that she was talking about were the two of you?
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jasmine Crum says family members Yvonne Fultz and her daughters Jaleesa Granberry and Janika Williams keyed her car.
Jill, this is Judge Judy Scheindlin. Good morning. I'm in the middle of trying a case, and there was a date in question as to whether one of your former employees was actually working. The date is December the 10th, 2010, in the morning. Thank you, Jill. Was she there at any time that week? Thank you very much, Jill. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye now. Not supposed to lie in front of your children.
That I don't do.
You're not supposed to lie in front of your children and make them co-conspirators in your lie. You understand?
Your Honor, I am
Do
not
you
a liar.
understand?
Maybe I have got a date wrong because I was working a lot of
Listen, don't tell me I have the date wrong.
No,
you know
no.
exactly why you're coming to court. You know exactly the date. You swore in an answer. I was at work. These two weren't with me. They were off someplace else because this one was suspended from school. You set a bad example. That's why she's suspended from school.
No, Your Honor.
No? You don't think so? Well, you weren't working on December 10th. How much did it cost to fix your car?
I have the repair damages.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I'm not speaking to you.
I haven't gotten it fixed yet.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's all. Step out. Think twice about your mothering.
All you are excused. You may step out.
I'm pretty sure that they showed you all their drama. right here on camera. They're drama queens.
They're all young adults, 18 and older, who physically assaulted my daughter.
2 years ago, Yvonne cut me with a butcher knife here. She cut me here.
I've been up and down for months and months with all this harassment.
I think it's maybe jealousy on their side.
I have a son who's been shot by somebody on her authorized side of the family.
I filed a restraining order to keep them away from me and my children.
It was just crazy to me how they thought they was going to come in there and lie.
I wonder why she hated on us. We never did anything to her.
I have assault charges. I have restraining orders and everything.
It's just been going on and on and on, and there's so much hatred and stuff in between the families.
With them people, there is no family.
I'm glad we came to Judge Judy today to settle that, and for once, somebody spoke up for us, and it looks right.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lewis versus Rowe. Step forward.
20-year-old Shanae Lewis is suing former friend, 20-year-old Brianna Rowe, for keying her car. Shanae claims Brianna admitted to the crime on Facebook.
Ms. Lewis, it is your claim that the defendant keyed your car, caused damage in the amount of about $2,500. Ms. Rowe says she didn't do it. How do you know each other?
I know Brianna because we were friends in high school. We hung out with the same people and went to the same parties, so we...
All right, so that's how you know each other.
Correct.
When was your car vandalized?
In the summer, around July 2010.
What do you mean around July?
July 2010. I don't know the exact date.
Did you report it to the police?
No, I did not.
Do you remember where your car was?
Yes, I do.
Where was your car?
It was parked at a mutual friend's parking spot in an apartment.
Where?
In Citrus Heights, California.
What's the address?
I do not know the name of the apartment.
I didn't ask you the name. What's the address?
I do not know the address.
What do you know?
I know that my car was parked in a covered parking spot that was allowed by the owner of the apartment.
Well, you can't tell me if it was allowed by the owner of the apartment because that's hearsay.
Okay, well, my car was parked in a covered parking spot.
And?
And it was keyed.
And?
And I have proof that Brianna Rowe did it.
I'd like to see your proof.
Well, we were at a mutual friend.
Listen to me.
Yes.
I want to see your proof.
Okay, I have documents of the pictures of my car.
Listen to me. I want to see the proof.
Okay, here's the proof of my car.
I don't have to see the keys car. You don't even know when it happened. I want to see proof that the defendant keyed your car.
Okay, well, she admitted on Facebook to doing it.
Let me see it.
This is the conversation right here, and it's highlighted right there.
Bert, you have younger children. Would it be possible for you to interpret this gibberish that is highlighted for me?
I'll give it a shot. Okay. Laugh out loud. I could care less for you. I keyed your car because my best friend didn't like you. But I'm too grown to go bad on you on Facebook. I'll leave being ignorant to you. I guess anyway, have a nice day.
It's almost like reading Sanskrit.
Yes. I don't dig text speak, but I know it.
Could you show that to the defendant?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Is that your thesis?
Oh, I have one of these too.
Well, I'm asking you, is that yours?
Mm-hmm. Did I write it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why did you tell her you keyed her car?
Because she had made a post that said, Granddad is getting my car detailed.
That said what?
She was getting her car detailed and fixed after them raggedy bees keyed it, and I knew she was directing it towards us because she accused us of keying her car.
The raggedy bees were the two of you?
Yeah, well, she accused her of
I just want to know, the raggedy people that she was talking about were the two of you. You knew that yourself without having been named. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Because she had already accused of us doing it.
So even though you weren't named, you decided to tell her that she was right, that you did in fact key her car. And if Officer Byrd read it right, you told her why you keyed her car.
I wrote it to make her mad.
Well, why would you think if she already knew that you and your raggedy friend were the ones that keyed her car, why did you think it would make her mad if you admitted it?
No, she thought Elena had keyed her car.
No. She talked about two raggedy people.
She didn't say how many.
No,
people.
she said after them.
Yes.
Well,
and then,
raggedy, and she uses the word with an S.
Mm-hmm. Plural.
That would be two.
Yes,
two.
But so it was three of us at the house.
3 of you. Well, how many of you keyed the car?
None of us.
None of.
Well, then why would you admit to keying her car?
Because she accused us of it. After her car got keyed, she came in the house, threw papers at Elena, and told us we keyed her car.
There's something wrong with you. Honestly, there's something wrong with you. I mean, I can't get myself overly exercised about this case, quite frankly, Miss Lewis, because you don't even remember what date it happened. How many times has your car been keyed?
None.
Well, one.
Well, once.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
This is your Facebook page?
Yes.
And this is you with this bathing suit?
Yes, if that is it, a bathing suit.
Well, I just want to know.
Yes, that is me on up there.
Is there any reason why you think that this is an appropriate picture just to send around the internet?
I did modeling, and that was a picture that I like, and I feel that I wanted to post it.
I need to take deep breaths. I need to take deep breaths.
It's only going to get worse.
Your Honor, me and the defendant had been friends before this happened.
The defendant and I had been friends also.
The defendant and I were friends before this happened. And the reason why I believe the motive that they had...
I don't care what their motive was. She admitted it. It's irrelevant to me what her motive was.
Okay.
I assume that you had some sort of a falling out. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Now I'll see the pictures of your car.
Okay.
When did you take these pictures of your car?
I took them when it happened, and then I took some more before I came.
And since you don't know exactly when this happened, sometime last summer, I assume you've been driving around with your car exactly the way it is?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate to have it fixed?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see. No, they're not repairing any dents. She didn't dent the car. She keyed it.
There's dent marks and scratch marks on
Very good.
Back.
Yeah, okay. Could you explain to me why you filed this lawsuit for $2,500 and the estimate that you had was $15,000?
Because I am suing for, I believe that, for the scratches and for punitive damages.
For punitive damages for what?
Because every time that I have to drive around my car and have the word written on it, that's embarrassing for me to have to ride around and be disrespected like that. I have a newborn son, and I don't want that portrayed for me. I'm not.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What do you have a newborn son for? I thought you went to school.
I do go to school.
Who takes care of your newborn son?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, spend $500 to get your car painted. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500, that's all.
Writer Kevin Malaber for loans to pay rent and to buy a new cell phone. Kevin claims Megan is upset that he's moved on.
Miss Fay, it is your claim that you made 2 small loans to the defendant while you were dating.
Yes.
Mr. Malaber says that he doesn't recall you making any loans to him, that he doesn't need your money. He has no knowledge of any loans or financial gifts that you made to him. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You both go to school?
Yes.
When did you make the first loan?
It was August 7th.
2006?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
He said that his dad couldn't pay for his rent because his dad was getting a new job. So he wanted me to lend him the money until his dad could pay me with the new job, and that was $420.
What was the money for?
The rent money.
Where did you get the money from?
My savings account.
You have proof of that for me?
Yeah, I have the statements right here.
Can I see it, please?
I had to take 2 up. Okay.
You had to take 2 out because?
I was doing the ATM, so I didn't think I would be able to take $420 out at once, so I split it up.
Okay. Were you working?
Yes.
What kind of work were you doing?
I work at JCPenney's.
Full-time?
Part-time. I work between 15 and 30 hours while going to school.
Work full-time in a restaurant as a server.
What was the next loan that you made to him?
I've been bugging him about a cell phone, so he told me that he wanted to get one, so his dad said he couldn't do it, so I went with him to open it, and...
What do you mean you were bugging him about a cell phone?
He didn't have a cell phone, so I'd have to call his friends, and he said that he would get one, and his dad would pay for it, but his dad couldn't do it at that time, so I went with him and opened one for him.
Well, he was working. Why didn't he buy it?
He just started, and I made him get that job. He didn't want to work,
And how much was the cell phone?
it was $200.
Okay, and you don't remember any of this, sir?
No, my father would pay cash for my rent. My parents are divorced, and they both would pay half of the rent.
So you have no information whatsoever about this $420 amount of money?
No. And what was the date she said she took that money out?
August 7th.
Our rent was due the 20th of every month.
Yes.
So I don't know why there would be the 7th of the month that she would be taking out money for my rent.
I don't know. That's
He
what she
was
says.
going to visit his friend where he was living, and he needed it that day because he wouldn't get to it before the due date. That's what he told me. I was all just going on what he was telling me, and I didn't want him to lose his apartment, so I gave him the money.
Okay. Now, Miss Fay, you claim that after he refused to pay you back because you had some disagreement about his going out with somebody else, you contacted his father.
Yes.
And how did you contact him?
I had a cell phone because Kevin would use my phone to call his father and his mother. So I called his dad hoping he would be able to help me out.
And did you speak with him?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
He said that he couldn't help me, that he talked to Kevin, and Kevin wanted to do this on his own because he was 20, and that if nothing happens, he told me that I should do small claims court.
That's what his father told you?
Yes.
What's
Because he
your
didn't want
father's
to help me
telephone
out.
number, sir?
5763.
Is that his work number?
No, that's his cell phone.
Good. Did you ever meet him, by the way?
Yes. I would go to his house with Kevin. I would have to drive him because
Good.
he didn't have a car.
I'm going to give your dad a call.
Okay.
How's that?
That's fine.
Great. Mr. This is Judge Judy Scheindlin. How are you? Mr. I have a couple of questions for you. Do you have a moment for me, sir? Great, great. Do you remember sometime several months ago receiving a phone call from Miss Fay, your son's former girlfriend, Megan Fay? She discussed with you some money that she said your son had borrowed from her? Did she tell you how much he had borrowed? Did you agree to pay her that money? And did you speak to Kevin about it? And what happened? Okay. Did you tell Miss Fay that if he owed her money, that she should sue him? I absolutely agree with you, sir. You've met this young lady before, is that right? Ever had any difficulty with her before? Seemed like a nice young lady? Very good. Thanks very much. I appreciate your assistance. Bye-bye now.
He said.
There are always ways to figure out who's telling the truth, Mr. Malabar. If I can't get it from one source, I get it from another. Don't you feel foolish? 10 million people are going to know you're a liar.
I'm not lying here.
Yes, you are.
What did he say?
That's for me to know and for you to think about. But there's no question in my mind you're a liar. Judging for the plaintiff in the amount of $620. That's all. Thank you.
26-year-old Christopher Boland is suing fellow partygoer, 18-year-old Michael Juarez, for denting his car during a fight. Michael claims the damage is not his fault.
Mr. Boland, it is your claim that Mr. Juarez, during an argument at a party, threw someone into your car and damaged it. And Mr. Juarez says he didn't do that.
Yes.
When was the party?
May 29th of 07.
Questions are going to get harder, Mr. Boland.
No, I'm sorry.
Who, what, when, where, and how? Those are the questions you should always come prepared to answer.
All right.
All right? Yeah. What date was the party?
May 29th of 07.
Who was there?
There was a lot of people there.
In whose house was the party being held?
It was at a friend's house down the way from my house. I don't even know the person, actually.
Who knows the person?
I know his name is Ryan.
Who did you have a fight with?
I had a fight with him right there. I don't know his name.
With you?
Richard.
With Richard?
Yes. Yeah.
What'd you have a fight with Richard about?
It was because at the end of the party, my phone was missing, and I was trying to look for it, and I went around asking everybody, and when I went to go ask him, we had a confrontation, and then we started fighting. It was a quick, 2-minute fight. It didn't last so long.
Why did you fight with him?
Because we started arguing, because I wanted to see if he had my phone, and we started arguing, and...
No, explain that to me. Mr. Juarez, your phone was missing. You asked to see his phone.
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
He said no.
Yeah.
No, that's not right.
Shh, just a second.
He
So,
said no for a minute, and then he finally showed it, and it was dark. It looked like my phone. I wanted to see it. He wouldn't let me see it. And he said, and we started getting into it.
what do you mean you started to get into it? You started to get into it.
Yeah.
You accused him of stealing your phone.
Yeah, because I was
Did it
missing my
turn?
phone.
I'm
I was-
speaking.
I'm sorry.
Did it turn out that he stole your phone?
No.
Where was your phone?
In the car.
So you made a mistake.
Yes, I did.
So you had this fight over something stupid where you made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And you started to act physical with somebody who says, don't accuse me of being a thief. Isn't that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, tell me about throwing somebody into a car.
I pushed him.
And he fell into a car.
Yes.
So whose fault is that? Mine?
No.
Whose fault is it?
Uh-huh.
Whose fault is it?
I just pushed him. I didn't mean to him go in the car.
Is there something wrong with you? Who is this person here?
That's my mom and my aunt.
You don't want to embarrass yourself any further in front of your mother.
No.
Whose fault is it if you pushed him and he fell into his car?
I pushed him. I didn't mean for him to fall in the car.
Your Honor, he didn't actually...
Jump! Do I look as if I need any of your help?
No, I'm sorry.
You want to have a talk with him. Is your last name Juarez?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds or less to talk to your son. Right up there.
It's your phone.
Yeah.
Now your mother's going to sit down.
Yes.
Whose fault is it, do you think, that his car got damaged?
I pushed the man, but I don't think it's my fault because how big I am and how big he is, it'll take a lot of force for him to make a dent in the car. And if it made a dent, it would have gave injury to the man. And I'll be right here getting sued by him. That's why I feel it's
Whatever
not
it
my
was,
fault.
it didn't work, Mrs. Juarez. Could I please see the pictures of your car?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
18.
What do you do?
I'm a student, AVC.
Stay there. Perhaps forever. Go for continuing education. You have an estimate.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the estimate?
From Scorty's Auto Collision.
What is the
Oh,
estimate?
for
Not from
$9.95.
whom? Who, what, when?
Sorry,
when?
$995.
Mr. Juarez, you did the wrong thing. You made a mistake. You accused somebody of being a thief. When they chose not to play along with you, you started an argument. Your argument resulted in this young man's car being damaged by you. Because when you pushed him, the natural consequence of your pushing him was him falling into the car. Now, you didn't intend to damage the car. You intended to damage him. Unfortunately, the car got damaged. You're just lucky he didn't get damaged as well, because then I would have wiped up the floor with you. And so would the police department. If you happen to be built like you are, you have to use your strength and your girth wisely, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Not like an idiot.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $995. That's all.
23-year-old Crystal Howell is suing her neighbor, Rory Bays, for money owed on a 1989 Mitsubishi Montero she sold him. Rory claims it was never a legal sale.
Miss Howell, you sold the defendant a used car.
Correct.
For $1,900.
That is correct.
He paid you, according to you, $900, and the understanding was he was going to make payments for the rest, the
Correct.
other $1,000. Within a relatively short period of time, the engine blew up in this car. What year car was it?
It was an 89. However, I would like to point out that at the time he bought the vehicle, he was aware of...
Just don't tell me what he was aware of.
Okay.
You can't tell me what he was aware of.
Can I tell
Unless
you what I told him?
No.
Okay.
What you can do is you can show me a bill of sale.
Yes. What would that
Bill
be
of
the
sale.
title? Or I have a
contract, a bill of sale.
written agreement. There you go.
So this is a 1989 car, which is now 18 years old. And you sold it to him for $1,900. And he says Arbla is responsible for the purchase of this 1989 Mitsubishi, payments, what the delivery payment was, and how they were supposed to be made, the rest of the payments, when they were supposed to be made. Nothing about the condition of the car, nothing. That's all it says. So you can't tell me what you told him, you can't tell me what he knew, you can't tell me anything else, because anything else should have been in this contract. Do you understand? Law does not permit you to go outside the four corners of this contract. So you were selling him this car. It blew
As
up
is.
after him. No, not as is. You did not say that here. Do you understand that? Good. So the car blew up, but that still doesn't relieve you, sir, of the obligation of paying for the car. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Except you say that she didn't have clear title to sell you the car.
No, ma'am, she didn't.
That when the car blew up, you went to try to take it to a salvage for the purpose of, put your hand down. for the purpose of getting some money, so you were going to pay for it.
Correct.
And you didn't have clear title to the car.
Correct.
May I interject?
Yes.
The person that I purchased it for never took his name off the title, which I was unaware of because
Oh,
the automobile
then
that
he's
I
absolutely
bought.
right. You did not give him clear title.
But
listen
the
to me.
automobile dealership that I purchased it from is responsible for transferring the title.
Listen to me. What he's saying is, and he's absolutely right,
I have a copy of the lien right here, ma'am.
I'd like to see it. You did not have clear title to sell him this car.
However, I will say that when I purchased the vehicle, I'd owned that car for 6 years. I purchased it off 3 years before selling it to Rory.
Hugh is the lien holder.
He was the gentleman that I purchased the car from.
Miss Howell,
I owe him
what
no
I'm
money.
telling you is you did not give him clear title to this car.
I was unaware of that.
How much did you pay for it?
I paid $2,900 to $3,500. I'm not positive of the amount.
Let's say you paid $2,900 for it. You sold it to him for $1,900. You got $900 from him, which means you had the car for 6 years or so, and it cost you $2,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? I feel badly at all dismissing your claim.
But
not at all. Because this agreement that you just gave me is void because you had no right to sell him the car. And I don't care what you put in it in order to maintain it.
He had a brand new motor. May I please call my
Miss Howell,
father as a witness?
Miss Howell.
Yes.
Is he going to tell me that there wasn't a lien on the car?
No.
Then I'm not interested in what he has to say. Thank you very much. Your case is dismissed.
Allison Gardner claims former friend Andrew Beard repossessed a truck he sold her. She is suing for the return of payments made and for the cost of a dirt bike he sold without her permission.
Miss Gardner, it is my understanding, and this is some sort of convoluted arrangement for the purchase of a truck. You purchased a truck from Mr. Beard. You claim that he took the truck back. You want all the payments that you made to him on the truck. You say he took a dirt bike that belonged to, I think, your son.
Correct.
And he sold it. You want the money for the dirt bike. Mr. Beard has a whole different scenario about what happened with this truck and dirt bike. So let me make it simple for myself. You knew each other? You were friends?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I have to know. I don't need to go into the social history. I'm really not interested. You had a truck.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the year and make of the truck?
It was a 1992 Ford F-150 stick shift single cab pickup truck.
Okay. And you were in need of a vehicle. So you agreed to purchase the truck from Mr. Beard. When?
We made an agreement, I think it was around September or August.
What was the date?
It was August 12th. It was the same day I bought my new green truck.
Does that sound right?
That's not correct. It was before he bought his truck.
It was before you bought
Yeah, we were
his truck.
actually at
Just
a
a second.
gathering.
How much before he bought the truck?
I think it's about a week or two.
Fine. And you gave him how much down?
It was $500.
So far, we agree on that?
No, ma'am.
How much did she give
She
you?
actually gave me nothing when I gave her the truck originally.
No, I have a copy of it. I have 2 council
But she
checks
did,
here.
in fact, give you money.
She did, yes.
How much did she give you at first?
At first, $500 check.
And when was that?
I received both checks of $500 increments by November 16th.
And did she have the truck prior to that?
Yes, ma'am.
When did she take possession of the truck?
Actually, a couple days after my original date, August 12th, that I gave her the truck.
So, according to her, it was the beginning of August.
Mhm.
So you got possession. Listen to me, Miss Gardner. You got possession of the truck the beginning of August.
I have a check dated 8/14 of 06 for $500.
Fine. He says that you got possession of the truck before you gave him the check.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but that's probably close.
Fine. So let's say August 1st, you got possession of the truck. August 14th, you gave him $1,000.
I gave him $500 on 8/14 of 06 and another $500 on 10/13/06.
When were you supposed to give him the money?
We did not have a specific agreement. He said that I could pay him on it as I was able to.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that is.
Okay. So he was a nice guy. August, you gave him a check for $500. October, you gave him another check for $500, leaving a balance of?
It was about $1,100. I'd also given him $100 cash, $100 cash.
Forget about the cash.
Yeah.
So you
it'd
gave
been
him $1,000, leaving a balance of?
It'd be $1,400.
$1,500. Don't play with
Not
me.
including the $100 that I gave him.
Not including the $100.
Right.
Right. In cash. You give him checks and then you give him cash?
Yep.
So you owed him $1,500. And you've already had the truck 4 months.
Yep.
Well, when were we supposed to complete the payments on this truck?
We had actually come up with the money, and we called him. My fiance Robin called him and said, "We have the rest of the money for the truck. Would you like us to go ahead and bring it to you?"
When was this?
This was later, after we found out that I had I'd asked him, I said, can I sell the truck to someone else? It's not working out for me. And he
Yeah,
said,
just a
fine, no problem.
Just a second. Starting November, you've made no further payments. When did you call him and tell him you wanted to sell the truck?
It was approximately February 15th is when we called to offer him the rest of the money, so it would have been about 2 weeks before that, so about February 1st.
So if you had the truck August, September, October, November, December, and January, 6 months.
Correct. I was also
Just a second.
making repairs on it.
I don't care whether you make it. You were using it. Who was supposed to make repairs on it, Bird? You bought a truck that's 15 years old. 15 years old.
Yeah.
And you bought it for $2,500. You've had the truck now 6 months. You've paid less than half on it. And now, according to you, you call him up sometime in February.
Yeah.
And say to him, truck's not working out for me. Is that what you just said? I want to sell it. So, before you can sell something, you have to pay for it.
Well, I asked him, I said, you know, I need to sell the truck. Is it okay if I go ahead and sell it to someone else and I'll give you the money that I owe you? He said, no problem, that's absolutely fire. And he had a friend of his that was also interested in the truck. So he came to my home and picked up the truck to show his friend.
When did he come to your home to... Shh, just a second. Yeah. When did he come to your home to pick up the truck?
It would have been sometime around between February 1st and February 15th, that 2-week period.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
So after that, he picked up the truck, took it to his home, and he said that he had a buyer for it, and no problem, I'll give you the $1,100 that you paid me on it, and no big deal. During that time, he had offered to pick up my son Zachary's dirt bike from the shop that I had taken it to. It was probably going to run me about $600 or $700 to get it fixed, and Andrew was very mechanically inclined and said, hey, let me pick it up, I'll take it to the house, fix it for Zachy, no problem. So that's what happened with the truck. So he fixed it, and I was calling him saying, hey, I need to get the bike back for Zach, and this and that. No return phone calls, text messaging, no return text messages, nothing. So on February 15th, he had possession of the truck. We called him and said, we have the rest of the money. Let's go ahead and we'll give you the money for the truck and just be done with it. You know,
You'll have a chance in a minute. Stop raising your hand. It's annoying and it's distracting. Go ahead.
I said, we'll just give you the rest of the money for the truck. You know, let's just get it done, you know. And then after that, it was February 25th, I called and I talked to him about, or I sent him a text message and phoned him saying, I'm coming by to get Zachary's dirt bike. And at that time, he sent me a text message saying that he sold it, which I don't know how he could sell a dirt bike that he didn't have the title to without it being a legal transaction. So the bike at no point in time was ever collateral for that truck. He was doing me a favor. Actually, he's doing Zachary a favor in fixing the dirt bike. We never had an agreement that it was collateral.
So what do you want?
I want the money that I gave him for the $1,100 for the truck, and I want the money for the dirt bike to replace the dirt bike for my kid.
Well, so that means that you used his truck for 7 months. You used it, you put mileage on it, you did whatever you had to do. You used his truck for nothing?
Well, yeah. I mean, I honestly, I don't, the truck is, it would be nice to get that money back. I want to replace my son's dirt bike.
Just a second. Well, I'm trying to understand, madam. You purchased something, you didn't finish paying for it, you used it for 7, 8 months, and now you want the money back that you gave him, which was less than half of the amount of the truck. I mean, let's break it down.
The reason I'm asking for that is because he said, hey, no problem, when I sell the truck or you sell the truck, when you find a buyer for it, I'll give you the money back. No big deal.
You know, I'm going to listen to him, but you know why I question what you say to me?
Why?
Because you told me that on February 1st, you called him and you said, truck's not working out, right? And you said, I had the money because February 15th, you called and said to him, listen, let me come by and give you the money for the truck.
I actually didn't have the balance of the money until February 15th.
How were you getting the balance of the money?
My fiance, Robin.
Yes, your fiance, Robin, was what?
Giving me the money.
Well, why couldn't he give you the money February 1st? Why didn't you say to him, let me come by and pick up the truck? And say to him, no, I'm going to have the balance of the money in 2 weeks, and then I'm going to sell the truck.
Well, I know that Robin had tried to call several times and offer that, and I wasn't present during all of those conversations.
No way. Baloney. Okay. Now, Mr. Beard.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hear it, sir.
Well, first off,
who's this person?
this is my girlfriend, Danielle.
Okay, because she's been dying to tell me something. I'm going to let her talk in a minute.
She
Go
wasn't
ahead.
even here. She was living with a guy in Reno.
Okay. Well, first off, her
Just a
dates
second.
are way off.
Do not interrupt him. Do you understand? Perfect.
Her dates are actually incorrect on just about everything, unfortunately, except for when I did take the truck back. That was correct. Beginning of February, I actually brought my roommate, Sean, at the time. But regarding the phone call with Robin, I was actually called when I took the truck back, and I believe he actually did ask me to pay $500 right then which he said he would give me a
Why
check.
did you go and take the truck back, sir?
Because at that
Look
point...
at me. Don't look down
Okay. At that point in time, I'd found out that Rob was driving the truck, who unfortunately had 3 DUIs and should not have been driving.
That's him.
Yes, ma'am.
Put your hand down.
And which I do have a police report for. And on top of that, I hadn't received money. I had been trying to call her and get the money. I was sick. I got injured in a rodeo. Told her many times I needed it.
When for the first time did you ask her for the money? After October?
It was actually after the first payment of $1,000 in, it's actually before December. Between November and December, I'd been asking her multiple times that I needed
And
money.
what was her excuse for not giving it to you?
Well, the few times that she actually did call me back, it was she just didn't have it. She wasn't working. She was working a different job. Rob was trying to work to get the money, but he had to pay off for classes for his DUIs and just was not able to get the money.
Just a minute. Okay, so you went to pick up the truck because you were repossessing it.
Yes, ma'am.
Title had never passed, I assume.
No, ma'am.
You had ownership of the
Yes,
truck
ma'am.
until it was paid off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about the dirt bike.
The dirt bike was actually given to me in end of August, and I was supposed to repair it like she had said. That was correct. And it actually was staying at my house because with her house she was renting, it just was cluttering up her garage, and I was still working on it, which was fine. And by the time the truck transaction was starting to go south, I had informed her I'd feel more comfortable if it stayed at my house until it was sold as collateral, and she did agree upon that, and it was considered just to stay at my house, and I was going to fix it and had every intention on giving it back if my truck was either fully paid off or given back to me in the condition I had given it to them.
Okay, so you took the truck back.
Yes, ma'am.
First thing, let me tell you, Mr. Beard, she's not getting the money back for the truck. She used your truck. She did not fulfill your contract. She is not entitled to any money back. It's not as if she took it and had it for one day. She took it and used it, and he drove it. No question in my mind, he drove it. My concern is with this bike. So now you have the truck. Did you sell the truck?
No, ma'am, I traded it.
You traded it for
It
what?
was hard selling it because when I had taken the truck back, it was at my house. I was in the process of repairing it, which it extensively needed. And they had came to my house when I was in Chico on business, called me, quickly left a message saying, I'm picking up the truck. I'm leaving my car for you. Before I even, that's not acceptable. I'm working on
What do you
this
mean they're
truck.
leaving that car for you?
They just said they would leave her car with the keys. I had no idea. By the time I got back home, there was her car with keys under the tire and my truck gone.
What kind of car did you leave?
A 99 Infiniti G20.
What did you leave it for?
Andrew had known that I was going to use the truck to move. I was moving out of my house. It was
Oh, just a
at
second.
that
So
point in
you were
time.
using, just a
So I
second.
picked
So
up
you
the
picked
truck
up
and used
the,
it to
hey,
move.
you picked up the truck to use it.
Yes.
When?
I don't know the exact date.
Do you know
but
the date?
He's,
Early
I don't.
February.
I'm horrible with
Early
dates.
February.
Early February,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
It was February. So she left her car and picked up the truck after you had repossessed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. When you say you traded it in, what did you trade it in for?
I traded it for a boat because I felt at that time I can get more money after repairing the boat than I could the truck. Because when I received the truck after she had taken it, after I repossessed it, the tailgate was smashed, my bed liner was scratched, the side of the truck. It was very apparent that they were bitter about me taking the truck and
You
smashed
have
it.
pictures of it?
I have pictures of how it looked. Unfortunately, I do not have pictures of how it looked after.
Well, why didn't you take pictures afterwards, sir?
Oh, I traded it as soon as it was messed up.
Well, then that's a problem that you have,
That was
sir.
my problem, yes, ma'am.
It certainly is a problem. Where's the dirt bike?
The dirt bike I sold after that, too.
Well, that was a mistake.
Yes, ma'am.
What year dirt bike was this?
She claimed it was a 2004 and that she had title.
You have the
I
title
have the
to it?
title right here.
I'd like to see
Okay.
it.
It's an 04 Honda CRF 50.
Let me see. Okay. How much did you sell it for?
$550, which was totally going to cover the mud in my radiator, the damage to my tailgate, the smashed spark plugs, and the condition overall the truck was running.
I don't know what these things cost. I have no idea.
I actually have a blue book statement.
I'd like to see it.
Yes, ma'am.
I also have an estimate from Roseville Cycle Center that would be the
I'd-
replacement value as well
I'll
as
use Blue Book.
It shows the retail and MSRP in 2004 of what that bike went for.
Okay. SRP in 2004 was $1,100. Retail now is $749, and the average trade-in was $562. But if she went to purchase it at this point, she'd have to pay $750. Is that what I'm understanding from this?
Yes, in an excellent condition. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was wrong with it when you gave it to him to fix?
my son had got water in the tailpipe when he was washing it, so it just needed to be cleaned out.
Is that right?
No, ma'am.
I didn't think so. Otherwise, why would he have?
I'm not very good with
Otherwise,
dirt
why
bikes,
would he
so
have
I
it?
don't know.
Otherwise, why would he have it since August? If if all you had to do was just clean out the tailpipe?
It was running before that.
What had to be done with the bike?
The tailpipe did have to be cleaned out, the inside of the motor as well, because unfortunately it had smoke and oil burnout in it and mud, again, in the engine.
Fine. You shouldn't have sold her bike. Shouldn't have sold her bike. I understand your frustration, but you shouldn't have sold her bike. She doesn't get her $1,100 back, and she doesn't get what she's looking for, which was $2,700, because that's ludicrous. She gets $550, which is the trade-in value of the bike, and that's what you got for it.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $550. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may
Oh,
step out.
excuse me. You were dying to say something. Is there anything that you were dying to say?
No, he covered it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Holly McLean says ex-husband Steve Reed owes for his share of their daughter's wedding. Steve says Holly went over budget.
Mr. Reed, how many children do you have, sir?
6.
Who is your oldest child?
Stephanie.
That's this child here?
Yes.
And your youngest?
Brandon.
How old is Brandon?
Brandon is 8.
You and Mrs. McLean were married for how long?
2 years, I believe.
And how many children do you have together?
2.
Your daughter is planning her wedding, and according to her, you and your former husband agreed to split the cost of the wedding. You did a budget. It was going to be $5,000. Mr. Reed, you agreed to pay for half.
Correct.
You did, in fact, pay $2,500.
Yes, ma'am.
But the wedding went over budget, and you want him to pay half of the overage of $800.
Yes.
And Mr. Reed says, you went over budget, girls. That's your problem. I agreed to pay for half the wedding, which was budgeted at $5,000, and that's what I'm going to pay.
I agree.
Why did you go over budget?
Well, the reason we had gone...
Listen, did you have a nice wedding?
Yeah. She had a beautiful wedding.
Beautiful wedding, beautiful bride, beautiful husband, nice-looking parents. Don't act... What?
I said yes, thank you.
Do you let him speak at home? Is that the reason he feels compelled to speak here? Because he's not allowed to speak at home?
Don't speak, honey.
She's cute. Okay, now getting back to you. Why did you go over budget?
Well, the reason we had gone over budget was we had it at the reception at a place that cost a lot more money than we had anticipated.
Now, when you realized that this was going to cost more than you anticipated, because you could have found a site that would have cost within the budget, but that's not what you really wanted, right? You wanted a different place. What did you do when you realized you were going over budget?
Well, Stephanie and I did a lot of emails back and forth because she actually lives in Utah. And I was planning the wedding here. And so I had told her that it looked like we were probably going to go over the cost of the wedding. And so she was kind of my in-between person between her dad and I, and had emailed to him and his current wife that we were going to be probably going over the budget.
Do you have an email from him indicating that's fine, I will pay half of whatever the overage is?
I do.
Let me see it.
This was actually an email to Stephanie.
That's fine. Well, this is not from Mr. Reed. This is from Mr. Reed's wife.
Right.
Do you know that your wife sent an email, sir, that said, listen, that's to Steph, and said, your dad and I don't have a problem if you go over the $5,000 sum, as long as your mom is willing to split the cost. Do you know that your wife said that?
At the time that email was written, no, I wasn't aware that she said that.
When did you become aware of this?
I became aware about 1 to 2 weeks before the wedding as we discussed the overage.
So your wife was speaking allegedly for you, which she can't do, but they acted upon this and then went over their budget. Do you understand?
Yes.
So it was really in good faith that your daughter went over the budget because she felt as if she was dealing with your wife, and your wife had the authority to say, okay, as long as mom splits the cost and as long as it not go. So when you found out, Mr. Reed, about this email, what did you do?
Well, by the time I found out about the comment that my wife made, things had already become contentious because all along I had made it clear to Holly that I agreed to a certain amount. Not only that, in the beginning, Holly wanted to spend far less. I actually felt that we should spend more, and it was my suggestion to pay the $5,000. Then come
Is
back.
that true?
That's true.
That's a good guy.
So to then come back to me and then say that she wanted me to pay more money, and not only that, in the beginning when she wanted me to pay the overage, she wanted me to pay the entire overage, which she estimated would be $300 to $400. And like I say, it became contentious, and so I said, we're going to have to settle the matter after the wedding. I don't want it to affect the wedding.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Reed. So?
So?
Well, he did not agree to pay half of the overage.
I know he did not agree to pay half. But when I had sent them an email stating why we had gone over, and he even told me on the wedding day that he would help me pay the overage of the wedding.
Did you tell her that, Mr. Reed?
What I said is that I would look at the expenses and analyze them and get back to her.
And did you look at the expenses?
I did.
Anything there look untoward to you?
The invitations cost $280 more than we had originally was discussed with my wife, Suzanne. There was a DJ that I knew nothing about, and he cost $450.
Well, DJ is great at a wedding. Did everybody have a good time?
I think so.
Did you dance?
A little bit.
I didn't say if you danced well, Mr. Reed.
Yes.
I said, did you dance?
I did.
Other than the DJ for $450, was it originally anticipated that there was any music?
There was going to be pre-recorded music. Okay.
I have very little sympathy because if what we're talking about here is $800, I would have paid the $2 so we wouldn't end up here. So there wouldn't be any bad feeling. You probably already paid so much to raise your daughter to this point, right? Probably cost you a couple of bucks over the course of, how old are you?
19.
19 years? So I don't know whether I would make a big to-do. But let's see. All right, the DJ, what else?
Let's see. There was a video that was done that was presented at the wedding. It was a nice video. It was $210.
A video of what?
They interviewed Stephanie and Tim about the way they met and things like that. And it was shown at the wedding. Yes, it was nicely done. But once again, I knew nothing about it. The bridesmaids' outfits, traditionally the bridesmaids pay for those.
That's absolutely right. Why didn't the bridesmaids pay for their own outfits?
Well, Stephanie and I discussed that we would just take care of that.
Well, I don't know. You can't do that and obligate him. Ms. McLean. First of all, it's not traditional.
Right.
And second of all, you can't be magnanimous with his money. What else?
The last one is traditionally a portion of the flowers are paid for by the groom or the groom's family. So the portion of those flowers, I have it listed at $248.
Can I say something about the flowers? I didn't feel we should ask Tim's family to pay for the flowers. They were actually having a reception in Arizona a week later, and they were paying for everything there for that reception. And they also paid for the luncheon, so I didn't feel it was right to ask them to also pay for the flowers.
Well, very nice. What do you want from him? He doesn't want to be used as a cash register.
Oh, I understand.
Which is, we'll make the arrangements, and you'll pay your half. And we don't have to consult with you. We're going to tell you this is what we want to do, and if it goes over, it goes over. Well, that's unreasonable.
Well, there's more to it than that.
You may explain it to me. But did you call him and tell him about the DJ before you hired the DJ?
No.
Did you call him and tell him that you were going to pay for the bridesmaids' dresses before you agreed to pay for them?
No.
Did you call him and tell him you decided not to ask the bridegroom's family for the flowers?
Yes, we did tell them that.
When?
Before the wedding, when he had stated that they thought that the groom's family had to pay for part of the flowers.
And what did you say? You told him no.
I didn't agree with that.
Fine. That doesn't mean he's not entitled to say, that's fine. You want to pay for that? Pay for it.
Okay, but there's more to it. Where we had the reception, we actually wanted to have it at my parents' house so we could cut the costs. Well, Steve didn't want to have it there.
I don't blame him.
It would have been, the cost would have been a lot less.
Miss McLean, what you just said to me has absolutely nothing to do with what I've told you, which is you cannot use your former husband as a cash register. He's a person with opinions, and as long as you want to spend money and you want him to reimburse you for the money, he has the right to an opinion. You may not agree with that opinion, and if you don't agree with it and you want to spend the money, you spend it. What he's complaining about is you didn't discuss it with him, and that was wrong. I just want you to understand that I don't think your father was wrong. I think your mother was well-intentioned, but I don't think your father was wrong. And I've been involved with lots of weddings, and I wouldn't think of saying to my ex-husband, you're going to pay for half, and I'm going to decide where it's going to be, what kind of music we have, what flowers we have, what the invitations look like, and I'll send you the bill for half. Right?
But we did...
Flattened out on the floor. And I wouldn't blame him. So, in case there's any bad feeling, I don't think your father was wrong. And Ms. McLean, if you wanted to do these things and you chose not to get an agreement with him before, you pay for it yourself. Case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Dora Huff claims a strange son-in-law, Paul Veloff, owes for bail money she posted on his behalf.
Ms. Huff, the defendant is your soon-to-be ex-son-in-law. I assume this is your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is your claim that he owes you money for bail.
Yes, ma'am.
And that he agreed to pay you back once you had bailed him out, and he has declined to do so. Mr. Veloff says you made no agreement with him with regard to the bail money. You made an agreement with his wife. So if you want the bail money paid, get it from your daughter. That's your defense.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Veloff, how long have you been married?
13 years, 14 years.
13 or 14 years.
13.
You have children?
Yes, 2.
How many?
2.
When were you arrested, sir?
It was filed on July 4th, but I actually turned myself in on that Sunday, which would have been, I think, the 6th, 7th? Of July, I'm sorry.
7/7 of 06?
Yes.
Is this the first time you had been arrested, sir?
Yes.
And this was for domestic violence?
Yes.
And the domestic violence alleged that you either assaulted or threatened or harassed your wife?
Right.
Were you in or out of the house on the 7th of July?
In the house.
No. Okay. Mrs. Veloff, when did you complain about your husband's conduct to the police?
The incident of 4th of July.
Tell me about the incident.
We have been having marital problems for quite a while, and a recurring situation came up again that he was not working and taking care of his responsibilities. It escalated into a yelling argument that turned physical. Shortly after, well, the argument went on for quite a while. He was restraining me. I was not allowed. I was undressed coming out of the shower. He wouldn't allow me to get dressed. He wouldn't allow me to leave the master bedroom. Finally, when I did get out of the bedroom, I made it down to the lowest floor of the house, got a phone, and dialed 911. While I was on the phone with the dispatcher, he left the property. While he was gone, they dispatched 2 sheriff's vehicles to the house. They took my statement, took photos.
Do you have a copy of the statement, please? Do you have a copy of that police report?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. They took photographs of what?
They took photographs of the marks on my body and the damage to the home.
What kind of marks did you have on your body?
My arms were bruised where he had grabbed me and forcibly threw me on the bed. My neck was irritated and red.
Your Honor, I do have a copy of the...
I'd like to see them. Where were your children when all this was going on?
There was a 4th of July community picnic that my daughter was at, and my son was outside playing basketball with a friend of his. I believe, well, he was in the driveway. I think they were playing basketball.
How old are your children?
14 and 12.
What's the status of this protective order?
The restraining order?
Yeah, what's the status of the case?
The case was dismissed.
When was the case dismissed?
It went to trial while my mother and I were in Italy for 2 weeks. It was dismissed because I did not show to testify.
Why didn't you appear to testify?
I was in Italy.
Why did you go to Italy during the trial?
It was already pre-planned, the trip. All of the subpoenas for me to appear were in my mail when I got back.
Your Honor, this was a 2-week Mediterranean cruise. We had planned 7 months prior to take all the kids and grandkids, everybody.
Got it. But, Ms. Veloff, after he was arrested, because he turned himself in, according to your mother's complaint, he called you and asked you to bail him out, right?
Yes.
How much was your bail?
$2,000.
And why did you think your wife would bail you out when she was the one who filed the complaint?
Well, I called her because it started getting really rough in the jail, and I've never experienced anything like that. And I called her.
How rough was it?
They found knives, shanks.
So you wanted out of there?
Yeah, and it was Wednesday night. The other inmates were starting to get their commissary or whatever they buy for the week, and a lot of it was like cold medicine, and they were chopping it up and snorting it, and I could see attitudes change, and it started getting really scary.
So you were frightened?
Yes.
So you called your wife?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say to her?
I asked her to call my dad to see if he would bail me out.
Why didn't you call your dad?
Why didn't I call my dad?
That's exactly what I said. Why didn't you call your dad? Why are you calling the alleged victim instead of calling your father directly? Don't you speak to him?
Yes, I do.
So then why didn't you call your father yourself?
The phone calls I was able to make were very limited.
Well, I understand they're very limited. I've been in the justice system a very long time. There's no reason that you're going to be able to give me that I'm going to be satisfied with, sir, as to why you didn't call your father yourself.
I don't know.
Ma'am.
Maybe your wife is going to tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you call his father?
First of all, he called the house and spoke to our son, who then called me. So by the time I got the phone call, our son was frantic with worry, thinking that his father was in mortal jeopardy.
Okay.
And then I did go and call his father, and his father said no.
That's why you didn't call him.
No, that's not true.
Otherwise, sir, you know, if something doesn't make sense, it's usually not true. How old is your son?
14.
Before I would involve my 14-year-old son in the fact that I was incarcerated and I was frightened for my life, I would call my father. If I had a decent relationship with my father and if I felt that my father would want to protect me, I certainly wouldn't involve my teenage child. That's not being a protective parent.
I did not know he was going to answer the phone.
What kind of just a second. What kind of dumb answer is that?
I mean,
What kind of a dumb answer? So because he answered the phone, you unloaded on him?
I didn't unload.
Well, of course you did. Okay. So now you're between a rock and a hard place. You got your 14-year-old child saying you got to do something to get dad out of jail. You got his father who says, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not putting up any money for him. You don't have any money, so you call your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you say, you got to help me out here. You got to help me out. And she goes down and she puts up the bond. That's so far what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you got out of jail, Mr. Veloff, who was there?
Who was there? My kids, my wife, and my mother-in-law.
And what did you say to your mother-in-law?
Thank you.
What else did you say to her? What else did he say?
And he hugged me, and he thanked me, and I told him two things. One, he had to get his act together, and two, because he didn't have a job, he had to pay me back, and he owned 2 cars, which he'd already told Tracy he would do. I expected him to sell one of the 2 cars.
To pay you back?
To pay me back for my credit card. I'm sorry.
And did he pay you back?
No, ma'am.
Why should your mother-in-law pay your bail?
I didn't ask her to.
No, you didn't ask her to. That's absolutely right, Mr. Veloff. You did not ask her to. But you promised to pay her back. But you promised to pay her back. You didn't ask her to, and absolutely, if you hadn't said to her, I'm going to pay you back, that unfortunately for Miss Huff, there would have been no recourse. The truth of the matter is, at the time that she put up the bail for her daughter and her grandchildren. Because as far as she was concerned, you could have rotted in hell. I'm sure. I'm sure. If she didn't have grandchildren, that's probably what she would have said to her daughter. Let him stay there. But she has grandchildren, and you can't do that when you have teenage grandchildren. You can't say, listen, you're going to let your father rot in jail, so he's going to call here and he's going to complain that somebody's going to shank him. Mr. Veloff, as you see, sir, I have zero sympathy for your position morally, and I have zero sympathy for your position legally. If you had not told your mother-in-law that you would pay her back.
I promised to get my act together and get a job.
Just a second. Just a second. Did you get your act together?
Yes.
Did you get a job?
Yes.
Good. Now you have money to pay her back. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,020. That's all. Step out.
Intuitive counselor Rosemary Guerra is suing her colleague, psychic Elizabeth Wines, for the return of money she paid for business leads.
Ms. Guerra, it is your claim that the defendant owes you for some sort of an investment that you made with her towards some future business. Each of you at least makes a living or an avocation of being a psychic.
Right.
And according to you, you gave Miss Wines some money. What did you give her money for?
I gave her $1,500 in reference to some promises she had made in order for us to work events like fashion shows, concerts, special events.
What was she supposed to do for the $1,500?
She was supposed to introduce me to her friend Stacy. That's supposed to put us into events in order for us to work as intuitive readers or psychics. And she had promised me a lot of different events and different parties, 38 events for this year, and that never materialized.
Miss Wines, what was the $1,500 for?
Leads.
Leads?
Leads for events.
And when did she give you the $1,500?
In February.
How long had you known Miss Guerra?
Well over 3 years.
And you told her that this $1,500 was to secure leads for her?
Correct. To take place in June.
How many leads did you give her?
We never got that far.
Just a minute. This is what we have. We have $1,500 given to you to provide her with leads for events. How many leads did you give her?
She would not talk to me to pick out the events.
Okay. So the answer is you gave her no leads.
Absolutely none.
Then you have to give her money back. Your contract is she gave you the money to give her leads. You didn't give her any leads. She gets her money back.
She needed to pick the events. Not all the events are appropriate for psychic.
Show me any correspondence that you have between February and June asking her to pick out the events for the $1,500.
When I contacted her in April, or we mean when the producer contacted her in May, asking her to work the events, and she refused. Is that what you say?
That's hearsay. You have to give her back her money, Miss
Okay.
Wines. You have to stop whining and give her back her money. Do you understand? You didn't provide the service for which the $1,500 was designed. You didn't perform the service. Maybe you'll do it sometime in the future. Maybe you can all sit down and figure that out. But right now, you didn't provide her with what she contracted for. So you have to give her her money back. It's very simple, right? Perfect. Goodbye. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,500.
Please excuse me, step out.
Catherine Harrison says ex-boyfriend Claude Johnson owes for a trip to Canada and for an assault.
Miss Harrison, you and Mr. Johnson had a relationship that is now over.
Correct.
According to your complaint, some time ago you took a vacation together. You were supposed to split the cost of the vacation, and he still owes you for some of that bill. In addition, after you separated, there was some altercation involving Mr. Johnson, and you claim he assaulted you. You want to be compensated for your pain and suffering as a result of the assault. Mr. Johnson says what was left over from the vacation was a gift, because you said that you would take care of the extra expenses, and that he never assaulted you. As a matter of fact, it was quite the other way around. So, when did this love affair start, and when did it terminate?
We had met in February of '04 while working together, and we had broken up this March.
And when was the vacation that you took?
In February of '05.
Where were you going?
I had purchased Lakers Piston tickets for him for Christmas. So we had went to Detroit, we had watched the game, and we had agreed before we left, everything would be 50-50.
Were you living together at the time?
Yes, we were. So we had went to Detroit, and then we had went to Canada for a few days after that.
Well, is it the Detroit trip or the Canada trip that he owes you for?
It's a combination of all of it. There's actually, the total trip balance was $1,468. Therefore, his half of that would have been $734, which he's paid $354.50 and owes $379.50 as the remainder.
So let's take care of that first. Yes?
She's not telling the truth. I was told that, we would go to the game. She said she's going to buy me the tickets. I'm like, okay. She's talking about she wants to go to Canada to go gamble. I'm like, I don't have the money to go gamble in Canada. I really don't want to go. She says, well, we'll put it on my credit card. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. So I'm like, okay, let's go. I agreed to pay her money for the trip to Detroit, at the game and everything. But then,
Well, how much was that part of the trip, Mr. Johnson?
Well, the tickets were free. She bought
No.
them.
Listen to me.
Okay.
How much was your half of the trip to Detroit?
I really don't know. I paid for the hotel, drinks, food, stuff like that.
No, just a second.
Okay.
Was that all put on her credit card?
Well, I gave her the cash. I don't know if she paid with her credit card or whatever. That's on her.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I have receipts, credit card statements, bank statements from all of the money that was spent. Definitely.
How much was spent from Detroit? I'm just curious.
From Detroit, we've got a charge of $64.59 in the hotel, and then he had bought some drinks at the game itself. That was
well,
all
that's a
from Detroit.
small amount of money. Is that the only bill from Detroit?
That's the only bill from Detroit.
That's what I'm saying.
But he's paid.
Just a second.
He's paid $354.
Just a second.
Okay.
When I say just a second, that means you have to stop. The only two bills from Detroit were a $65 bill from a hotel and a couple of drinks. Yes. Is that right?
I guess, according to her bank statements. I
then what did you give her $354 for, sir?
I don't recall how much money I gave her. We had other things going on. Like it gets really complicated.
I'm going to uncomplicate it. You owe $379.50 for the rest of the vacation you took together. You did go, and if you didn't want to go, you should have said, if you want to go to Canada, go alone.
But it was.
I'm speaking. Did you go to Canada?
Yeah, it was a gift on her.
I'm speaking. I just answer my question.
Okay.
Don't volunteer anything unless I ask you to volunteer, which will be never. Did you go to Canada?
Yes, I did.
Did you sleep in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Did you eat food?
Yes.
You owe $379.50.
Oh, man.
Now let's get to the assault. You broke up in March of 2005, and when do you allege this assault took place?
June 13th.
Tell me about it.
I had went over to the apartment which we previously had shared together to talk about some previous matters that were unhandled.
What?
It was money for rent that was due after I'd moved out that he had not paid, and then I in turn had to pay.
Well, what was your agreement as far as moving out and continuing to pay the rent?
The agreement was that he was going to take care of the rent since he did not wish to leave the apartment, which I would have, you know, stayed if he would have left and taken care of everything myself.
Okay.
Anyhow, he had moved in some roommates as well.
So you went over there because you were held responsible for what month's rent?
For the month of June, as well as the first 2 months we had lived there were half price, so they violated the lease, so we had owed that money too. It was $1,300 that I had to pay.
Why did you pay it?
Well, I was buying a house, and I could not have that eviction on my credit if it was not
Were you
paid.
evicted from that apartment?
No,
Did you stay to the end of the lease?
no. The lease still isn't up yet.
All right, so in June you went to see him about some money that you thought he owed you.
Well, I had went over, and he was actually outside already, so he'd just come up to the car. So we were talking through the window.
It's not true. She's lying.
Have you ever been in court before,
No,
Mr.
I have
Johnson?
not. No.
Since you have not, I'm going to give you a kindergarten course about court, especially mine. One party testifies, I ask questions. When she's finished testifying, you will be given an opportunity to testify.
Okay.
We don't shout out. This is not a discotheque. This is not a give and take. This is an organized, orderly process. Do we understand each other, sir?
Yes.
I don't have to explain this to you again, do I?
No.
Keep going.
Okay, so he was speaking to me through the window of the car, and he was under the assumption that he thought I had taken money from him earlier that morning when I went to get my mail. So he kept bringing that up, you know, well, I don't care about all this money. Where's my $14? So he reaches in the car, takes my purse. I grab a hold of it before he gets it completely across me because I had it right here at my side. So when I wouldn't let go, he starts hitting me in my chest. And so in turn, you know, I let go of the purse. So I got out of the car, and, you know, I was asking him, you know, can I have my purse back, you know, whatever. And he's pushing me and shoving me, pushing me, you know, back from him. So, you know, he goes into the house and gets away from the situation. So immediately I had dialed 911 to, you know, reach the police. And they went to the door, you know, and got him outside and talked to him as well. I have the police run log as well.
I want to see a hospital record.
Okay, well, I didn't go to the hospital.
Doctor's report.
I didn't go to the doctor.
Get over it. Whatever pushing and shoving was done over the pocketbook was no big deal. Don't make it into a big deal. Then I begin to doubt your veracity. We understand each other?
Sure.
Good. Did you think that she took money from your house?
I know that she took money from my house.
And how do you know that, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I do have 2 roommates. My roommates were sleeping. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning when she came in my house. In the meantime, I had money on my table in my room.
$14.
$14, but it was all the money that I had at the time. So, you know, it's like $1 million to me because it's all I had. Anyways, I go downstairs. You know, I talk to her about whatever, you know, the money situation, the rent, da-da-da. Okay, she says to me, she says, how much money do you have? I'm like, well, not enough, you know.
Well, you're living there. Why don't you have money for the rent,
Well,
Mr. Johnson?
this is about, I have got money. I had, like I said.
Listen to me, sir. Don't double talk me. It's June. Where's your rent money? You and your 2 sleeping roommates.
We had the rent money for the month, right? The thing is we were being charged extra money for the rent. Instead of being $600, we were being charged $1,200. In all reality, we were moving. She just didn't know it yet, so I wasn't going to give her anything, you know. Now.
So you're going to stiff her on the landlord?
No. I was going to pay it. It's big. It's hard to explain it. You know, it would take a long time. Anyway, let's get to the point. She goes upstairs. She says, I'm going to go look for some money.
Have you? And so she took your $14. You went upstairs. You didn't see your $14, so you figured it was in her purse. When she came back later, you went into the purse. Fine.
Fine.
Who paid the landlord the $1,200?
She did.
Have you paid her back?
No. No. And as a matter of fact.
Are you on drugs?
Huh?
Are you on drugs?
No.
Then just answer me. I asked you a simple question. I said if you paid her back. The answer is no. One no will be sufficient.
The answer is no. I shouldn't have to pay her back. Yeah.
Well, she didn't file a counterclaim. I'm just curious. Why didn't you ask for that money?
I was told I should handle that in the local Franklin County courts.
That's too bad. In any event, he owes you $379.50 for the vacation, which he agreed to pay for, and he did not completely pay for. I don't believe he assaulted you to any extent that requires compensation by a court. He was angry, but I don't believe he hurt you. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $379.50. And Ms. Harrison, let me explain this to you. You should thank your lucky stars that you got out when you did.
Yes, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
27-year-old Lisa Lane is suing her ex-boyfriend, 27-year-old Scott Eberspacher, for the cost to fix her bedroom window. Lisa claims Scott was trying to wake her up by throwing rocks.
All right, Lisa, how long were you dating Scott here when he made this nocturnal visit to your house?
About a month and a half.
Who do you live with?
I live with myself and my son.
And Scott was supposed to be over, according to your complaint, at about 10 o'clock that evening. Or he's
Right.
supposed to be over that evening, and he shows up at what time, Scott?
I got there around approximately 2:20 in the morning.
Why?
There was no set time, Your Honor.
How old is her child?
He would be 4.
There was no set time?
He was supposed to be
2:30
there
in the morning is not an appropriate time to go visiting, sir.
It's a booty call, Your Honor.
What?
It's a booty call. She always calls
Don't be
later.
smart.
He was supposed to be
Just
there
a
before
second.
9.
Don't be... Listen, when I speak to you, you'll answer me.
Right.
According to your complaint, he was supposed to be there at 10. He wasn't there at 10. You locked the doors. He came 2 o'clock in the morning, rang the bell, whatever. You didn't answer. So he went to your window and he threw a rock at your window to get your attention. He got your attention. He broke the window. He came in. You spent the night together. Later on, you said, I want him to pay for the window.
I didn't know the window was broken.
All
until the
right.
next
Later
morning.
on, they found the window broken and you want him to pay for the window. That's what the case is.
I have a videotape showing a scenario of how
Yeah, how he did it. You're not dating him anymore?
No.
What does that mean? That was a hesitation.
No, I do not date him anymore. He's too irresponsible.
So you haven't... When was the last time you saw him, Miss Lane? It's not an answer, madam.
I don't remember. It was like a month or so ago.
And when did this incident happen?
It was after the window was broke, because we joked about it, because he didn't really mean to break the window.
When did he break the window?
In April.
Okay. She says you broke the window, sir.
I didn't break the window, Your Honor.
I have the text message where he says he'll pay for it.
Oh. Is that dated?
Yes.
Okay. Show it to Bird, because he is
'Cause
my
I sent-
electronic... I'm speaking. He is my electronic genius.
And so, if you just want to give that to the judge, then.
No, he doesn't give it to me. He's my electronic eyes and ears.
Scott Gold, you want me to find, but I say that this is why you pay association and insurance. I will probably never talk to you again if you want to go that route, so it's up to you.
What's the date of that?
May,
Just go to the date.
May 29th.
Very good. And did you fix the window?
Yes, I did. And I have pictures of when it was broken.
I'd like to see the picture.
And I have the actual rocks, too. Here's the receipt, and here's the pictures when it was broken. Do you want the rocks?
You want the rocks?
No. Stick the rocks back where they were. These are the best pictures you could take.
I took a video flicks on my camera phone, and that's the best that we could come up with for a still shot. But I have the videotape right here that
I'm not interested in it.
Okay.
April 27th at 2:20 a.m. is when I went over to Lisa's house. And at that time, when I did, in fact, I tossed a ball, and then I tossed a very tiny pebble the size of a dime. Did not break the window. Matter of fact, the next morning when she had walked out, we walked out together, there was no broken glass or anything to my appearance or her appearance.
That's not English, to my appearance or to her appearance.
Okay. To my knowledge and to her knowledge, there was nothing broken.
Don't tell me about her knowledge. So your knowledge, there
To
was
my
no,
knowledge, there was
no
nothing
broken
broken.
window. Well,
Correct.
Then your knowledge is limited. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $360. That's all.
Audrey Decker says her ex-roommates Trista Gray and Mark Robertson owe for bills and a rental deposit. Audrey also claims the couple falsely accused her of smoking pot.
Miss Decker, you and the defendants were roommates in an apartment or a house?
Correct. It was a 2-bedroom apartment above the downtown plaza.
And you met each other at work?
Yes, we did. We
that's all.
We're co-workers.
Sure. Signed the lease when?
On August 21st of last year. I have that with me if you'd like to see it.
Okay, and when did you move out?
It was January.
January what?
9th.
And you claim they moved out owing you money?
Yes, they did.
There's lots of other things that you're claiming, some of which is nonsense, but you claim that they owe you some money. One of the things they owe you money for is that they had not paid their entire security deposit.
They had not paid the deposit.
Just answer my question.
Yes, they had not
They
paid
had
their
not
part.
paid the entire security deposit. You paid it, they were supposed to pay you back, and there was some money outstanding. When they moved out on January 9th, 2008, in what condition was the apartment?
There were some burn marks in the carpet in the bedroom that they were in. There's nail holes, things that weren't there before.
Okay, do you have photographs of the burns on the carpet?
No, I do not.
Were there burns on the carpet?
There might have been. We did smoke in the bedroom, yes.
Okay. Because if there was no damage to the apartment, then of course I would say to the plaintiff, you're going to get the security deposit back, so they don't have to pay you any more security deposit. But if there was damage that you did to the apartment, then you have to pay your half of the security deposit, because in all probability the landlord is going to make her replace the carpet and charge her. Is that reasonable?
It is, but we don't believe we owe her anything because we have overpaid her on deposit.
Show me.
We don't have any proof of it, but we overpaid her over the deposit. We do believe we have.
Well, show me. What do you mean we believe?
We don't have
What
any-
did you poke him for? You want him to say something?
We don't have any proof because we did pay her. We believe we did.
How much did they pay you in the
They
security?
paid me $360. The arrangement was I
How
paid
much was the
$500.
security deposit? Let's do
The
this.
$300 was what I put down that day for the deposit.
In total?
In total.
So they owed you $150?
No, the way it was we had our bills split 3 ways. Deb Schultz is a witness to that, that we agreed to split all bills, including electric, cable, deposit, rent, everything.
3, that they owed you $600? I want to know how much they owed initially for the security deposit, Ms. Decker.
They owed $200 initially, but they did not have money at the time.
I understand
so
that.
I paid it all.
I understand that.
Okay.
How much did they give you towards the $200 in security deposit that they owed?
They gave me $360. They paid my part of the rent for September, October, November, and December, which was $90. And they also were paying me back for the $200 that I put down in the beginning to help buy food and everything because they, once again, didn't have any. So the total was $500. They paid $360 out of that by paying the rent.
So according to you, they owe $140 in security deposit?
Right. That's what they have left over from that particular amount, right.
What else do you think they owe you for?
They owe me for the cable and electric for the time which they were there from November to December because we had backed bills.
Just 1 second. They left January 9th. Did they pay January's rent?
They paid January's rent, correct.
Good. Okay, because they should have paid January's rent because they were there until the 9th, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Why did you move out?
We couldn't handle her anymore. She became overpowering.
Okay, so there was a problem.
Correct.
You have bills showing that there were balances as of December 31st on any of the utilities?
I do.
Show me.
That's electric. This is cable. I have the amounts highlighted that I paid, and this is the receipt for the electric that I paid my share of. All that's left is what they have to pay.
When was the last time you paid utilities?
I paid utilities last
No, I'm
month.
talking to you.
We didn't pay them.
No. You're showing me a bill from January 12th, 08 to February 11th, 08. They weren't living
Right.
there then.
That's what was due before.
Oh, balance brought forward $62.
Uh-huh.
62. So they owe $40.
No, the whole balance, the 164, is what was owed from the months before.
No,
It
that's
was-
not true.
The $150 is what we
That's not
ultimately
true. Not according to this. According to this, payments received was $150.
$150 was what was paid. $62.19 was what was left over as a back balance.
$62.19 was what was left over from that bill. The other money is for the current service, which was from January 12th, 08 until February 11th, 08. I can read a bill.
Okay. Well,
So they owe $40 on this. Okay. The City of Fairmount Public Utilities was $364.
correct.
And they're supposed to pay 2/3 of that.
Right.
Okay, so they owe you $280 in utilities and $140 for their security deposit. And what else do you think that they owe you for?
For slander,
Go ahead.
they told my boyfriend's mom here, Deb Schultz, that I was smoking marijuana, and that led to a lot of tension between him and I. We actually almost broke up over it because he disagrees with it along with
Did
drinking.
you tell this lady that she was smoking marijuana?
No, we did not. We do not have her number in any way. We don't have any problem with Deb Schultz in any way. She has been very helpful with the apartment in the beginning. Like I said, we do not have her phone number.
Your last name is?
Schultz.
You are the mother of the
her
boyfriend.
Yes.
Go ahead. Well, who called you?
I ran into them.
Oh, so nobody called?
No. I ran into them. They
When?
told me in December sometime.
Okay.
And they told me that Audrey was using drugs. So my
Did
son,
you ask what kind?
Yes, and she told me it was marijuana. And my son is really against girlfriends using any kind of drugs or
Okay,
alcohol.
so now she says it wasn't by phone, it was when you ran into each other. Did that happen?
I do not recall that.
Well, she does. Why would she lie about that?
I don't know, but I do not recall that.
Did she use marijuana while you were living together?
Yes, she did.
When?
Well, we were at a friend's house, and I was in the bedroom with my friend, with her daughter, watching a movie, and she was in there with my friend's boyfriend and Mark, and they were having a conversation about using marijuana, and Mark overheard it.
Overheard what?
Overheard the conversation about them using drugs. And Audrey had asked Mark not to tell me. On the way home, he told me.
What did you overhear, sir?
They were talking about hiding it, not letting me see it, but then giving it to my friend's boyfriend. And
But in all the time that you lived together with the plaintiff, she never smoked marijuana in your presence. That.
No.
What are you poking him for?
I didn't.
not to my knowledge, but
Well, you would not to your knowledge. You have eyes.
she would hide it. She would go out with friends, and
Don't tell me what she would hide it, sir. I'm asking you a very simple question. You never saw her smoke marijuana while she was in your presence.
no, ma'am.
Did you?
No.
First of all, they don't always get things right when they hear things. Is this your boyfriend?
Yes.
Step away from her for a second. That's fine. Have you ever said something to him and then a week later you say, don't you remember I told you that? And he says, you never said that to me. You told me this. So you never said that to you? That never happened?
Sometimes it happens.
Oh,
but
listen.
more than likely he pays attention because...
But I'm just asking you. Never said to you, you didn't say that. That's not what I heard. I don't remember you telling me we had this date. I don't remember you telling me your mother was coming over. I don't remember you telling me we're going out with your sister. None of that. No. It'll happen. They don't always get it right. And to have relied on that statement to make that statement to her boyfriend's mother was probably not good judgment.
Well, he wouldn't lie to me about marijuana because he knows my stance on it. He knows I disagree with it.
Well, and if you said to me that I saw her smoking marijuana I smelled it in the house, that's another story. But for all you know, she could be puffing and she could be showing off for a friend. You don't know that that's true. You lived together for 5 months and you never saw any evidence of it in your home. Saw, smelled, felt, right? So you probably should have kept your nose in your own business.
Well, we did have a conversation about her drug usage a while after that night at my friend's house, and she had admitted to doing it.
What did she say to you?
And she said she was going to continue doing it because she liked it. And I told her I do not agree with it.
Fine, you can have to agree with it. You're not her moral police. As long as she's not doing it in your home. It's not your business, but that's not slander.
No, what happened was...
It's not slander.
Okay. Well, I was talking about a different incident. There's
don't-
something also very different that happened with work.
Do you have witnesses from work?
I do not have witnesses from work, but I do have my suspension paper. I got suspended because they were very good friends with this guy at work.
Listen to me.
Who?
That's all hearsay.
Even though I have a document saying that I was suspended?
Okay, whether you were suspended or not, I have to have a witness to tell me why you were suspended.
Well, the paper says why.
How do I know if the information they got from them is the only reason that they had to think that you were using drugs? How do I know that? That's not legal in a court. You can't use that as evidence in a court. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, fine. They owe you $320 for their share of the security deposit and the bills that they have. And next time, you have to be careful when you talk about somebody else's reputation. Do you understand? That's all.
Lee Ikuzi says former friend Dean Pottle assaulted him. Dean claims he was only protecting himself.
Ms. Ikuzi, it is your claim that the defendant assaulted you. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Before we get started, my pronoun is he. I made that clear. My name is Lee, and my pronoun is he. And
I didn't see
B-O-I.
that. I have Lisa.
Yeah, also known as Lee Ikuzi.
Okay.
I'm a trans.
It is your claim that the defendant assaulted you, Mr. Ikuzi, and the defendant says that quite the contrary, it was you who assaulted him. How do you know each other?
I met Dean Pottle when I was the Portland International Hostel manager, and I was in charge of the facilities at the time, and I also lived there. Dean came to my residence at the hostel looking for work. He was actually homeless at the time, and I took him in.
All right, so that's how you met him.
Yep.
When did this alleged assault take place?
April 2nd, 2005.
Tell me the circumstances, please.
I had a business transaction with Dean Pottle that failed. He was supposed to do a plumbing job for me in exchange for me mowing a lawn for him. I also had $1,000 with the oil paintings in his house that we were going to exchange for him to do plumbing services. I went over to his house 2 times. Both times I brought my witness, and on the second time I was assaulted.
Tell me how you were assaulted.
I brought my friend Buddy. There was a driveway that separated Buddy, Dean, and myself. I was leaning back on the car that was separated about 4 feet of driveway to Dean's house. Dean was arguing with Buddy. I told Dean that I was going to tell everybody that he's bisexual, and he ran 2 big full steps. Pushed his arm, swung me around into the car.
Just a minute, you went very quickly.
Yes.
You said you ran 2 steps?
No, I was leaning against the car here, and there was Dean's house.
Just a second. First you threatened to tell people that he was a bisexual?
Right, because he harassed me.
How was he harassing you when you came to his house?
I was at his house to collect money and my oil paintings.
I didn't hear how he was harassing you.
He harassed me 3 days before, and I was still upset about the incident. And
How did he harass you 3 days before?
I was at his house. I was massaging his hands. He went into the bathroom to take off his shirt to massage his shoulders. He came out butt naked and asked me to play with his...
So then why would you go back to his house?
Well, I brought a witness with me because I had $1,000 worth of paintings that
Did you get your paintings?
The second time that I arrived at the defendant's house, I did get my paintings.
Then what I'm asking you is, why did you have any exchange with him at all if you had your paintings?
On the day, within the hour of the assault, at the beginning of the assault, I came in, brought a friend, asked him to go get my paintings, which I needed.
So we went and got your paintings?
Right. While I was getting my paintings, Dean came outside.
Just a second. Your paintings are in the car? If all 3 of you were there...
Paintings are in the car.
So now they're in the car.
Right.
Why aren't you in the car leaving?
Because he owes me more money. He owes me money.
Untrue.
He owes money from doing a plumbing job that he refuses to pay me. So I'm asking for my money. He refuses to pay me.
Put your hand down, please.
He refuses to pay me. And we have a verbal exchange. We've been friends for 7 years. I was really upset at what he did to me. I'm going through this transition. I felt he was taking advantage of me.
Keep going.
And words were exchanged. He walked 2 steps up to me and pushed me into a car. I swung back and got him off me. And
when you swung back, you hit him.
Well, he was on top of me. He was on top of me. He pushed me into a car, and he was on top of me.
How was he on top of you?
I have fingerprints. He pushed me like this, and he was on top of me right here when he pushed me. I leaned back, and I hit him.
I only defended myself.
Let me hear what happened, sir.
Well, when I followed him out with the paintings, and the car was out on the street, and I stood back at my driveway, probably 20 feet away from the car. When he went toward the car to put the paintings in the street, she came out of the vehicle and came toward me. Now, she was nowhere near a vehicle. Now, she came toward me very aggressively and yelling profanities and everything else, so I instinctively put my hand out to defend myself. And when she came close to me, I went like this and said, "Get out of Portland," because I felt she didn't belong in our environment there. And I turned to look at him, and he says, "Oh, you touched her first." And when I looked back, she went, bam, like this, right against my lip here. And I staggered back, yelled at me, and that's when she left.
First of all, sit up. Second of all, don't speak until I speak to you. Okay. Do you have a photograph of your injury?
No, I don't.
Do you have a photograph of your injury?
I have documentation of medical records.
I'd like to see it, please. Now you can step up, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tell me your name.
My name is Buddy Bercu.
Spell your last name?
B-E-R-C-U. It's Romanian.
Left hand, left arm,
Kind of
bruise.
difficult the first time. Anyways.
All right, now I ask questions.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I ask questions.
Please.
The paintings are in the car.
Okay, the paintings are in the car. I come back. He comes out, and the car is parked right by the driveway.
Who's in the car?
No one's in the car. They're both arguing with each other, and I'm like, okay, let them vent a little bit and get some of this out, because
Just a second.
I
Where
don't want to
were they
intervene.
as you were putting the paint? I'm speaking. You're not paying attention
When they
to
were
me.
putting the paintings were already in the car, you said.
Listen to me.
Okay,
Listen. Try
I'm trying.
putting on your listening ears.
I will.
You're putting the paintings in the car,
That's correct.
and he's letting you take the paintings.
That's correct.
Now, the last of the paintings is in the car, right?
That's correct.
Why didn't you both get in the car and leave?
Because, Your Honor, this isn't about that. It's about the disrespect and the way that the abuse had gone down in the first place. And he had not
You're
said he
talking
was
about
sorry.
this incident 3 days before that Lee has just described to me.
Apparently, Lee hadn't worked through the whole incident yet, Your Honor.
then he was angry.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Got it. See how easy it is to get to the truth?
Can I give you some more truth, or do you want?
Can I get to the truth?
Be quiet.
Absolutely. Can you give me some more bald facts, sir?
Yes, sir.
I
Yes, ma'am.
determine what the truth is.
I understand that.
You understand?
You're the judge.
Okay. So far, we have somebody who wanted their paintings, made 3 trips, got the paintings, but according to you and your Lee's witness, Lee wasn't finished being angry about something that happened 3 days before and wanted an apology.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I got
And then what happened was he said, instead of, I have a restraining order on you or get out of my property, he said, get out of Portland, which I thought was a little bit wide of a swath for his powers. I mean, Portland's a big
Yes.
place. Then he approached, what he did was he just said, basically, get out of Portland, get out of Portland. And the third get out of Portland, he rushed like he was doing a shot put. And just the whole body, everything came through, but not upward, but straight, like a thrust, and hit. And I could see that she grimaced in pain, and she was crying out. And then what happened simply is a counterattack just to save face. Because I would imagine transitioning to become a man, you have to prove to other men you're a man. So that's why I stayed away from this up until this point. I didn't feel there was any danger up to that point where I had to intervene. I got some heat for that. Say, well, I should have just kicked his, I wasn't going to do that. So anyway, I don't think violence solves anything. And at any rate, what happened was he said, you can't hit me. Or you can't hit me, I'll kill you, or something. I don't remember what it was exactly. Something to that effect. Just was really surprised that Lee would counterattack. And then I just stepped in and said, look, you hit Lee first. And just kind of diffused him.
Did you see his bloody lip?
No, he had no bloody lip. There's no. It was the hand. She was like, like this, because it was not a closed fist. And I never use a fist because you could not close
I
it.
might ask interested whether you use a fist.
But
or
I'm
not.
just saying, you can hurt
I'm
your
not
hand.
Okay. Shh, I'm not interested in whether you use a fist or not. It's not
Yes, ma'am.
particularly relevant here.
I want you to stop. You're going to be making it for yourself. I want you to stop.
Shh.
I apologize.
You're killing me.
When was the first time that you were prescribed Vicodin?
I've had an ongoing neck and conditioning.
Right, I see that. So you had all kinds of problems that you were prescribed Vicodin for and all kinds of other pain medication.
Right.
Listen, you both behaved badly. You're not supposed to hit her. She's not supposed to come onto your property aggressively, which is exactly what she did. You're not supposed to push her. You're not supposed to punch him. It's over. Finished. Who has an order of protection? Either one of you?
I'm going to get one from both of them.
Well, that's a very, very good idea, sir.
Thank you.
And do me a favor, get one for me, too. That's all. Thank you.
Apologies are excused.
Melissa Poncelet del Sol says director Dr. Noel Howell owes for her services as a makeup artist on his film. Dr. Howell is countersuing for money owed.
Is it Miss Del Sol?
Yes.
You were hired by the defendant, according to your complaint, to be makeup artist in a photo shoot that he was organizing on the island of Antigua?
Almost. It was a feature film, actually.
And you traveled to Antigua?
Correct.
And it is your claim that he owes you money. He says that he paid you some money, actually, but you left the project and you were a nut while you were there, and you caused him to spend thousands of dollars in downed production time and your replacement, and he has a counterclaim. How much was he supposed to pay you?
$2,000 for my services.
So far, is that correct, Mr. Howell?
Yes, it is.
And what kind of film were you making?
It's an action flick.
How much money did you have to make this film?
About 150,000 US.
Have you ever made a film before?
Yes.
How many films?
2 prior to this.
Where? In what country?
I made one in Antigua, and I made one in New York.
Was the one that you made in New York a full-length feature?
Yes, it was.
Did it sell anything?
It's still in production, post-production.
Was the film that was made in Antigua completed?
It was completed.
Okay. How much were you paid by him of the $2,000 that was agreed upon?
$600.
When did you arrive?
I arrived January 16th.
When did you leave?
February 1st.
When were you supposed to leave?
February 10th.
So you didn't complete the job?
No.
Tell me why.
Because he basically sexually harassed me. The cast was sexually harassing me. They failed to provide me with food and water as agreed upon 3 times a day. Various violent things happened.
What did you eat?
I was lucky to eat 1 time a day, and usually it was a couple pieces of lettuce and an egg. Sometimes I got something called goat water, which is what they do when they take a goat and they they kill it, and they put it in some rainwater on the front lawn, and they boil it, and it's not quite soup.
Where did it say in your contract that he was supposed to provide you with meals?
I actually never received a written contract. That was another reason why we are having this trouble. We have a verbal contract. The contract included that he would pay me for my services rendered, for my makeup kit expenses, for my lodging, food, and transportation, and he was also supposed to supply me with a cell phone, which he never did.
And in exchange for all of that, you were supposed to work from January 16th to February 10th.
I was unable to.
Why?
Through the circumstances that they were putting me through.
How many other people left?
I actually heard a few rumors that a few other people...
I'm not interested in rumors.
Okay.
How many people that you know that you would be able to name for me left the production?
I do know for a fact that the wardrobe lady left.
Did the wardrobe lady leave?
No.
Did she finish the production?
She did finish the production.
Did she leave before or after you did?
Before.
So you actually knew she left?
Right. I didn't see her.
Well, why didn't you tell me that first?
It's slipped my mind. I'm sorry.
What happened, Mr. Howell? Why did she leave?
Well, Melissa had to leave for a number of reasons. The main reason was because Melissa was incapable of doing her work. She was smoking and drinking. Her action became so bizarre, it was hilarious at times, dangerous at times. And I had to replace her on more than one occasion with makeup artists because she just could not function.
When you say she was drinking, you mean she was intoxicated?
Well, she was drinking, and her behavior would lead me to believe she was intoxicated. But
Give me an example.
On Saturday the 24th of January, I got on set and I was like, yo, you need to go talk to Melissa. I'm like, what's going on? And they said, I don't know what's up. So I went over to her, and she was like, why? Why? And
I got it.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was behavior like that. I was like, Melissa, what's going on? And then she was like, oh, Doc. Then she started complaining about a lot of things that was happening. And then...
What was she complaining about, Mr.
Okay, one of the things she was complaining about is that there was a person who was on the set. He wasn't part of the production team. And Melissa and him had become acquaintance. And she was stating that he was actually trying to have sex with her.
Who was this person, if he wasn't part of the production team?
What happened was we needed some guns, and he had brought, he flew in from New York to bring down some guns for us. His name was Robert.
He flew down to bring guns?
Yes.
What kind of guns?
Prop guns.
Prop guns?
Yes.
So he actually flew down at your request to add things to your production?
To the production, right.
All right, so he was there at your request, and she was complaining that he was making sexual advances towards her?
Yeah, that was a Saturday night, yes.
That was on the 24th?
24th, Saturday the 24th.
So what did you do? What did you say to her?
I told Melissa that I would address the issue after we finish the set. But let's go, let's get you calm down, and I will talk to him after I got taken care of her and her anxiety.
So what did you do?
So I told her I'm going to do 3 things to make sure that she feels more comfortable on set. Issue number 1. 1, there'll be no male around her, talking to her, unless they were sitting in her makeup chair, because she was complaining that there were other people frequenting her set. Number 2, I told her there'll be no more smoking on set.
You mean smoking cigarettes or
smoking weed?
Smoking weed? Oh.
And Your Honor, if I must add, she was smoking the good weed. It was a strong Antiguan weed.
And she was?
Yes.
Was smoking
the good Antigua ganja.
She was smoking marijuana.
Marijuana.
Is that right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, sure
it's
it
a
is.
complete lie.
Just a second. He's absolutely telling me the truth.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
No,
Go ahead.
he's not.
The 3rd thing was I was going to try and adjust the source of her weed.
The source?
Yes.
So you were saying that if Robert's sexually harassing you, I want you to stop smoking weed, and I'm going to get rid of your supplier.
Yes.
Sounds like an interesting production, Mr. Howell.
No, Your Honor, there was more than just the sexual harassment. There was a lot going on, and I was trying to address the issues. The sexual harassment was just one part of the issue.
Okay. Did you ever complain to him about sexual harassment by anybody other than Robert?
Yes, I did.
Who?
There were a few people who were grips.
And what were they doing?
They set up light stands. They handled the lighting.
No, I don't mean what were they doing as grips.
Oh,
I mean, what were they
sorry.
doing to you?
By them, and they would touch me, and they would tell me about how later that night they would like to do various things to me.
And what'd you say to them?
I said that that was very inappropriate, and I would like them to not talk to me in that way anymore.
Your Honor, that's untrue.
The only one she complained to you about was Robert?
Was Robert.
I believe him. I believe him. Now, I just want to know why you left on February 1st.
Because he no longer was giving me the means to do my job. He kept confiscating my makeup kit every night, so I wasn't able to clean and organize my brushes and my makeup kit. So I would arrive to set with dirty brushes. I finally said to him, this is unacceptable. As we've spoken about this many times, I need to be able to have my makeup kit in my possession at night so that I can organize it, clean my brushes, and arrive on set and do my job.
Was there ever a time...
Sorry?
Was there ever a time that you did not show up on the set on time, ready to proceed?
No.
Yes, Your Honor, there were times. First of all, I've never, ever touched her makeup kit. Never confiscated anything to do with her makeup kit. And why would I want a dirty makeup on my set? I would never do such a thing, Your Honor.
I don't understand why he took your makeup kit.
I frankly don't understand either. However, I do know that when I was finally returned to me, $4,000 worth of makeup was removed from it, and I'm not sure if it's because he wanted to keep it to give to his new makeup artists to use on his film.
Who bought the makeup?
That was my makeup.
You purchased the makeup, and he stole your makeup?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have receipts here that I gave her my credit card over the phone. She used a credit card. She bought makeup with a credit card. Then she called me and she told me I owed her $700-something for the makeup. I went and I gave her cash. However, later I found out that that $700 include $500-something that was actually purchased on my credit card. So not only did I give her the $780 cash for everything, she also used a credit card. So she only spent maybe $200-something of her own money. So Melissa is a con artist. She's very good at this thing. And I guess from the onset, that's what she was doing.
I actually have the receipt for that $765.30, and it was actually my father's Visa card, not his.
And Your Honor, I have the receipt that she submitted to me, and this is what the receipt she gave me.
Just a minute.
And on this is what she told me she spent, and if my memory serves me correctly, it said MasterCard. And she gave me this.
This receipt that you gave me is for $532.60.
Right.
What she has here is $765, purchased on the 13th of January.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have the rest of the receipt. This is what she gave me. She gave me everything here together, $776, and that what she gave me was supposed to be, this was supposed to be cash, and that part of it was supposed to be the credit card.
Did you take back any makeup from her?
I did not.
Did you take any makeup from her kit?
I did not.
Did anybody as part of your production team?
Someone might have, but not to my knowledge. The only thing that I know, there was a bottle of blood that was left in the office that we end up using.
What I'm asking you is, did you or anyone at your direction take makeup from her kit?
No.
Okay.
I have a list of the missing makeup inventory.
Just a second. Did you see him take any makeup from your kit?
I did see him remove several items of my makeup from my hotel room when he burst in through the door and threatened to hit me in the face.
Yeah, no,
just a second. Ms. Delso, what items do you tell me now that you saw him take out of your makeup kit?
4 gallons of blood.
Other than that?
I didn't see it with my own eyes.
You're on a 4 gallons of blood cannot hold in the makeup kit.
Hey, just a second.
I'm sorry.
You didn't see him take anything else?
No, all I know is that when I walked off set, because I had dehydration and sunstroke, because no one would let me sit in their car at the shelter or give me any water on set.
There we go again.
Be quiet.
My makeup kit was left on set, and it was unlocked.
I have no idea who took it. Okay, let me hear you counterclaim, sir. 30 seconds or less.
Your Honor, because of her behavior, her inability to perform the job that she was expected to do, I had to bring in an assistant, I had to bring in another makeup artist. I also ended up paying a hospital bill because of her behavior. She was seen by a doctor there.
What were you seen by a doctor for?
He actually forced me to see a doctor while I was there.
Just
and it
a
was
second.
to die. Well, at the time I had no idea. After I was seen by the doctor, I was told that I was not homicidal or suicidal, which was rather shocking.
So you went to see a doctor in Antigua?
Yes, but it wasn't that I went to go see them. We were actually shooting a scene in a clinic that day. So he escorted me into the clinic, and I thought I was going in there to set up my makeup kit. And then suddenly I was alone in a room with the doctor.
Don't go on any more photo shoots to Antigua.
I won't.
Very good. Mr. Howell, when you have a large production staff, sir, I assume you've had difficulties before, of various kinds, not necessarily with makeup artists, but with people who aren't performing their job. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
and you had to replace them.
Yes.
Have you ever sued anybody for that, sir?
Not as yet.
You will be unsuccessful if you sue them. You want to know why?
Why?
Because the courts are busy enough. You got to choose your people better. Get better recommendations. Do whatever you have to do as the CEO of this organization to make sure that you hire people who can do the job. But you don't go around suing them afterwards if your production is slowed
not
down.
afterward.
Listen to me. We're too busy to clean up after CEOs who don't do their homework and hire appropriate people. And if there's something wrong with her because she has a mental disability, which I assume that you thought she had if you took her to a doctor, then you didn't do your homework carefully enough. But you don't get paid for that, sir. Your counterclaim is dismissed. Similarly, madam, you did not fulfill your contract. You went home. He stole your makeup. I'm not sure what happened there. You got paid a little. It wasn't a pleasant experience.
Yeah, it was the weed.
Hey, listen to me and don't interrupt me. Did I give you plenty of opportunity to talk?
Yes, Your Honor.
I assume that the plaintiff was not the only one on your set who was smoking this wonderful weed that they had in Antigua. I assume that that would be correct, sir. Look over there at his face. Was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
You get my drift?
Yeah.
I don't smoke.
Good. Me neither. But I'm sure there were people there who did. Right?
Yeah, Melissa.
Only her? You think that I believe that?
No, a few.
A few.
But not, and that don't have anything to do with the set.
Right, very good. Okay. Goodbye, folks. I don't think you have a case, madam. You got paid some money. I know he doesn't. That's all.
April Harry Bailey is suing her ex-boyfriend, 20-year-old civil engineer Hassan Smith, for a series of unpaid loans. Hassan says Maury is exaggerating.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 467 on the calendar in the matter of Bailey versus Smith. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Bailey, the defendant was a former friend, boyfriend of yours. You claim a series of loans to him. He says whatever money that you gave him were gifts. Correct?
Yes,
Who is this?
my girlfriend.
Why is she here?
Because she spoke to Maury after the incident happened, and she explained to her what happened.
I don't know what incident you're talking about. You'll tell me, I'm sure. Ms. Bailey, did you date him for a period of time?
Yes, I dated him for a period of about 8 months during my senior year of high school.
And how long ago was that?
That was everything ended around August of 2000.
And how old were you?
At the time we broke up, I was 18.
Where'd you get this money from?
I had an inheritance from an aunt. She had died when I was 13, and she had left me this money so I could go to college. And I decided to go to a Hunter college, so I had a little left over.
And you were able to take the money out yourself?
Yes, it was left to me, and when I turned 18, it was turned over to me.
Okay. The first loan was in August?
Yes.
For what?
It was $2,000 because he said he wanted a new car. His car had been crashed quite a few times, and they couldn't fix it, or it was too much money to fix it, whatever, he wanted a new car. And so I lent it to him, and I explicitly said it's a loan, and I will need this money back.
Did he say when he would pay you back?
He never really said anything. He just said, you get it by next year, when I could get money back, whatever. You'll get it by next year.
Whatever is not a contract. Did she give you $2,000?
No.
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 Show me proof that you gave him $2,000.
I have bank receipts from that month. There was actually a lot of transactions. What he would do is he would call me, and he would wake me up in the morning and take me to the ATM before the banks could open, so I would have to go to the ATM. Because the ATM could only take out $800 at a time, I would have to go to 3 different ATMs on a day. And because there was only a certain amount of money that I could take out on a certain day, I had to go to 2 days. So my bank receipts reflect that.
Does that sound more familiar, Mr. Smith?
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't, so you never got this money.
I got a portion of the money, which
How much is a
$700 my car cost. My
How
car
much?
actually cost $750, which I did receive from Maury, and which I told her I was to pay it back, which I did not pay it back at the time.
Why?
But, we broke up before she got it, and I wasn't, able to get in contact often. I work. I'm engineering and training, so I cannot have waking up in the morning and going to see her because I have to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning. I got to work at 3:30, and she was.
Excuse me?
I don't care about your work. You borrowed this money from her.
Not $2,000 though.
No,
I would not-
$750.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I do
$750.
I do say I do owe that. I do owe that money, but.
Excuse me,
$2,000.
Judge. There was also about $1,400. He couldn't afford his insurance, so I paid 2
Just a
months of his
second.
insurance.
Let me take care of this.
Okay.
Okay. But in your answer, sir, you don't say that you owe her the money. In your answer, you say, I needed a car, and she offered to help me buy a car.
Yes.
She offered to give me the money.
She offered, but I owe that money because she gave me that money.
Oh,
She
well,
gave
you
me and
didn't
I
say
told
that
her-
here. You didn't agree that you owed her that
Sorry
money.
about
All right, $750. What else?
There was also his insurance was about $711 a month on 2 months. One was September of 2000 and the other one was October of 2000. He could not afford to pay his insurance, so I paid 2 months of insurance, and the total came out to about $1,400. Each check was $711.79, and I have the checks here.
Which were not cash because I did not have any checks to cash. I didn't have a bank account to cash. You cannot cash a personal check at a check cashing. You must cash
Excuse
a
me, but
personal
it was
check
written
in
out
a
to
bank.
the place, so
But I did not
that's
use
why
a check.
what happened is they did an electronic check or something. I handed him the original check that I wrote out, and that's the check that was sent to my bank. So the check was cashed, and he got it.
My insurance was canceled October of 2000. So I'm not understanding how she says that I have paid money for my insurance to be written out and paid for by the insurance company.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about your car insurance?
Yes.
Of course you did. Because if you say your car insurance was canceled, then you must have had a discussion with her. She was your girlfriend about, I don't have money for car insurance.
No,
I have 2 checks made payable for $711.79. They're bank checks.
Yes.
What was that for, sir?
That wasn't to me. At the time when she wrote it out...
Just a second. That went to you.
Yes, but I did not cash it. When she wrote it out to me, she was still there. I told her I couldn't cash the check. I didn't want the check.
You
She
can't
took it
cash
back
the
to her.
check.
I couldn't. So I gave it back to her, and then it was over. I couldn't cash the check because I didn't have a bank at the time. I could not have no way of cashing the check. It was my insurance company.
It was paid.
But they even know they would have mailed me a copy of the check.
It was paid. Both of these checks.
I paid. My insurance company was canceled, and I had another insurance company for my mother's name.
These were paid, sir. Capital payment plan.
Okay. Yes.
What else?
I have a tape here. He knew it was a loan. He always knew it was a loan every time. When I gave him those checks, I said, when am I getting back my money? Every time we had a conversation, it would be about when am I getting back my money?
What I want to know is what the girlfriend is doing here.
The girlfriend, what
Now,
happened is, he found out I was suing him. He calls me. I told him, I will see you in court. I will not talk about this over the phone. And his girlfriend calls me. And that's what happened.
Stand up here. What did you call her for?
I called her to speak to her about what. I just wanted to know why she was suing him.
For money.
Exactly. No, I wanted to know the reason why, like how it went about, like the
What is it your
situation.
business?
Because he's my boyfriend. That's the reason why I wanted to know.
Why?
I just wanted to
To
know
know
why
what
she
debt
was
he had.
suing him. He told me he didn't owe her any money. That's
He
why I
told me he
wanted
didn't
to
owe
know.
her any money to start with.
Exactly, and that's why I called her to find out. And she told me that she paid for his car. She told me the same exact thing, and she actually told me that after she broke up with him, that's when she had gave him $700 to pay for his car. And she told me that she spent a lot of money on him. She bought him a lot of gifts and all of this.
Gifts is not what we're talking about.
Well, she said she spent a lot of money on him.
Sure she did. She 18-year-old got her hands on some money, and that's the problem. But this money was for his car and his car insurance.
But $3,000 doesn't add up at all.
No,
So-
$2,150 is what it adds up to.
Well, actually, there's a lot more money. I did loan him the $2,000. He's saying it's $700 right now.
If next time you loan somebody money, Miss Bailey, and if you think there's going to be a dispute as to the amount, get a note. What else?
There's a taper. He was fully aware there was a loan. He called my machine.
Let me see.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Marie Bailey says ex-boyfriend Hassan Smith owes for several unpaid loans, and she has an audio tape to prove it.
Go ahead.
511:1:06 p.m. January 23rd.
Crazy, I don't know what you're doing, but for coming back this long for 3 years later and suing me for $3,000, I don't know what the hell to sue you for. I'm gonna sue you for that you put me through when I didn't expect your mother's house and me helping you. So you living off of me. So therefore, I should kind of sue you. But we'll see about this in court because ain't no way you're gonna win it. Think what you got. I mean, it says to me.
Wish I understood a word you were saying.
I was saying that she was suing me for $50,000 3 years later, which was way too weird because when she did call me and want the money, I told her I will give her the money, no problem. But it came so sudden for her to come to court and say I owe her $3,000. It hit me with such shock that saying $3,000 that I owe. It was shocked that $3,000 out of $700 from $3,000, it was pretty weird.
Insurance. You forgot about the insurance, Mr. Smith. You forgot about the insurance. You mean you were shocked that 3 years later she came to you and said, I want my money?
Yes, but she could have maybe signed a contract, and I would glad to sign a contract for the money I owe her, but she didn't.
Yeah,
And
Judge, please. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
okay. Oh, and bank statements saying that she wrote checks out to me. If it wasn't my insurance company, I would like to have a receipt from my insurance company saying it was paid in full. You know, all they always mail.
How is she going to get that?
Because the check is run out from her address, so they mail a copy of what is paid, a receipt, and the mail with that. Always, I have a checking account too. They always do that.
They mail it to the person who wrote the check rather than to the insured. It says your insurance is now paid. We want to let you know that
if the check wasn't mailed out to me, why would they mail it back to me?
Because maybe she didn't trust you. And you told me you didn't have a checking account.
At the time.
So, well, I don't care what you have now. Now is not important, Mr. Smith. Do you think you're smarter than I am?
No, I'm not.
You're darn right. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,150. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We had a baby together which died, and I broke up with her so suddenly, and she hated me for that.
I don't know why he's bringing up the past history. It was not brought up in the case. I don't know why he's trying to bring it up, trying to make me look bad or whatever, but it has nothing to do with it.
I don't hate him for it.
I don't want to have any contact with the defendant or anything, and I'm just so happy to have him out my life for good.
Things like this happen all the time with people who are mad because they got left by somebody who doesn't want them anymore.
I don't want him. I am happily engaged. I have a new life.
I guess money makes the world go around. That's one thing that can make you happy if you can't have that person that you want.
I don't even think about him except the money that he owed me.
Don't get in a relationship when it involves money.
If he wants to think that I still want him, let him. If that makes him sleep better at night, whatever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lechuga versus Kavanaugh, step forward, please.
21-year-old store manager Yvette Lechuga is suing her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old construction worker James Kavanaugh, for the unpaid balance on a car he totaled.
Miss Lechuga, the defendant was a former boyfriend of yours. In addition to just being a boyfriend, you had a car that was titled in both of your names. He paid for the insurance on the car, but it was your car. There was a car loan on the car, is that right?
Right.
He got into an accident and totaled the car. So far, is that right?
Yes.
The insurance company totaled the car and gave you a check, but the check did not cover the car loan, and there is still about $1,800 left that you owe the loan company on the car. Is that what the case is about?
Yes.
Mr. Kavanaugh, when were you in this accident, sir?
It was May 28th, 2001.
Tell me about the accident.
Well, we were coming back from the airport and...
Stop playing with papers. Look at me.
Okay. We were coming back from the airport from St. Louis.
Who's we? The two of you?
The two of us, yes. She was in the passenger seat. We were going through an intersection, and the light was green. She swore the light was green at one time. Went through the intersection in another car. We collided. No witnesses stopped on our behalf. The other car had a witness stop, said they had a green light, so I was at fault for the accident because I had no witnesses. She was in the car.
Maybe you were just at fault in the accident because you were at fault.
No, the light was green. I'm sorry, if the light was green, I'm going through.
Did you hit them or did they hit you?
We hit each other.
How is that?
Because the two corners hit together. I mean, I didn't see them. They just ran, they went right through the light, and we collided. I never saw the car coming through the intersection because I was halfway through the intersection before, you know, we even hit.
So the insurance company found that you were at fault. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the highway patrol put me at fault. Now, I guess the insurance goes by that, or if they go by their own. I don't know.
Whatever. Those people who were responsible for finding who was at fault found you at fault?
Yes.
Okay. And when had you purchased this car?
We had purchased it in last September.
When you say we purchased it, you purchased it together?
He was the primary person on the car, and I was the co-signer, but it was supposed to be the other way around, and they messed it up.
I don't care what they... What is it now? Who owes the $1,800?
Right now, I'm the primary person.
Why is that?
Because we switched the names back.
When?
Back in June.
After the accident?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was the one making the payments on it, and I wanted to have credit for it.
At the time that this accident occurred, that he caused, he was the primary on the car.
Right.
And on the loan. Is that right?
Right.
Who was making payments prior to May 28th?
I was.
Why were you making the payments?
Because it was my car.
Well, then why was he ever the primary?
Because the loan people were stupid and messed it up. They put my name wrong. They put the paperwork wrong. When I signed the papers, I asked them, this puts me as co-signer, because I've never signed for a car before, co-signed or nothing. So I believed the people we bought the car from. I said, so I'm on as co-signer. They said yes. So we signed the papers. Come to find out later on, they put me as primary and her as co-signer. So when we found that out, since she was making the payments, it was her car, we switched the names.
You mean the payments for a car that no longer existed?
What's that?
In June, after the accident, the car no longer existed.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
How much did they give you for this car?
About $7,000.
$7,311.
And how much was owing on the car?
That much. I don't have the exact amount on that because.
How come you have a lot of paperwork?
I have all the paperwork I need for my case. I mean, I don't have the exact amount left on the car. They wouldn't give me the information.
Let me see the information that you have, madam. Okay. I want to see the loan that was taken out, how much the payout was, all that good stuff.
I have a copy of the title right here. It has the price on it. I do have that.
How many cars did you have when you were living together?
I had mine and had hers.
When did the two of you part ways?
In July.
Why?
He broke up with me because he was seeing somebody else.
I see the last payment that you made to Ford Credit was $100.85. Is that right?
Right.
Your Honor, what month was that? Because I've had to cover 1 month of that because she quit paying on it and didn't tell me. So they called me 2 days before they were going to send it to collections agency and informed me that she was 3 months behind.
I did tell you.
So you made the payment?
Yes, I had to make the payment.
Good. It was your accident. Now.
She was right there in the passenger side, Your Honor. She could have very well been driving. She gave me permission to drive the car, so, you know, my insurance paid out all that on it. I mean, if I was to let her...
Is this your defense? Now
if I was to let her go drive my truck and she was to wreck it, it would be my responsibility to pay for it, not hers. I mean, isn't that right? Because it is my truck and my insurance. I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't know.
So that's your defense?
My defense is I've paid out more on this car than I think I should have anyway. I mean, yeah, my insurance covered my wreck, my part of the wreck, but I paid for her insurance the whole time she had that car, so.
Where were you coming or going from that you were coming from the airport?
We were coming from St. Louis because she had gone to Texas.
Yes.
Vacation to see her mom.
Okay, so when you went to pick her up at the airport, you took her car?
Yes.
How come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car had more room and we could put her stuff in the trunk. I had permission to take her car.
No, I didn't ask for permission. I just said, how come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car has more room. I have an S10.
More room than a truck?
I have an S10. The cab is a lot smaller than the front seats of a car. It's just more comfortable in a car.
Okay.
Because it's
now,
a 2.5 hour drive.
when you went out for dinner, which car did you take?
What's that?
What word didn't you understand, sir? When the two of you were together,
I'm speaking. You interrupted me.
When you went out for dinner, when you were living together, whose car did you take?
Either or.
Most of the time. Which car did you take?
There wasn't most of the time. I mean, I guess most of the time we took my truck.
You did?
I guess, yes.
I doubt it. I doubt it. You want to know why? Women don't ride in a truck if they have a car. By choice. If they have no choice, they'll ride in a truck. But if they have a choice, they'll ride in a sedan. That's common sense, isn't it, Bert?
I'm not a woman, but yeah.
But you know women.
My wife prefers a car.
Right. Now, what kind of work do you do?
I work construction.
So you use your truck for your business, but going out on a Saturday night, you take the car.
Not true.
Not
but,
true.
Okay.
Of course it's true. Sir, bottom line is, Mr. Kavanaugh, you not only were driving this car, with or without her permission, of course it was with her permission that you were driving the car, but you were also primarily responsible on the loan at the time of the accident. I don't care who messed up. You bought this car in September of 2000. If you're old enough to have a car and a truck and a job, then you're old enough to look at paperwork and see whether it's wrong, and you don't switch it after the accident. So at the time of the accident, you were A, at fault, B, primary on the loan.
As co-signers should have been.
No.
Okay, both of our names are right here. On this title, both of our names are under owner.
Right.
It doesn't say who's co-signer and who's not. When I saw that, and when I asked them who is the co-signer, they said me. Now,
but it turns out that it wasn't.
Doesn't seem to be very clear to me.
Turns out, I'm not here to go over their contracts. As it turns out, you were primary, right?
Unknowingly, yes.
Not my fault. You certainly knowingly one thing. You knowingly were involved in an accident, which the police attributed to you as the one at fault. So you owe the remainder on this bill. Why should she be saddled with it? Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,798.69. Goodbye.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excused. You may step out.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Trong video hôm nay mình sẽ giới thiệu đến các bạn một sản phẩm, đó chính là thực phẩm bảo vệ sức khỏe có tên gọi Omega 3. Và trên tay mình đang là một hộp Omega 3 với mỗi viên nang mềm sẽ chứa 100 mg hoạt chất omega 3. Một hộp như thế này thì sẽ có 100 viên nang mềm để cho chúng ta sử dụng các bạn nhé. Thành phần của mỗi viên nang mềm thì sẽ có chứa hoạt chất EPA 180 mg, DHA 120 mg. Ngoài ra thì còn có chứa vitamin E, phù liệu như là gelatin và các tác dược vừa đủ. Và hoạt chất EPA và DHA thì sẽ được lấy từ nguyên liệu dầu cá omega 3. Và công dụng của sản phẩm omega 3 Alaska này thì giúp bổ sung axit béo omega 3 cho cơ thể. Ngoài ra thì còn giúp cải thiện thị lực, hỗ trợ giảm mạch thoái hóa võng mạc, giảm nguy cơ xơ vữa động mạch do tác hại của oxy hóa. Đối tượng sử dụng của sản phẩm omega 3 Alaska này thì dùng cho người muốn duy trì sức khỏe tim mạch và giúp cho mắt của chúng ta sáng hơn và giảm mỏi mắt. Cách dùng của sản phẩm này thì cũng rất là đơn giản và chúng ta sẽ uống trong bữa ăn hoặc trong vòng 30 phút sau bữa ăn. Người lớn thì chúng ta sẽ uống mỗi ngày 2 lần, mỗi lần sẽ là 1 viên. Và chúng ta nên sử dụng hàng ngày để cho phát huy được cái hiệu quả tốt nhất. Và sản phẩm này không sử dụng cho người mất cảm với bất cứ thành phần nào của thuốc các bạn nhé. Và sản phẩm này không phải là thuốc và cũng không có tác dụng thay thế thuốc chữa bệnh. Vậy là trong video hôm nay thì mình đã giới thiệu cho các bạn một sản phẩm omega 3 Alaska. Và cảm ơn các bạn đã theo dõi video của mình và hẹn gặp lại các bạn trong những video lần sau.
Running 36802, I'm going to be out with a white Honda, southbound, south of Charge. 36802 out with a Honda, southbound, south of Charge. Hey, can you roll down your window? Hey, stay in your vehicle. Hey, hey! 802, 802, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. 1199. Southbound, southbound. He's got a long gun on the ground. Stay on the ground! Let me see your hip. Got it. 674, got it. 99. Got a chart.
Going off from CJ southbound, I-5.
Do not touch that gun! 674, let's go make sure we get fire up.
674, I-5.
3674, can you notify 360?
674, we're notifying everyone.
He's got an AR. It's underneath him on a sling.
802, he's got an AR underneath him in a sling. 802, where is he now?
802, I'm not hit. Not hit.
36802, you're not hit. Where is the suspect now in relation to you?
802, he's by the driver's door. Against this traffic, can you get me the brake, please? Traffic is kind of heavy. Keep your hands where I can see them. Do not reach for that gun.
Traffic is heavy. Requesting brake. Requesting brake.
Ready, 674. Copy. I'll bring that brake to the floor now. Can you advise if the suspect is injured?
It says, do copy. Bringing that brake from Flores now. 36802, is the suspect hit?
Suspect is hit.
36802,
802 firm. Stop moving! Do not reach for it! 802, I cannot tell. There's blacked out windows. Stay on the ground! Stay on the ground! Do not do it! Ah! 802, I'm hit. 802, I'm hitting the leg. 802, I'm hitting the leg. He's taking off with a patrol vehicle. Ah!
Search him out. Oh. I'll take it again. Let's get him. Let's back in a second. Let's go. Oh. Hold on. A10, send in fire. Go. Fire's coming. Help me, please. Okay, that's good. Everybody good? Yeah. You good? Yeah. Check equipment. Let's get a better search on him. Yeah. Weapon safe, boys. Yeah. You have any weapons on you? Where's your weapon at? Hey, where's your gloves at?
Here we go.
Hey, anybody got gloves?
I can get some.
No. I got gloves in my car. Is that the ammunition in there going off?
Weapons safe, everybody?
Yep.
We're good.
I got my shotgun.
Is this yours? Here we go. Good on ours.
I'm going to throw my card.
I tried to get out just a couple times. Then send me.
214, go ahead.
So, I had my stuff down. I was talking to an elderly lady who was talking kind of slow. Did he shoot someone? I don't know.
He
I
did.
saw
The
him doing
CHP officer
medical.
was down.
I saw him do medical on the side of the road.
I saw the CHP officers down, as far as I know.
Yeah, someone was down.
I saw
there doing
blood. There
medical.
was like blood right here.
All right.
Gloves, anybody?
Not on.
No.
You what?
This probably won't work, won't it?
No.
I have multi-tool in my car. No. I have a multi-tool in my car and gloves.
Stand up! All right, drag him over there.
What is your name?
Don't start doing that.
What is your name? Huh? Yeah, let's keep moving him.
Okay.
My concern is this.
Anybody got any wire cutters? You just got a hole in the fucking thing.
We still have a victim in here? Chase, is there a victim in this truck?
Sarge, here, take that. I'm gonna help him.
Yeah. Hey, you quit moving. Let's get some wire cutters. Cut this shit. Hey, I'm gonna open up. Who are you? Who are you? Hey, who was that, Chase?
Yeah, that's Chase.
Joseph, Pat, Pete.
Yeah.
Hey, how's your boy? How's your boy? Shot?
We didn't check him. He was on our guy.
He was up there treating him when I went by.
Where'd he get hit?
It looks like the leg, maybe.
Maybe.
I was there for a fraction of a second.
I don't know. I just saw blood on his stomach.
There's a lot of tension.
These are too small. I'm gonna have to just fucking suffer.
Hey, I got wipes. Anybody got blood on them?
Can I get some of those gloves?
Let me get this over there.
Yeah. Just looping in here. Bend it if you can.
Hey.
Snag some of those gloves. We snag some of those gloves.
Get up. You're gonna stand up and you're gonna walk up towards the road.
You alright?
Keep them coming for now. Code 2, unknown about that second part. Fire's on scene for the suspect.
Yeah.
Here, I'll take his IDs back. We just get one of their bags or shoes.
Medical's right here.
Yep.
Hey, you want to just leave him until we get your name up? Do that, guys. Let's just leave him. Anybody need gloves?
Good.
We're good.
We have no suspect weapon at this point?
No.
No,
It might be in the
they
car.
think they threw it, like, while driving? They think so, yeah. That's what I heard over cross. Okay. Is air en route? They can start
I don't know.
scouring the outside of the freeway?
I have no idea.
See you air, I think. Jay McKinnon.
Get on the radio.
Don't start spitting. You know where you are right now, Joseph? Where are we? That block, what year is that? Anybody have the rest of your house?
Hey, Danette? Might have to go back there and make some kind of traffic break or something just to make sure there's no more accidents,
Additionally, Fort Bragg is a vegetation system.
I just gave a safety warning.
Yep.
You guys rolling or you guys off?
I'm off now.
Okay.
Good. Hey, I clocked you at 68, okay? That's why I'm stopping you. Yeah, do you have your lights on you? Alright, just give me a moment, alright? Hey, appreciate you coming out. I haven't talked to him yet. Oh, good. Hey, I haven't talked to him yet. Tell him I know it's a basic warrant out of Mexico County. Hey man, come step out here real quick. I'm going to show you something.
Sir, come on, step back here. Go ahead and face that car. Put your phone on the top of it.
What am I doing? I'm going to explain everything to you. That's why I'm having you out. Okay?
So you are under arrest at this time. You have a warrant out for your arrest. A warrant for what?
I'm going to show it to you in a moment, okay? Is this your car?
It's my girlfriend's car.
Your girlfriend's car. Can he drive it, the guy that's in the passenger seat?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, twist your feet up there.
So, what am I under arrest for?
I'm going to show it to you. Okay? Come back here for a second. I'm going to give you, I'm going to show you the LiDAR too, where I clocked you at 68. That's not really the biggest concern here, okay? But I'm going to show you the warrant once I get you secure, okay? Is there anything you want to bring with you down there to Mexico County Jail?
No, I'm saying, can I understand what am I being detained for?
Yeah, it's a warrant. I'm going to show you the actual warrant in just a moment when I have a chance to sit you down. Is there anything on you need to know about? When that's a poker stick? No?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you want to bring these items with you or leave them in the car?
Yeah, you can give me. You can put them in my pocket. Okay.
Right here in the pocket.
Step to your right just a little bit. Okay. Let me get this step out your way first. All right. Can I get my? Can you give my phone?
Yes, I'm going to put it. I'm going to leave that cash in there. Any other pockets I need to know about?
No, sir.
Go ahead and see this thing.
Sam, what is my money on the $3 sale, guy?
What? Oh, okay.
What is that? Oh, that's not mine. I've never seen that in my life. What are you doing with my property then?
I'm going to roll the window down and tell you what you're in here for. Stuff right here.
What am I in for then?
So, I don't know if you've had a history with them or not, but you got a U.S. Marshal for that. A weapons violation. That's all it tells me. Okay, when you get down there, they're going to print it out for you. Okay.
These two ain't the phone? You give them it? Yeah. What is that? I get cash. No, that's going with you. That's going to be with you. We're not giving that to anybody else. We got that off you, so it's staying with you, so you know we didn't take none, and none's going to be missing. No, we are taking that. That's staying with you. That's the rule.
And you get me
So
some of it?
because it come off of you, every bit of it's going with you. Does that make sense? That's accountability, because when it comes to stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So.
This ain't time for say. They're going to double check it, just to be sure.
Okay. Sir, just give it just a minute, all right?
All right, I'm gonna count your money in front of you, okay?
Here's big money. I'll put this in the bag for you, okay? Yeah, here.
Here we go.
I got you.
Yeah, she's counting it right now.
You're gonna watch me, okay?
I heard the rubber band get caught. Hold on. Check it out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to question you or anything.
Let me count it first.
No, can you look in between his legs real quick? Well, I think he just put some more money in between his legs. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. How much money did you have on you? I'm asking.
I haven't touched it. Can you just check in between his
Sir,
legs?
listen to me.
He's moving and everything. Look, he's moving. Sir, I'm good.
Sir, listen to me. Tell me how much cash you had on you. What was the amount?
I just want to see. I'm not gonna lie. Can you check? I'm not going nowhere. Can you check your fellow officer for me, please?
Yeah.
Hell no. He just touched my. I heard the rubber band pop. He told me, oh, I had to look. And he's moving. He's moving in between his legs.
Sir, stand right here.
I'm gonna stand right here, but can y'all please check y'all fellow officer? Please. What's going on? Look, he's moving his arm right now.
How much cash did you have on you?
Can you check your
Yeah, I
hands?
didn't.
Can you check your people's? Because he's touching. What's
Tell
going
me
on?
what's the
Oh my
total
God.
amount?
Look at his hand. He's tucking money. He's tucking money right in his right hand.
Tell me how much money you
He's
had
tucking
on you.
money. He's tucking my money. That's a problem. Can y'all check him?
Hey,
Listen to me. What was your total cash?
He's telling her, no, don't check me.
Listen.
Look at him moving. He's moving. Oh my God. Y'all not going to check him?
Listen.
Look at him.
Listen. Come on.
I've been cooperating with you guys the whole time. I'm not
I'm not gonna allow anybody to take your money.
Look at him, he's moving.
But look at me. Look at me. If someone takes your money, it will be a big problem. All right. No one's gonna take your money. I can see his hands. I can see exactly what he's doing. No one's gonna take your money. She's gonna count your money.
There's more money. Him touch my money. And you
there's more money in here. You're saying that there's more money in here?
But what I'm saying is,
let me ask you a question. Answer my question. Are you saying that there's more money in here?
What I'm saying is, he just touched my money and went through 3 different floor compartments, and I seen him put it in between his legs. I heard my rubber band. I've been nothing but cooperative with you guys. All I wanted you guys to do was.
Watch.
I'm saying, but he already moved and did a lot of different stuff.
Okay, come sit over here.
But y'all already let him move. Like, there's no way. Like, watch. That's crazy. I can't believe y'all just did me like this.
How much cash do you have on you total? So I can count it out and we can verify if it needs missing. That's what I'm asking you.
We can
do you know
this right
what the
now.
total amount was?
Man, I honestly don't. The money was for bills. My wife gave it to me. The one that she tried to give me. I tried to give her the money. He said, don't give it to her.
Okay.
Because I went to Wendy's. I got a Wendy's receipt right.
But do you know how much cash you had on it so I can count it out so we can verify the total? Do you know approximately how much you had on it?
If I say a number and I get it wrong because he touched the money, then it's going to be all wrong. But I just don't understand why I heard my rubber band being popped.
I just grabbed it from the seat to give to her.
That's not what you just told me either, boss.
I did. That's what I did. And I handed her the
I'm not going to lie, boss.
envelope.
Have I gave you any problems?
No, sir, you have not.
That's all I wanted to ask. I just don't understand why y'all couldn't. Like, I'm not going. I sit on my face. I'm not going nowhere. I just wanted to.
I'm asking you what your total was so we can count it out. You can watch me count it out.
I'm not sure. I'm distraught. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. I didn't even know I had a warrant. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to like.
So if you.
What's it called? I'm trying to like just like comply with you guys.
I got
but
you.
That just doesn't make sense to the point where like I just watched him. Me and you both watched him move his hands. I watched him tear up. I watched him look at you and tell him like look at you until you know you're not about to. I just watched him do way too much when I haven't been nothing but nice and compliant to you guys. You feel what I'm saying? I'm trying to go along with you guys' protocols and everything. All I've done was ask questions so I know how like to make sure I'm safe and my family can find me and stuff. And it's like I know.
And that's why I was asking you what your total was so we can sit here and count it out.
But
and we can verify that it's correct.
It would have just helped me more seeing that you would have checked him. It's like it's simple.
But like you not see me walk over here.
I did see that, sir. But at the end of the day, none of you guys' body cams is on. Like I know.
Mine is on right now.
But I know for a fact what I seen and what I heard. And then when I asked him why was he like popping the rubber band on the money. He said I was just making sure something, but there's no need to make sure, you feel what I'm saying? Like, that's my property, you feel what I'm saying? And I know for a fact the money was touched, but it's a million compartments.
Yes, I did touch it when I grabbed it out of the seat.
I understand, so I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Chapman. I just know what
No, sir.
Okay, so what I typically do is count out everybody's
You can
money
count it
in
again,
front
but
of
I'm not
them,
gonna
so
lie
you
to
can
you.
see that it's
The
accurate.
money was altered before.
So when I turn it over to property, you can verify that the total we're counting out now is the total that you're going to get back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Are you good with me doing that right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can tell me, do you have any kind of idea about how much you would say you had
I
on
do,
you?
but I'd rather you count it first, so I just know in my head.
But if you tell me afterwards that it's missing, that doesn't verify.
But if you
know
guys
what
would
I'm
have
saying?
stopped him within
If
the
you
whole,
tell me
if you
how
guys
much
would
it was now, I can count it and we can verify if it's missing. Okay?
I understand what you're saying, ma'am, and I appreciate everything, but I feel like you guys don't understand what I'm saying. But it's okay, I'm not tripping. You can count it out. I just, like, you counting it out right now would just let me know exactly how much you took, but I'm not tripping anything. I'm not trying to cause any problems or any Miss Casperson. Miss Casperson. I'm not trying to cause any problems. I just know what I know, you know what I'm saying? I know, I heard the rubber band pop. I seen him fiddling. He did not just keep his hands up the whole time. Like no, I didn't. He didn't open the door and say, you can search me. Look, you know what I'm saying? I heard my money. I'm a very great businessman. I just paid bills a couple days ago, you know what I'm saying? I just know for a fact that he touched my money. And then he was adamant about not giving my money to my wife or the cameraman that was with me, you feel what I'm saying? He was just like, no, you're gonna keep your money on you, which wasn't a problem, you feel what I'm saying? But him touching the money prior to just putting it in I've been listening the whole time. He asked for a small envelope. He didn't put the money in there then. He asked for it just doesn't make any sense. But you can do your job. I'm not trying to postpone or cause a problem. I just want to see how much is missing out at this point.
I want to count in front of you so
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can see how much that you have, okay? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 1, 2, 5, 6. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. So that's 7.
7,000. 7,000. So you're not gonna lie, you're gonna miss it.
20, 40, 60, 81. 20, 40, 60, 80, 90. 7, 190.
This is around like 13, 14.
Okay, so we have it documented that you're saying that, okay?
Is that the rubber band that I bought?
Yeah. So you see me putting it all in here.
I appreciate you on that shit.
What are we saying? 190, right?
So I wasn't saying that you altered my mood.
No, I didn't say you said that, okay? Alright. But I said I wanted to count it out in front of you so you can see how much is in there, because when we turn this over to the sheriff's office, it's then going to go to the marshals, that's going to go to the next sheriff's office. So this is us verifying that we're putting all your money in here.
Can you write my name on there also? can y'all like I don't know the protocol with that, but like can y'all check y'all like his person? Because like if anything is on him,
Look,
like
sir.
it would be in big. No, I don't.
Look, I'm gonna show you right here. Look at me. Look at me.
All of you guys probably have kids out there. You know what I'm saying? Look. So look, this is all I want to explain to you guys. Most of the time, when somebody know they didn't when somebody knows for a fact they didn't do anything, they're not finna just, you feel what I'm saying, like let you search them. And I don't have kids, you feel what I'm saying, but I know how that goes because my mom did foster care. So I'm like up to par with all of that. And on top of that, if I didn't do anything, like how me and you been talking the whole time,
Yes,
just
sir.
like how me and you was talking the whole time, if I didn't do anything, I have nothing that I'm worried about, you feel what I'm saying? There would be no reason for him to show me his pockets and stuff. Like I know for a fact.
No, I want you to feel
comfortable. I would have
yes.
felt,
Yes, sir.
I would have felt comfortable if your colleagues would have searched you at the exact time where I knew where the money was, because I seen you kept going in between your legs, and then every time everybody put all of the attention on me, you kept moving. I don't know if it's in your door, I don't know where it's at, but just like look, I don't even care to find the money, but how you know for a fact that I'm right.
Come here.
Do you mind if I move?
Come here. I'm tell you.
I want you to hold me so you know that.
Okay. Do you see anything?
No, no cap. I'm not even gonna touch it. It's blue hundreds right here. It's all the blue hundreds are right there behind that receipt. Thank you. All that's my money. He didn't have that.
This is your money?
Yes, I heard him crumble it up. Thank you. All that's being recorded, right? That's my money. That's my money right there.
Sir, you've been watching me that whole time.
I seen you take it. I seen you crumble
Sir,
it. Just
that
count
is
it.
not me.
If I'm right, it's gonna be around $1,000. If I'm right, and like I told you, I just went to Wendy's. I seen you still.
No, sir.
If you don't mind, I just want to sit down so y'all don't try to say I'm resistant. I don't want to do nothing. All I know for a fact is I know what I know and I've seen it. I just wanted you guys to trust me, you feel what I'm saying? That's why I was just acting a little irate, but I'm perfectly fine, you feel what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to expose you.
That is not me, bud.
Brother, I just seen you steal my money. It was no reason for you to pop my rubber band, brother. There was no reason for you to pop my rubber band off my money.
I didn't pop your rubber band off your money.
I heard it. Me and you just spoke about it. You heard him agree to it when I first got it. I said, I heard you did rubber band. You said, oh, I had to do something. It's okay. It's okay. I know. I just witnessed here today. Mr. Chapman went in my money. He separated my money. He was trying to steal it, and I caught him. He put it in between his legs, and as his colleagues approached me, he worked it towards the door. He tried to make it seem like I was lying. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in full custody of these officers. I'm being detained. I'm not going anywhere. I don't want any problems. I'm not armed. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just pulled over for a traffic stop. He just tried to steal some of my money.
Okay, we're hearing you, but there's no need to say all of
No,
that.
I was just looking at the camera. No, I just know how it goes. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want to cause.
My camera's on the entire
Yes, ma'am.
time. All right,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
let's take it down a notch.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I'm
We're
so sorry.
good here.
Yes, ma'am. So what are we gonna do about this problem? Because he just tried to steal some of my
No,
money.
sir,
And I'm not
I did
trying
not.
to put any allegations on him. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not using my words like to try to hurt anybody. I just know what I know. And then I don't even like the fact, but I know you guys have like special protocol. I don't even like the fact that he just tried to steal and nobody like stood up for me. You feel what I'm saying? Like nobody was like, okay.
Nobody saw anything
But I
that you were
seen
saying,
everything.
but nobody saw anything that you said.
I
you
appreciate
saw,
it, Mr.
okay?
Morris. You his sergeant.
Yes, he is my sergeant.
You know, sir, I have 20/20 and I can read. I remember when you called him out. I could tell you everything he said to you. Perfect timing. This was perfect. Perfect that you called me out this time because you didn't know the protocol to how a federal warrant was supposed to be taken care of. Correct and incorrect?
That's correct. That's the reason why I called him out to ask.
But you just separate. Whoa, so what was the purpose of you separating my money while you gave her money, while you just watched her count my money out in full? Because you just wasted you wasted an evidence folder. Because now she has to rewrite a totally different number. So if I would have agreed to the number that I didn't know when she asked me, then I would have been like ridiculed or foreseen as a liar or something. That's why I didn't answer your question, ma'am, because I said that I had just went to Wendy's. I believe that's my receipt. I only ordered a 10-piece nugget and I ordered like a fry and something to drink, so I didn't know the actual amount of the money. All I know is when my girlfriend got off work at 5 o'clock, I was supposed to give her that money for the rest of the bills, and she was going to get her car back. I was in a car this week. That's why I wasn't in my own car, man. That was my girlfriend's car, Diamond Alexander. That's why when when you initially pulled me over, and y'all probably have my phones, you can see the call record. I called her at like 4 or something to let her know, babe, I'm being pulled over in your car. In my eyes, I thought it was gonna be for the T-tag, temporary tag thing, the sticker, but like
it was initially just for your speed, I promise you that.
No, I apologize, sir. I apologize. I'm just trying to do what I gotta do, but I know for a fact what I heard. I have 20/20 vision. I'm not a criminal. I don't do things that I'm not supposed to. I heard him tampering with that rubber band.
Okay.
That rubber band was on that money because my girlfriend gave me the money this morning and told me I wasn't even supposed to be in her car. I just took it because I didn't want to be Ubering around all day, and my girlfriend had a car and she was going to work. I was supposed to be picking her up off Central at her job, at her little, where she do cosmetics at. With that money, we supposed to go to the bank. I'm pretty sure when y'all check the car, y'all see the little Chase.
What's your full name?
Concrete Tyree Moon. M-O-N-C-R-E, last name Moon.
Do we have all your information?
Yes, sir, but I want to know what y'all gonna do about Mr. Chapman.
Okay.
He was just caught at work, tampering with evidence.
Mr. Moon, I'm gonna do my job, all right? So
I want it wrote down. I'm not gonna lie. Now, listen, Mr. Morris, I'm not gonna cut you off.
Listen, there's nothing I can give you right now to tell you what I want to do. But like, what I can tell you what I want to do is if you're alleging that he did something, honestly,
did you recount the extra money?
He said it was 1,000.
No, like it's 900.
Oh, it's 900. I have it right here.
It's 900.
Do you mind,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was what I just put in. It was separate.
So like if you alleging that Officer Chapman did something.
So you guys don't
listen. I'm telling you exactly what I'm gonna do. Do not parse every word I'm telling you. I'm telling you exactly what I'm going to do. All right. Is that I have to get on the phone. I have to call my supervisors to run up the chain. All right. But you're still going to jail.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I wasn't trying.
But like that's why I'm asking you if you gave them all of your information on how to get in contact with you. Did you do that? Name.
Only thing I was my first name, last name.
Do we have address and a phone number?
You still have a gold pan?
Yes, sir.
We'll see to get your phone number. We have everything else.
What's your phone number?
You can take my girlfriend's number. And my mom can take my mom number too.
So what's your girlfriend's name? What's your mom's name?
Her number.
Okay, you'll be here from us soon, all right?
Yes, sir. Do you have a piece of paper on you?
Yeah. For
just for like to put in my property. I would like for you to write down Sergeant Moore's name. I would like for you to write down Mr. Lack's name. I would like for you to write down your name and Mr. Chapman's name.
Right,
and it's not like I just don't want to forget it. You feel
Let
me?
me finish searching you.
Yes,
because I
ma'am.
gotta get you in my car. Okay?
My information is also on the citation version.
I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate you guys for like analyzing the situation because like if it wasn't said like this or seen like this or foreseen like this, nobody would have believed me. You feel what I'm saying? I just wanted you guys to believe me, and I'm sorry if I seemed irate or
There's another $1 in your pocket.
or I'm sorry if I seemed like I was doing too much. I just wanted you guys to believe me without me having to do anything like to show you guys, you feel what I'm saying, like try to grab him or try to like reach in his car and grab the money while I heard it. You feel what I'm saying? And I know it was a lot going on. Yes, ma'am.
I knew there was something in here.
I just know like y'all be like,
Yeah, they'll do that again at the at intake.
yes, ma'am.
Captain, his ID is on the dashboard up there.
Okay.
Do you mind putting it in my evidence file? Can I get like y'all names wrote down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So like this is what's going to happen, all right? We have people coming in. Obviously, they have to talk to you, all right? So I want to hold on to your weapon right quick, okay?
Yep. Go ahead. Just take the whole holster off. It's one of them.
QRS.
I got it.
Sergeant Burke and one of his detectives will come and speak to you, all right? So, just chill out, relax. Do you need anything?
No, I just want to apologize to everyone. I say, man, one of these things, dude. And I'm sorry.
I hear, brother. Anything to drink or anything, man?
No.
Alright.
Just want to say I'm sorry.
Gotcha, brother. Well, we're gonna walk out of here and close the door, okay, until they get here, okay, buddy?
Alright. Let me know if you need anything, alright?
I'm good as always. I appreciate it.
असद छोड़ दें, दूसरों को डिस्कस करना छोड़ दें। आप ये देखें कि अल्लाह ने मुझे क्या कुछ दिया, उस पर राजी रहें। और चौथी बात, अदावत छोड़ दें, सीने में कीना छोड़ दें, आपकी ज़िंदगी मुतमईन हो जाएगी।